Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. You're late, Z. Like Z, this is not even late. This is not tardy. This is this is atrocious. Z, when you're gonna be late to death, you're gonna be late. You're gonna be late to everything. Look, um, life. Y'all already know this is a reckless streams, but it's not as reckless as it would have been. Maybe could have been, but definitely would have been, and we couldn't risk it earlier. But thank y'all for your patience. Kind of. Right. I know a lot of people that dropped off. If they see I'm streaming, hopefully they'll come back up. Um, but it did give me a chance to compile the materials that we needed. So, treasure hunting, staking one's claims. I think I might have to fix that, but anyway, staking claims and planting flags. What does Z mean? Some of y'all might get it. I didn't leave any links, and that was on purpose. But I did get your emails. I've been getting emails about a certain video for the past few days, right? But I think what we're going to do is play a couple of clips, then play this lady in her car, black woman, talking about black men and white women. Then we're gonna play the clips again, probably, and then I'll bring y'all up. So that's probably how we gonna work this, right? So first, once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use, right? And so we'll oh yeah, and like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And so we'll play these, and we'll give our commentary, right? I'm not sure if I want to give my commentary in the middle, right, or just play them out for you guys. But let's start off with this.
Y'all want to know why we like y'all's black men? Because they not y'all's black men. They're not. You don't know shit. And it kind of started, way back in the day. Since we got to go way back there. You know how we were separated and there was some still sneaky stuff going on, right? But as, things evolved, got better, we started to mingle together. And that made a lot of us white and black folk happy. It did. And then we got to mingle together even more. And I think that the black man and the white woman just liked each other. I just fucking think they liked each other. You're mad about it? That's crazy.
White women starting to stake claims. Like, Mr. Z doesn't know how he feels about this, because America is still America, and white women are still white women. So yeah, they might want to be around you because of your swag and the big D stereotype, right? And just for the fact that black men are egalitarian. Uh-oh. Huh? Contrary to what supposed progressive and supposed leftist black women like to speak about, black men are egalitarian. And because black men are egalitarian, and because black men know how to thread the needle with being assertive without being a-holes, you might want to learn something, white men, right? Because black men know how to thread the needle with being powerful and dominant without being abusive, you're going to see more and more non-black women coming over here. Coming over here. Huh? And they're going to overtly out loud challenge black women. And black women gonna make it too easy. Can we say to challenge? Black women say they ain't fighting for no man. So it's not even a challenge. Huh? Uh-oh. White girls are out here staking claims. White women are out here staking claims. And they're telling you exactly why they're with black men.
So I just saw something on TikTok about the black boyfriend effect, and I need to know what that is, because I think I have it. The way that I have changed since this man has entered my life, I'll never be the same. And it is not for the reasons you're thinking, you nasty. Even though that's not a conversation for today. I'm just saying, like, I have become like the boldest, most confident version of me. I dress different. I talk different. I believe in myself in a different way. I'm like way more into my feminine energy. And I did not know that that was a theme of having a black boyfriend until I stumbled on all of these videos on TikTok talking about the black boyfriend effect. And I need to know, like, what is this psychological phenomenon? And what is it about black men that is just different? And I'm not just saying this because I'm with a black guy, but since I've been exposed to black culture more and more, I just genuinely believe that they actually like women. It's like they have a different appreciation for femininity. I don't know, just thoughts, but what about this black boyfriend effect?
They actually like women. They actually like women. She didn't say they actually like white women. She said they actually like women. Black women, all that contempt that you speak of as if black men have contempt for you because you're a black woman, I don't know, huh? Because what would the standard or average black woman say to this white woman? Yeah, that's how they treat you because you're white. Because you're white, huh? Because they like women, huh? And you hear this from different races of non-black women across the planet. Black men, particularly black Western men, black American men, might be the one group of men on planet Earth that don't actually have contempt for women. Let black women tell it though, huh? They actually like women. Oh boy, huh? I gotta read this one now. Afro National says bold Becky tax. Oh, it gets bolder, huh? Oh man. Continuing.
White women love black men, and black men. All your skills, every skill you got, your dancing, your rapping, your singing. The singing, when you guys sing, it's just a beautiful thing.
Room full of young white women, y'all. You want to know why your sons are, and I don't, man, I should have saved it because she deleted it and it's gone now. The PhD black mother who was lecturing black women that they missed the assignment or they're not following the assignment because they're not raising their sons to essentially cater to black little girls. And that's because the white young women sound like that. That's a room full of white women. Looked like it was 4 or 5 of them in that room. Huh? Now we appreciate the power dynamic. We know we live in America. We know how white women we appreciate it. For all of the black women, yeah, that's why y'all end up going. Yes, we know. Huh? Appreciate, dear black women, as white women sound like that, right? As white women sound like that, and we know it's not all. We know there's white feminists. We've seen the clips. Yes. Before you say it, we know. How do black women sound?
That if you are broke and I choose to deal with you, I will belittle you. It is what it is.
Huh? When your sons are in school, we're not saying every single white girl is chasing after him, every single white woman at his job is chasing after him. That is not what we're saying. What we are saying is, you see how those white women are talking. And yet, the idea and the stereotype of black women that they're not necessarily trying to challenge is black women sounding and looking like this. Zeno, yep.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three, we can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Oof. And while black women, a number of them, a few of them speak like this boldly. To be honest, a few of them, a very few, are this bold verbally. Oh, but you know that's the sentiment. And while black women are speaking like that, huh? White women are speaking like this.
What's my power fan?
People should mind their business about interracial dating. Why do you care who I date? Why do you care about their race? It doesn't matter. No one's gonna do it better. He doesn't want you anyway.
Ah, huh? While black women are speaking like this.
And the only reason why I wouldn't be able to go 50-50 with a man is because I know subconsciously I wouldn't be able to give him that top dog, head of the household treatment.
Right.
Knowing that if it weren't for my 50%, we wouldn't have any of this. Especially when it comes to big.
While black women are sounding like that, the white girls and the white women are sounding like this about black men in particular.
Why do the white women feel like they need to date black men? And then she went and explained like, oh, it's because the kids, and they want them to look, the kids to look a certain way. Not sure I agree with that, but still we're moving on, because the point of this of this lady's video is she gets to the end and she says we need to have more conversations like this because they're not being had anymore. It's called staying in your own lane. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you don't like to date outside of your race, that's great. I love that for you. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you are a black girl that wants to date a white man, go for it. If you're a black girl that wants to date a Hispanic man, go for it. If you're a white woman that wants to date a black man, go for it. You get the point, correct?
Uh-oh. Treasure hunting. See, we hear the saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure, one woman's nuisance. What did Chrissy call black men? And it was another black woman that said that too. Black men are insufferable, right? Well, the white women said, I'll take it. Huh? The white women said, I'll take it. Even the spicy whites.
What kind of man are you looking for in America?
Black.
Why do you like a black man versus a Turkish man?
Because the black men are so masculine, so gentlemen. I'm not dating with Turkish guys.
Why not?
I don't like dating with them. No, I'm waiting with American guys.
Why do you want an American guy, not a Turkish guy?
They are so masculine.
Really?
I don't like Turkish men. They are so jealous. They can accept me who I am. They are not my type.
So let me ask you this. A girl that's watching this, she wants to get a black man. What can you do to get a black man?
They love curly girls. Curly, yeah.
Uh-oh. The spicy whites, not the Turkish women. Huh? Oh, man. She said masculine and gentlemen. Huh? Masculine and gentlemen. Unless black women, and you know they're this bold to say it, black women say that non-black women get a type of black man that black women don't get. I'm gonna love to see y'all make that argument. Unless you're gonna say that. Because non-black women get the same black men that black women get. Huh? But Kim Kardashian cousin over here, I know Kim Kardashian's not Turkish. I know. Kim Kardashian's cousin over here said, yeah, I'll take it. And she told you they like curvy women. They're masculine and gentlemen. The other white women, and I got a couple of clips of Asian women. I just ain't splice them out, so we'll cover that another time. The theme you hear from these women is that black men actually don't seem to hate women and have contempt for women. Uh-oh. That black men know how to be masculine and gentlemen. Yikes. Huh? Uh-oh. Yikes. Black women. Even the little side comments black people are making towards white women online, trying to check white women when white women do a little two-step or sing along to a song. White women are saying, yeah, about that. Uh-oh.
So I did a duet the other day that I had saw while scrolling on TikTok with DJ. It's on my profile if you want to check it out. It has the song Glorilla with the lyrics referencing, tall, dark, and handsome men. I'm just curious, about this comment right here, 44 Tory. Who's it about? Because the person I duetted this with specifically, first off, tagged snow bunnies. He was referencing white women, which is why I chose to do the duet on him. And then the last I checked, white women, Hispanic women, Asian women, black women, women of all colors and beauty can date black men. So please educate me. Who is this about? I'm here for the tea.
Huh? It's a free-for-all. Dear black people, it is a free-for-all. Yes, America's still anti-black, and America still don't rock with black people, black men, in a real way. With that, in the dating, mating, and more marriage market, I hate that word. It's open. It's open. It's open season. It's open. And if the dating and mating space is open, that's where we're going to get to see who really gets chose. And we'll get to see more and more black women sounding like this.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a black woman in Germany.
Ma'am, to you I will say, when it comes to dating and mating and sex and marriage, it's not just Germany. Huh? It's not just Germany. It's the entire Western world. Ooh, goddamn. Let me read some of y'all comments because these say everything. These say everything. Gil Gammy says Becky wants to smoke. Right? Party says America don't rock with black women. Yeah, America don't rock with black people. But definitely when it comes to marriage, how many Latinos and white men and Asian guys and indigenous guys are going to marry black women? and have black women have their last name, their surname, have sex with black women. An attractive black woman is attractive. A sexy black woman is sexy. No one to Z, no one can beat a sexy black woman's walk. Hands down. An attractive black woman is attractive. Is the white guy gonna marry her though? I don't want to hear about no oops mixed babies. I don't want to hear, oh, I was dating this white guy, this Latino guy for 6 months, 9 months. Nope. Is the white or Latino or Asian or indigenous guy going to marry a black woman? It's a different question. So, party, America don't rock with black women? Yeah. In the marriage market? Yeah. Nope. I agree with you on that one. Huh? Not saying they rock with black men like that, but it's different. And when you know it's different, you're supposed to hold on for dear life. You're supposed to hold on for dear life, and black women say they ain't gonna do it. To the point where, and I'm gonna try to download it in a second and see if I could play it, where I don't know if Shay Sade caught it. Shay Sade covered a white woman trying to explain the whole Shannon Sharp thing with the young lady, with the young white lady, and the white woman was saying, you know, I've been dating black men since I was 15 years old. So black males, black boys and men. I'm hoping when she was 15, she wasn't dating a grown ass black man. But anyway, she's been dating black men since she was 15, and she said, yeah, that she's dated black men who do want her to use racial slurs and all this other stuff and say all type of weird stuff when they're, you know, engaging in fun time. Do I think there are black men that are engaging in that? Yes. Do I see her dirty macking and trying to make sure that her and other white women like her have easy access to black men because black women are thoroughly disgusted? Yes. Shay, I don't know if you caught that. It smelled dirty macking, because if she was so turned off by black men asking her to call them all type of N-words or whatever they telling her to whisper in their ear, if she was so turned off by it, she would have been stopped dating black men. Why is she still engaging with black men then? Sounds like a whole lot of dirty macking. White women playing for keeps. Huh? I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm saying for her to be, let me tell you my perspective as a white woman who's been dating black men since I was 15. Why are you still dating them then? Huh? Uh-oh. These non-black women are playing for keeps. Huh? They're telling you, dear black women, black men don't value you, colorism, featureism, texturism, fat phobia. Huh? They're intimidated by strong black women. They're intimidated by educated black women. They don't value black women. And the white women said, yeah, I don't want to hear none of that. I'll take it. Huh? Uh-oh. So while black women are sounding like this to black men.
Who gonna check me, boo?
Huh? While black women are sounding like that, the white women are sounding like, well,
the black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are gonna clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Huh? Uh-oh. And I got another clip of Miss Snow Queen, Night Queen. Oh, man. speaking like this, saying it's a whole bunch of them in Northern Europe who's on the same kick she's on. Yikes. And the liquor creep says it's almost like the woman complaining about Germans was upset that black men have a better experience. I've said this and I haven't said it in a braggadocious way. We have to accept that in the West, in America in particular, non-black folks, namely white folks, see black men as the beautiful ones in the black community. That is not something that black men lobbied for. That is not something that black men advocated for. That is the way that non-black folks, notice what Mr. Z is saying. I'm not saying just non-black women. I'm saying non-black men also. If that is the dynamic in a well-ordered mind, wouldn't you think if you appreciate that your natural counterpart or your spouse is seen as the beautiful one, wouldn't you hold on for dear life? Huh? Wouldn't you do right by them? Wouldn't you protect their image for your own sake? Huh? Wouldn't you do that? But nope. Black women said absolutely not. As a matter of fact, would black women advocate for other black women to do as well?
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. I don't care.
Huh? You're talking like that, Chrissy, to women around your age and younger. Imagine, black young men know that there's a number of black women who think and feel just like Chrissy, right? And then they could be scrolling through their TikTok or their IG, and then this pops up.
White women love black men, and black men. All your skills. Every skill you got. Your dancing, your rapping, your singing. The singing. When you guys sing, it's just a beautiful thing.
Huh? Do y'all appreciate what's going on here? Black women, you put yourself in the worst pincer move. Then y'all turn around and start sobbing.
As we don't have the capacity.
Huh? So black women are sounding like this.
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that.
So while black women are sounding like that, white women, well, are sounding like this.
So I just saw something on TikTok about the black boyfriend effect, and I need to know what that is, because I think I have it. The way that I have changed since this man has entered my life, I'll never be the same. And it is not for the reasons you're thinking, you nasty. Even though that's not a conversation for today. I'm just saying, like, I have become like the boldest, most confident version of me. I dress different. I talk different. I believe in myself in a different way. I'm like way more into my feminine energy. And I did not know that that was a theme of having a black boyfriend until I stumbled on all of these videos on TikTok talking about the black boyfriend effect. And I need to know, like, what is this psychological phenomenon? And what is it about black men that is just different? And I'm not just saying this because I'm with a black guy, but since I've been exposed to black culture more and more, I just genuinely believe that they actually like women. It's like they have a different appreciation for femininity. I don't know, just thoughts, but what about this black boyfriend effect?
Huh? That's how at least concerning black men. Now we appreciate white feminism, right? We get it. We get it. Huh? We know white women can get you caught up, We already know the justice system can and will be used against you if she so chooses. We appreciate that. We know that. With that, the white women are sounding like that concerning black men. At least the non-foaming at the mouth female KKK with the hoodies on white women are sounding like that. Not all, not most, but enough. Right? That's how they sound. Huh? That's how they're speaking about black men. While black men get black women's ass to kiss. While black women, attractive or not, are sounding like this.
Decenter men. This is not coming from a place of hurt, trauma. This is coming from a place of peace and happiness. And I just remember when I used to go out, and I used to just go out just to have a good time, laugh, great conversations, and just being a personality. My personality wasn't about getting a man. It was just about having fun. And I just want to get back to that. I just want to get back to me. And I'm tired of social media. I'm wanting to decenter men, decenter social media. And I just want to just be about me. I want to be selfish and self-centered as an ex-people pleaser, because everything nowadays is about getting a man, keeping a man, having a man's baby. And it's just too much. And I'm just getting nauseous just thinking about it. There has to be more to life than just men. And so now that I have decentered men for my life, I find myself actually having a good time. I go out in social settings. The objective isn't to get numbers, to get a man, to get a date. It's just to have great conversation. And I've been enjoying myself. I have. You know, I'm flirting. I'm having amazing conversations, meeting new people, and I'm just keeping it at that. And I like that. I feel in control, and I like how I have this I don't give a fuck attitude, and it's just very freeing. Whereas before, it was all about getting a man and hanging around women that wanted to go out just to get attention and to get a man. And it's just so exhausting. But now I actually go out. I'm actually having a great time. And I like it. I love it here, actually. I'm just tired of these videos. It's a man, it's a woman telling you, get a man, you need a man. You're gonna die alone. And I like being alone. I like it. It's peaceful. And this decentering men thing, I think it's necessary because a lot of women are exposing themselves to like temporary relationships just because they're listening to people online. And I don't know, I think it's kind of cute. I think it's funny because I'm a woman that actually enjoys being alone, right? I enjoy my aloneness. I think it's funny because some women feel like they're one-upping you because they have a temporary relationship. And I'm like, but your relationship is temporary. Even the women with rings, your marriage is temporary. Like, it's not lasting. It didn't last. A lot of women are in situationships, temporary relationships, friends with benefits, temporary relationships. They're just in these temporary relationships because social media is telling them that they need a man, or they should get a man, or hurry up, girl, better get your man before you hit the wall. It's like, it's just too much. And now I have moved to a space where I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. And it feels so good because I just don't give a fuck. And nobody is going to force me to give a fuck. And I like it. And another thing, when it comes to this decentering men, I have embraced my masculine. I've embraced my feminine side. I've embraced my light feminine. I've embraced my dark feminine. I've embraced all of myself. And I love that for me.
Huh? Black women in the black community concerning black men in particular are sounding like that. And yet the little white young ladies, young women are sounding like
People should mind their business about interracial dating. Why do you care who I date? Why do you care about their race? It doesn't matter. No one's going to do it better. He doesn't want you anyway.
Huh? The white women, Yanni sounding like that. Other black women are just like her. I like my aloneness. Huh? Decenter men. Your relationship's temporary anyway. Even if you have a ring, it's a temporary relationship. That's how Real Talk with Yanni sounds, right? That's how a number of black women think and feel and sound. That's how they speak. And as they're speaking like that, you have white women sounding like this.
Y'all want to know why we like y'all's black men? Because they not y'all's black men. They're not. You don't know shit. And it kind of started, way back in the day. Since we got to go way back there. You know how we were separated and there was still some sneaky stuff going on, right? But as, things evolved, got better, we started to mingle together. And that made a lot of us white and black folk happy. It did. And then we got to mingle together even more. And I think that the black man and the white woman just liked each other. I just fucking think they liked each other. You're mad about it? That's crazy.
That's how the white women are sounding. Huh? How else are the white women sounding?
Why do the white women feel like they need to date black men? And then she went and explained like, oh, it's because of the kids, and they want the kids to look a certain way. Not sure I agree with that, but still we're moving on, because the point of this of this lady's video is she gets to the end and she says we need to have more conversations like this because they're not being had anymore. It's called staying in your own lane. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you don't like to date outside of your race, that's great. I love that for you. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you are a black girl that wants to date a white man, go for it. If you're a black girl that wants to date a Hispanic man, go for it. If you're a white woman that wants to date a black man, go for it. You get the point, correct?
Huh? And Telescope says asking to be called the N-bomb doesn't sound like male ADOS behavior. It may or may not be. I don't think when it comes to bashing black men, I don't think black women distinguish, right? If they can bring in a recent immigrant or a first gen, right, up in the conversation to paint the picture, they'll do it, right? So you may be correct, Telescope, but at least for public discourse, particularly concerning the black community, yeah, I don't think black women are distinguishing, right? And I think the dominant society will allow it. They'll allow for there not to be a delineation there. Anything to defecate on black men, right? Anything to defecate on black men, because if you're not defecating on black men, then you're gonna have more of this.
What kind of man are you looking for in America?
Black.
Why do you?
Huh? That's what you're gonna have. And what was the lady speaking about? Who was she speaking about? Right? Once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. And we're gonna cover this a little bit, and I'm gonna bring y'all up. Here we go. Right? And it says, are white women black men's peace? So y'all see why I had pretty much white women here. That's why I didn't clip out the Asian young lady, because it says white women in particular. Are white women black men's peace? Here we go.
Hey sis, meet me on the porch. At this point, I need everybody to meet me on the porch. I need the black women, I need the white women, and I need the black men. This is some seriously real shit that I am utterly disturbed by, and I am just tired because I don't understand why there's this major attack on black women. So this video, if it goes into a part 2, not a problem. I'm about to ram it up. I was in the barbershop today, and it was a young black male coming there. He might have been between that 22 to 24 age group. Very handsome, very, very handsome. So I believe he's might have just been coming back from college or graduating or whatever the case may be, because they were happy to see him when he came in. So he sits down, and so they're just talking, what's going on? And he's giving an update. He's graduated, he's got an engineering degree. Oh my God, I'm over there on the proudness. I'm in the background. I don't know him. I'm just kind of sitting down, listening to what he's saying. So the barber begins to get filled in on him. What's been going on? This and that. He says, I'm coming back. I'm getting married. So everybody, like, great. And I'm so on the side being so nosy and over there like a proud auntie. I don't even know this young man, right? So they start to kind of converse amongst each other, and they're talking. And so the young man says, yeah, I'm having a little problem. It's a lot going on because I'm marrying a white woman. And my family, they're not too happy about it. So the barber and everybody was like, oh, well, to each his own and this, that, and the other. So the barber was just kind of speaking to him, and he said, hey, where'd you meet her? And he said, oh, I met her in college. And he was like, oh, okay, because, back in the day, you had all the girls. What made you decide that she was the one? Like, what made you want to marry the white girl or the white woman? No disrespect. So what this young man said after that is what just literally took me out the game as a black woman, as a black mom, in general. So he says that, he come from, of course, the hood and had a hard knock life, just with one mom and no dad and that same shit. Like, don't nobody I hate the fact that that is such a stereotype. We hate it too. But so he goes off to say that when he went to college, it was a college that was mixed, but more so of a white college. And he start, meeting up with white friends and, they introduced him to another whole world that he didn't know existed, and the young girl, she became a friend and then introduced him to their family. And when he goes over there, they're all married. The parents is married and they have a really good home and they do things together and they communicate. It's just a good energy.
Ma'am, they're all married. Now we know more and more white women aren't getting married, aren't having children. We know. But yet their marriage rate far surpasses the black community's marriage rate. Not only that, when you take into account that there's just far more white folks in America than black folks, of course that young man coming out of a black community that has a marriage rate of about a little under 30%, 28, 29%, mainly because black women are pulling that number down. Whoops. Huh? A black community with a marriage rate somewhere, that's not actually true. A child within wedlock, that's the one I'm referencing. Child within wedlock rate of something like 28-ish%, something like that. A young black man going from high school to university and mingling with non-black folks, in this case white folks, meeting a white woman, started off as friends, being introduced to her family, realizing all these married couples, married, say it again, Z, married. The difference between black women who outwardly show contempt for black men, black women who outwardly show contempt for black men.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
And that white woman and her family is why that young man took to that. Even if he would have ended up with that white woman regardless, you would not have heard that type of story from him if he came from a community where the black women didn't sound like this.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Ma'am, the black community is full of women who either speak like that or move like that. Who speak like that or move like that. And you wonder why that young man took to some random white woman, young white woman, when he was at university? As an engineer? Ooh, y'all lost the engineer to the white girl. Yikes. That white woman probably prancing around sounding like this on y'all.
So I just saw something on TikTok about the black boyfriend effect, and I need to know what that is because I think I have it. The way that I have changed since this man has entered my life, I'll never be the same. And it is not for the reasons you're thinking, you nasty. Even though that's not a conversation for today. I'm just saying, like, I have become like the boldest, most confident version of me. I dress different. I talk different. I believe in myself in a different way. I'm like way more into my feminine energy. And I did not know that that was a theme of having a black boyfriend until I stumbled on all of these videos on TikTok talking about the black boyfriend effect. And I need to know, like, what is this psychological phenomenon? And what is it about black men that is just different? And I'm not just saying this because I'm with a black guy, but since I have been exposed to black culture more and more, I just genuinely believe that they actually like women. It's like they have a different appreciation for femininity. I don't know, just thoughts, but what about this black boyfriend effect?
Huh? You see the juxtaposition there? Now we know not all white women sound like that young lady, and not all black women sound like Munchkin. We know. With that, that's what many black men are running into, young black men. Huh? Yikes. Huh? And St. Cyr says, once again, black men speak life into women. Not only do black men speak life into women, black men sing life into women.
White women love black men, and black men. All your skills. Every skill you got. Your dancing, your rapping, your singing. The singing. When you guys sing, it's just a beautiful thing.
Huh? And Afro Merchant says, and thank you, aka National. Afro Merchant says, hashtag black boyfriend effect. Ma'am. It's difficult to make the Mr. Z's with a black woman. Mr. Z prefers black women. That's Mr. Z's preference. It's real difficult to argue on behalf of black women. It's real difficult, supremely difficult to argue on behalf of black women when black women are out here sounding like this.
What top tier? Your dick is not equal to my fucking pussy. Point blank period.
His dick ain't equal to your fucking bills neither.
God damn. Look, at the end of the day, I ain't
them bills got your name on it. They don't have his dick name on it.
At the end of the day, I ain't fucking no broke ass nigga. Do what you want with your pussy.
Yeah, you don't have to fuck no broke ass nigga.
Straight up.
Look, you can fuck a nigga that ain't broke. That's not a problem. But just because he ain't paying your bills, don't mean he fucking broke. That mean it ain't his goddamn responsibility. Your bills got your name on it. It don't have his dick name on it.
Okay, you're right. I land my plane.
You see how that mouth
And both of the young women, both of the ladies, even the one that was advocating for black men, or at least defending black men in this case, both of them, the black community is full of black women that sound just like both of them. Both of them. Huh? You imagine that young man is in a community and he said his dad wasn't part of his life. That means he's hearing black women sound like that. And then he gets on university campus and the white girls sound like this.
People should mind their business about interracial dating. Why do you care who I date? Why do you care about their race? It doesn't matter. No one's going to do it better. He doesn't want you anyway.
The white young lady said no one's gonna do it better as a white woman. She said no one is going to do it better. Black women. Did you hear that? Continuing.
Communicate, it's just a good energy, a good vibe. And this man said, I never knew this side of life. My life was always loud and chaotic and always disruptive with my family. So the young man said, he would go over there and they would go on vacations. They would have Sunday dinners. When they had cookouts, there was no fussing, no fight, no arguing. It was just all love and vacations. I was thrown at what this young man was saying in regards to what he seen and what he witnessed being with this young lady and this new side of life. And so he said that, when he seen it, he started thinking about all of the chaos that his life was. You know, it was always baby mama drama and fussing and fighting, and they'll get together as a family and it'll be a fight, and the drunk uncles, the drunk mamas, you know, he was like, my aunt and uncles, they all on welfare and always scheming and always fussing and fighting, cussing, you know, trying to hook up with this dude and that dude, and it's just all these black women, just all that seemed like that's all I was raised up under, that's all I seen, that's all I know. And then I get to the white woman and it's different. And what he said after this is what really broke me. He said, you know, it's like when I came home the last time, he said, and I was in my family's event, it was nothing but chaos. He said the women, they in house shoes and bonnets, you know, they ghetto acting. He said, and I love them, but I don't love it. And he said,
And that's what broke your heart, huh? I love them, I just don't love it. I don't like it, I don't love it. Huh? Yikes. I don't love being in a community where the women sound like this.
Niggas be so quick to let me take you on a trip. Let me take you on a trip. Pay a fucking bill. Pay a bill. Pay a goddamn bill.
Always begging. Damn.
Can we get on the phone? No, get on the phone with billing. Don't talk to me. Talk to billing.
Huh? He went to the family get together and the ladies were sounding well like this with each other.
So if you're making $50,000, don't date.
What?
I'm just being for real. You're not ready to date.
Again, I'm with you when
you're not ready to. You're not ready to date because courtship costs.
Okay.
Everything costs. Okay. You can go for 22 walks in the park. Eventually, shorty is gonna need a sip of something. She's gonna be thirsty. This bottle of water is $3 in Atlanta. Let's not play. So if you don't have any expendable cash, don't date. And whatever that looks like for you, you might only make 50,000, but you live in a shoe, and now you got expendable cash. Or get you a bottom of the barrel bitch that's gonna date you when you have no money. If she doesn't have the expectation, and I'm gonna tell you this right now, enjoy it while it lasts, because eventually you're gonna wanna run. Because she doesn't stretch you, she doesn't make you the man that you need to become. She allows you to be the stagnant dude in the same jeans for days. You know what I'm saying?
Be cutting up.
I'm
You
just
talk about.
Yeah.
Huh? He's probably at the get together, the family get together, and the ladies are laughing and they having a good old time with their bonnets on, sounding like that. Huh? Sounding like that. And it broke your heart. I love them, I just don't love it. Ooh, I know that broke you. Huh? Because he came off of a university campus where the young white women, probably the young non-black women in general, not all, maybe not even most, but enough, are sounding like this.
White women love black men, and black men. All your skills, every skill you got, your dancing, your rapping, your singing, the singing. When you guys sing, it's just a beautiful thing.
Ah. Huh? Snow. Hey, black women, your image. You're destroying your own image. I've said this before, right? And shout out to Black Uru. Black Uru's in here. And Black Uru says, the white girls are getting really bold with their grabbing onto black men. And for those of you that don't know, y'all have Black Uru to think he was the first one to send me. Was he the first one to send me this clip? I want to say yes. But others were sending me this clip also. And here we go.
Y'all want to know why we like y'all's black men? Because they not y'all's black men. They're not. You don't know shit. And it kind of started, you know, way back in the day. Since we got to go way back there. You know how we were separated and there was some still sneaky stuff going on, right? But as, you know, things evolved, you know, got better. We started to mingle together. And that made a lot of us white and black folk happy. It did. And then we got to mingle together even more. And I think that the black man and the white woman just liked each other. I just fucking think they liked each other. You're mad about it? That's crazy.
Ah, Super Bowl now. And earlier I misspoke when I said white women are going to challenge black women for black men. But what challenge? Huh? There's not going to be a challenge. Z, you forgot because the black women are out here sounding like this.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. I don't care.
Huh? Ain't nobody guarding the gate with black women sounding like that about black men in particular. So yeah, ma'am, will say, yeah, it broke your heart. Mr. Z could tell it broke your heart. I love them, I just don't love it. Yeah, that broke your heart. Continuing.
Being with my white girlfriend, fiance, and her family, he said, you know what it's like? And this is what got me, ladies. He said, it's like if you're in a crowded room and you're surrounded by chaos and just everything is just chaotic and noisy and loud and disruptive, and you take some headphones and you put the headphones on and you can drown everything out because when you put the headphones on, it's quiet and it's peace. He said, that's what my fiance is to me and her white family, that whiteness. He said, they're my headphones and they are my peace. He said, and then black women and my black side of the family, they are the noise. They are the chaos.
That is a stinging. That is a that statement. That's a sledgehammer. That is considering American history and race in America. Huh? For this black man to not necessarily be going out of his way to bash black women. And as you said, he said, I love them, I just don't love it. For him to say his white fiance and her family is his peace, they're the headphones, they're the noise canceling headphones. And his own biological black family is the noise. Jesus. Huh? Wow. I see y'all comments. I'm gonna get to the super chats. Right? That is a sledgehammer of a comment. That's an anvil of a comment, actually. Huh? My white fiance and her family are my peace. And my black family is the noise. Mr. Z wouldn't make a comment like that, but I get it. Huh? Continuing.
They are the noise.
Yep. Exactly, Eric. And Eric Deadman says, that's a stinging indictment. The first time I heard it, it hurt Z to hear it. God damn. Huh? Ma'am, black women have destroyed their image for everyone, not just, it's not black men. The dating and mating market is wide the hell open. It's wide the hell open, ma'am. And yet, in a wide the hell open dating market where, okay, black men are not up to snuff, y'all gonna do everything and bend over backwards and definitely forwards for the white man, huh? You're gonna do all of that, but yet the white men are telling you y'all might be doing a little too much because, well, the white men are sounding like this.
I'm speaking on the behalf of all white dudes that date black girls.
Can y'all stop fucking calling us massa?
What the fuck do I? You know what you're doing. You know, like, what the fuck am I supposed to say? And y'all be thinking it's funny as shit. You be laughing your ass off having the time of your life. Girl, fuck you.
I want black women to have a lot more self-respect than they do now. Kind of just like worshiping white guys. Worshiping white guys. Worshiping white guys.
This is...
Huh? And KMS says, deregulation is showing who is valued. Yikes. Huh? Showing who is valued. Exactly. This is going, black women, this is really going to put you to the test. This is really, y'all say be single, this going to really put you to the test. Huh? Because black women are telling you to stay in your effing lane, ma'am. They're telling you to stay in your effing lane, and they're bold about it.
Why do the white women feel like they need to date black men? And then she went and explained, like, oh, it's because of the kids, and they want them to look, the kids to look a certain way. Not sure I agree with that, but still we're moving on, because the point of this of this lady's video is she gets to the end and she says, we need to have more conversations like this because they're not being had anymore. It's called staying in your own lane. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you don't like to date outside of your race, that's great. I love that for you. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you are a black girl that wants to date a white man, go for it. If you're a black girl that wants to date a Hispanic man, go for it. If you're a white woman that wants to date a black man, go for it. You get the point, correct?
Imagine in America with America's history, a white woman saying, stay in your lane to black women about black men. Stay in your lane. And the rest of the clip, she's saying, like, how is my relationship destroying your life type talk. That's what she was saying. Huh? And to that, that's a really good question, because every time we hear black women speak about black men, they're complaining about black men. So yeah, how is the group of people you complain about, how is that, how are what you see as trash black men, and white women, at least some of them, see black men as a treasure? How is the thing that you see as trash, the other person sees as treasure, and they pick it up? How is that destroying your life, dear black women? And go to KMS's super chat, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. KMS says, Becky getting bold as the economy gets cold. It's getting cold, better yet. So let's read that again. Becky is getting bold as the economy is getting cold. Can he provide and protect? Question mark. Color me damned. A woman in need. I got you with the entendre, double entendre with the color me damned. Huh? That's the world we're in now. And so will the masses of women still try to scramble for the elite white man? Yeah, yeah. But there are going to be a number of women of varying races that say, screw all that. I know where I'm going. Huh? What I think black women don't appreciate is black men, particularly in a Western context, in American context, are the new enlightened man. Black men are the enlightened man. Black men are the guys. Black men are the men. Huh? Your contempt at black men for not making you politically and socially upper middle class and above white women has blinded you to the fact that the white women are saying, if it wasn't for the white man's money and this little race thing we got going on, I wouldn't be here. Ooh, goddamn, see? Yikes. Uh-oh.
What kind of man are you looking for in America?
Black.
Why do you like a black man versus a Turkish man?
Because the black men are so masculine, so gentlemen. I'm not dating with Turkish guys.
Why not?
Masculine and gentleman. Ooh. Message. Huh? She's telling you why. If it wasn't for this race thing, dear black women, ooh. She's telling you black men know how to balance it. So as KMS says, Becky getting bold as the economy is getting cold. Huh? And you better believe you're going to see more of it. As a matter of fact, there are more. Mrs. Z just couldn't get everything. There's way more of these.
White women love black men, and black men. All your skills, every skill you got, your dancing, your rapping, your singing, the singing. When you guys sing, it's just a beautiful thing.
And KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Ladies, it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. Huh? And Too Watchful says, bold Becky tax 2. I got y'all with the bold Becky. I got y'all with which bold Becky we gonna play right now? Which one we gonna play? This one. Here we go.
Why do the white women feel like they need to date black men? And then she went and explained like, oh, it's because of the kids, and they want them to look, the kids to look a certain way. Not sure I agree with that, but still we're moving on, because the point of this of this lady's video is she gets to the end and she says we need to have more conversations like this because they're not being had anymore. It's called staying in your own lane. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you don't like to date outside of your race, that's great. I love that for you. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you are a black girl that wants to date a white man, go for it. If you're a black girl that wants to date a Hispanic man, go for it. If you're a white woman that wants to date a black man, go for it. You get the point, correct?
Bold Becky tax 2. Thank you for the super chat. Too Watchful. Thank you for the super chat. It ain't looking good. Ooh, it ain't looking good. KMS says in Detroit, I did not forget about your super chat in the beginning. And KMS says, black women, Negroes ain't ish. They hate women. Other women making TikToks to the contrary. The war for black men will be won without firing a shot. Damn. I got you. Right. And I agree. Here you go.
So I just saw something on TikTok about the black boyfriend effect, and I need to know what that is because I think I have it. The way that I have changed since this man has entered my life, I'll never be the same. And it is not for the reasons you're thinking, you nasty. Even though that's not a conversation for today. I'm just saying, like, I have become like the boldest, most confident version of me. I dress different. I talk different. I believe in myself in a different way. I'm like way more into my feminine energy. And I did not know that that was a theme of having a black boyfriend until I stumbled on all of these videos on TikTok talking about the black boyfriend effect. And I need to know, like, what is this psychological phenomenon? And what is it about black men that is just different? And I'm not just saying this because I'm with a black guy, but since I've been exposed to black culture more and more, I just genuinely believe that they actually like women. It's like they have a different appreciation for femininity. I don't know, just thoughts, but what about this black boyfriend effect?
Treasure hunting. Huh? That's treasure hunting. This is also treasure hunting.
What kind of man are you looking for in America?
Black.
Why do you like a black man versus a Turkish man?
Because the black men are so masculine, so gentlemen. I'm not dating with Turkish guys.
Why not?
I don't like dating with them. No, I'm waiting with American guys.
Why do you want an American guy, not a Turkish guy?
They are so masculine.
Really?
I don't like Turkish men. They are so jealous. They can accept me who I am. They are not my type.
So let me ask you this. A girl that's watching this, she wants to get a black man. What can you do to get a black man?
They love curly girls. Curvy, yeah.
Huh? Treasure hunting. They accept me for who I am. Uh-oh. Treasure hunting. Huh? Man. Staking claims.
Y'all want to know why we like y'all's black men? Because they not y'all's black men. They're not. You don't know shit. And it kind of started, way back in the day. Since we got to go way back there. You know how we were separated and there was some still sneaky stuff going on, right? But as, things evolved, got better, we started to mingle together. And that made a lot of us white and black folk happy. It did. And then we got to mingle together even more. And I think that the black man and the white woman just liked each other. I just fucking think they liked each other. You're mad about it? That's crazy.
Huh? Staking claims and planting flags.
Why do the white women feel like they need to date black men? And then she went and explained, like, oh, it's because of the kids, and they want the kids to look a certain way. Not sure I agree with that, but still we're moving on, because the point of this of this lady's video is she gets to the end and she says, we need to have more conversations like this because they're not being had anymore. It's called staying in your own lane. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you don't like to date outside of your race, that's great. I love that for you. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you are a black girl that wants to date a white man, go for it. If you're a black girl that wants to date a Hispanic man, go for it. If you're a white woman that wants to date a black man, go for it. You get the point, correct?
Huh? Yikes. And the ultimate, one woman's trash is another woman's treasure. The ultimate treasure hunting for thrown away, chucked away black men. Huh? The ultimate. Oh, the Night Queen. The Snow Queen herself. Here y'all go.
Black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
The Night Queen, the Snow Queen herself, took so to our white women, black men's peace. No, not necessarily. We still live in America. We know what it is. We saw the clip of the white woman who called the young 5-year-old black boy the N-word. So we appreciate what society we live in. We're not naive here. We're not saying white women are a panacea. What we are saying, though, is if there's more and more white women making these very public displays and gestures, and we can appreciate the environment. We know it's getting tough. We know inflation's kicking everybody in the rear end, especially the women. And even Mahogany, I need to go hurry up and get that clip of her saying it. As women scatter, because that strong and independent thing, has reached its market cap. As women scatter.
Look at me. If you were single, if you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, this is what we say when we're single and we just want to.
As women reach the market cap of bad B, I don't need no man, they're going to scatter, and they're not going to all go chasing after the white man. Ooh. Now it's musical chairs. And if black women said their pride won't let them compete for black men, they would rather be single. If that's where black women are with it, then fine.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. I don't care.
Huh? If it's musical chairs and black women haven't decided, their pride and their ego will not allow for them to compete. They're not defending anything. Black men aren't worth it. They're not fighting for anything. Mr. Z says to you, ma'am, are white women black men's peace? No, not necessarily. But what will maybe give black women peace? No, it's not. Will be some antidepressant pills, right? Uh-oh. A good old buzzing from good old Rose Toy. Huh? And maybe if there's not enough non-black men who are interested in black women, we still live in America, then maybe black women can find some refuge in the arms of other black women. Huh? In the arms of other black women. Yikes. Huh? So no, not necessarily white women aren't black men's peace. Not necessarily. The story you recounted, okay, for that young man, a white woman was his peace. A white woman and her family. But he was very clear on why. Huh? And talking about musical chairs, KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. KMS says, other women look for a chair. Black women, statue of a big black, and I've seen it yet. A big black, big back in New York Times, or I said New York Times, big back in Times Square. So let's read that again. Mr. Z over here fumbling and bumbling on his words. Other women look for a chair. Black women, statue of a big back in Times Square with a what I ain't gonna do. Yeah, that is the look on her face. You're right. What I ain't gonna do, look on her face. It won't even be a land grab. More like a, hey, he's unoccupied. Ah. Huh? And they did black women. So that lady, she don't even got no rear end. She don't really got no shape. She's a bit rotund. Huh? And she does have that, what I ain't gonna do. Her braids ain't even necessarily long. And like, y'all chose like the kind of worst looking, kind of stereotypical black woman. This she don't even got no ass. She don't even like y'all even do black women a bit of justice. Huh? Ah. Compassionate, good point. That's funny too. And compassion says more like land grant. Ah. Huh? And KMS, once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? And like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Ah. Huh? So I'm gonna bring y'all up. Y'all gives you a second. But yeah, this ain't looking good. This is not looking good. I definitely want to cover what that lady was saying. There's other clips I'm gonna try to bring up as you guys are starting to come up. But yeah, it ain't looking good. It's definitely not looking good, right? Huh? That's true. And L says, but Z, and I know you're trying to be funny, but yeah, he says, but Z, some black women have no ass. They're not a monolith, as they say. True, true. But here's the funny thing, but they still gave her that yitch face, what I ain't gonna do look on her face, right? Ah, it ain't looking good, ladies. It ain't looking good.
AZ, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. What's going on,
Okay.
Kev?
Oh, not much, bro. Not much. I was just saying that in the chat, based off of what you're saying, I'm like, listen, if we could basically explain it in slang to you, say it just like this: two things when it comes to most niggas in America. Two things that most niggas are not. Number one, most niggas are not picky about skin tone when it comes to dealing with women.
Absolutely not.
Two, and most niggas don't believe in holding the pussy hostage. So all this Diary of a Mad Black Woman, Color Purple BS, it's bullshit. All right, and then number three, and which is why you're gonna see a lot of more of these white women speaking more boldly, is because listen, most of the non-black women that have had any type of interactions with so-called black men, they know the majority of this color purple narrative is bullshit. We all talk about, niggas are so oppressive and so just hateful and full of hate. Like, y'all do know, I really want, the black woman to know, like, they do know that y'all are lying. Like, they pretend to go along with it, for the sake of, feminine solidarity, but behind closed doors, they know that shit's cap. Like, come on, man, stop. They know it's
Kev,
cap. They know
let me
you're
ask you a
lying.
real quick. Let me ask you a question. Have you checked out Shay Sade's? I want to say it's her most recent, but it's about a day or so old now, so it may be a little bit. She might have
No, not
something more
yet.
recent. Okay,
No,
so
not yet.
she covers a white woman kind of giving her commentary about the Shannon Sharp thing, and she said she's been dating black men since she was 15, and black men have asked her on a number of occasions to use racial slurs and all this other stuff, and I'm like, but then why are you still dating black men? This sounds like dirty macking. In other words, so you're gonna say that to black women while you still deal with black men, right? Like, so going back to what you said, which is like they'll go along with whatever you're saying, but then they'll still be like sneaky linking with black men. So other folks will still be sneaky linking with black men while they're encouraging the black women to talk crap. Go ahead.
Well, again, it's just one of those things. Again, the reason why the space is so controversial is because, it's not because we're advocating for racial discrimination, against so-called black women. It's that we deny them the plausible deniability and the bullshit smokescreens that they've been putting up for years.
Yes.
What dudes over here is basically saying, listen, if you want to be promiscuous, be bisexual, interracial dating, whatever you have, if you want to do that, that's your business. But what you're not about to do is about to blame me for any negative consequences that come from it. I'm gonna tell you right now. Listen, I did not tell you to do that shit. So I didn't tell you to become a baby mama. I didn't tell you to go out here and start an OnlyFans or be out here,
You know wait, Big Kev. Wait. Let's go with that. Part of femininity is being able to hide behind men. Part of womanhood is you shirk off whatever responsibility on to the nearest man. But that's part of femininity. The other part of femininity is get on a man's program. You only get to shirk off accountability when you're on his program, because the assumption is you did what he told you to do.
Exactly. But if he's flat out told you, no, I didn't tell you to do that, and you do it anyway. Well, that's tough fucking shit, because you fucked yourself up.
Thank you. So they want to put one foot in and one foot out. That's why I always say patriarchy by feminist specifications. They want to be able to do whatever they want to do. That's the autonomy part. I want to be autonomous. I want my autonomy. I want to be free. Okay, cool. But then they want you to play the patriarchal role if and when everything goes to hell.
No, it's like nope. And again, going back to that whole scenario, when I said that the one thing that more so-called black men need to do is just really cannot stress this enough. We, the vast majority of us, do not believe in holding women hostage. So all these pro-black simps and all these dudes trying to talk about black women need to work on their toxic masculinity. Stop it. This is not a hostage negotiation. All right, these women are not.
I think you're saying it backwards, though, Kev. We're the hostages, not black women. We're the hostages. We're the ones who's supposed to stay put, as black women do whatever they want to do with any man, not just non-black men. Black men that don't mean them no good either. We're the ones that's supposed to stay, especially us, black men with our head on our shoulder, who's going somewhere or at least stable. You're supposed to stay there.
Right.
Yeah.
Basically, if you're not shady as fuck, you're supposed to be out here like, oh my god, yeah. It's like
You're supposed to be Captain Save 'em, waiting for her when she gets off the carousel in her late 30s, early 40s. You supposed to be there with the cape and marry her, whether she has the mixed baby, whether she has the baby from Pookie, whether she has no kid, and it's time to hurry up and put $20,000 down for in vitro. You're the one. That's on you, right?
What?
That's what they're saying. Go ahead.
right. Yeah,
Go
and
ahead. No,
again,
go ahead.
oh yeah, and again, that's the reason why the space is so controversial. Is because it's like we're not advocating for racial discrimination against it. We're just saying, hey, if you want to be on this bullshit, that's your decision, but you're not about to blame me for it, because and again, and when it comes to what a lot of these pro-black simps and whatnot,
Hold up,
again,
Kev. You said they can't blame you. They can't blame black men.
Yeah, they can't be like.
Exactly. That's their job. They're supposed to be able to blame you. That's the whole point.
Yeah, no.
You got your background is up, Z. If you don't know, we can't see what you put on the screen.
Okay, my bad.
Go ahead, kid.
But you're just straight up saying, like, listen, we are not trying to stop you from doing anything. Just understand when the shit goes sideways, do not come around me talking about some, you're acting like this because niggas in their lack of masculinity. Because as much as we love doing the whole blame Jermaine game, the one thing that statistically people don't want to admit is that as much as we love trying to scapegoat black men for all the ills of the black community, especially those of us, like you said, that aren't shady as fuck, whenever we're not around, all this shit gets worse. Like, you thought it was bad with us being here? Oh no, it's even worse when we're not around. Like, was it
they're gonna find out the hard way.
I'm like 1 in 4 black women are married, or like almost 1 in 4 when it comes to dealing with black men. When they either deal with either lesbian or interracial marriage combined, it's only about 2%. So that's basically 1 in 50. If I told you that somebody's shooting 2% from the field as a basketball player, you would tell them, bro, never pick up a basketball again because you are truly awful at the sport. But for some reason, they got that Kobe mentality. Just
let me play this, and then let me play this, and let me let Socrates get in, and then we can just snake our way in through. But yeah, here go Night Queen again. Look, she gets off on messing with black women. I'm just letting y'all know she gets off on and trying to entice black men, and gets off on like jabbing at black women. I don't know what a black woman did to her, but here go Miss Night Queen again. Here y'all go.
To be specific, by the way, Polish women, like Eastern Europe, they fucking love black men. And if you ask them, they'll tell you they're more masculine. They smell amazing of coconut oil. They tend to like really look after themselves. And by the way, when I go to get a manicure and a pedicure, there's always black men in there getting their nails done. They actually look after themselves, but at the same time, they're really masculine. Yeah, Dutch women go crazy for them. When you're talking about Russia, they'll sort of accept anyone if they're dark. Like, they go crazy for Mexicans. That's why Mexicans leave. They find a Russian snow bunny, they bring them back to Mexico, and then they go to LA and the story of love starts. But yeah, Slavic girls, they've just got this obsession, Oh, another thing, you probably know this, but like, the darker men have more outstanding milk. And that's probably another way they're just slightly persuaded over to the dark side of life.
She like messing with Anyway, the other thing about this is the idea, like she said, when she go gets her nails done, there's black men in there getting their nails done, but they're still masculine. Like that's what I'm saying. Like black men are the enlightened man. Unfortunately for black women, they don't realize it, so that's gonna screw them over. But y'all go ahead. Go ahead, Socrates.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this play out plenty of times in New York City, as I said before. If you are in certain places in Manhattan, you'll see plenty of black dudes go for the other side and never come back. So, I mean, I would say just a matter of time, based on exposure. The more black men get exposed to something different and start to compare and contrast, the worse it's going to be for a lot of black women. So this is inevitable due to globalization and social media. Um, all it
Man,
takes is a DM. All it takes is, some type of event where there's a mixer, and all of a sudden someone shoot their shot, and all of a sudden now you have a different experience. And furthermore, I don't understand what's up with this releasing of men's penises, black men's penises. Who cares what black men do in the bedroom and what kinks they have? Why does that matter? Does anyone talk about the kinks of white men or the kinks of Asian men? How come the kinks of black men are so under scrutiny?
subordinate. I'll give you an answer. Subordinate target male hypothesis.
Yep. And
yeah.
Harry, I'm going to answer too, and compassion finish that when I'm after this. But also because you can maybe get Becky to advocate for you after y'all get up out that bed. That's why. You might be able to get her to get some act right. That part too.
Hold on. They're having
pillow talking is powerful.
I hear you, but they're having conversations about using the N-word in the bedroom. Who cares what people say in the bedroom? I never heard this conversation in any other context. I never heard about, are white people using racial slurs in the bedroom? No one says that about white men. But apparently, black men need to have sex a certain way. Come on, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But the white,
you finish with what you were saying. Go ahead.
The white woman was doing that because she wants to be able to fuck on black men with peace. She don't want no problems with these black women. So I'm going to pretend that I'm empathetic to you all while I still get that BBD. That's what that was about. That was about her deflecting from what she's doing. That was about her deflecting about what she's doing by saying, these black men, blah, 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 and try to have the black women focus on that and not focus on the fact that she's still going to get that BBD regardless.
Facts.
I actually agree with Black Ruin.
Yeah, but I mean, it's social dominance. Black men in this society are going to have a disproportionate amount of scrutiny on everything we do based on our status within the society. We just got to accept that. We're actually a threat on top of being a minority in this society. So from a resource standpoint, we understand this very well. And from a resource standpoint, we understand how you're treated in the job markets and so on in the educational institutions. But then at a sexual or reproductive or mating level, it's the same dynamic. I mean, it's an regret as far as why people are concerned with the minutia of what black men do with their dicks is a byproduct of subordinate outgroup male status, which it is what it is. But so yeah, we should expect this type of scrutiny to continue, basically.
Yeah, I agree.
With the Turkish man, you can see his nervous laughter as he asked the cute Turkish girl why she don't want to fuck with Turkish men and want to fuck with black men. That's very.
And she said masculine and gentleman. Those were her answers.
And what do you think his mindset is walking away from that conversation in regard to this competition he's going to experience if black men start coming to Turkey?
It's some bullshit. That's his response in his mind. That's some bullshit.
We understand as men. We understand that. We can understand that.
Who's got the dog? Can somebody mute?
Yeah, the dog. Mute up whoever got the dog. Exactly.
Well,
that's
his number one thought. His number one thought is we better, in every way possible, keep these Negroes out of Turkey.
Absolutely.
That's his number one concern.
Yeah. If we was in the black neighborhood with all us black men had our neighborhood and some suave ass 6'7" Turkish nigga was walking around taking all our bitches, we probably come up with some type of rule to get this nigga up out of there. So
I don't think that's true. I never seen black men really care about competition. I've never seen it. I've never seen black men care about competing over women.
No, well, hold on. Well, first off, we don't have much of a we don't have a galvanized community to where we can move as a collective. Trust me, if we did, we would operate in the same notion. But I think
because even African males don't behave that way. I'm telling you, if you get to black areas, black men don't really have this attitude where you're taking my women. They don't do like this. Get it, get
Hold
it.
on. That's not true. Africans are some of the most tribalized people on the planet. I've never seen a Nigerian not tell me how they're fucking Nigerian.
No, no, no. What I'm saying is that a Nigerian man, white men go to Nigeria, have sex with Nigerian women. Nigerian men don't complain. Kenyan men don't complain. In fact, a lot of African countries, the women there, quote unquote, prefer white men. I know it's crazy, but whatever. The black men say whatever.
And
it's
the
like
men,
whatever.
Well,
the men don't care.
I think you guys are speaking in a kind of a false dichotomy. I think there are degrees of things, and I would say black men are a lot less concerned about, sort of mate guarding to the degree that other men are. Other men will tend to be much more aggressive and even potentially deadly with their mate guard. Black men tend to be more, we can compete a little bit. I can kind of play a hate a little bit or dirty mac a little bit. We're going to compete, but it's usually not quite as we're going to make a point of sort of structurally excluding all possible, threats outside of our community. So it's degrees. It's not either or. It's degrees of which we make guard as tend to be not as strict as other men.
I think black men in America need to understand and truly accept that it's not an issue of sex, it's not an issue of finance, it's not an issue of anything. Anything that we do will be seen as an existential threat because how society is built up from a systemic standpoint. We are the mud seal, we are the base. And if you know anything about a building, the last thing you want is that fucking foundation moving at all. That's why anything that we do that's outside of the constructs of what we quote unquote supposed to be doing is seen as an existential threat. That's why it doesn't matter what aspect you are in. You step out of lane even a smidge, they're on our ass. So it's bigger than just this whole sexual thing. It's anything that we do because we're seeing the mud seal.
Let me add to that by saying, in particular concerning white men, black men are the juxtaposition. And that's white men's biggest problem with white men with black men in particular. White men's biggest problem with black men in particular is you were never, no woman should be, they should be trying to run from you. No woman should even be looking your way. Men that are supposed to be on the socioeconomic bottom of a society in a caste system or class system, the women shouldn't be engaging with them at all unless they in some sex work.
Well,
so the fact that you have this Turkish woman openly saying that she prefers black men with that accent of hers, that's not supposed to happen. These white women are not supposed to be talking about you like that. They're not supposed. They're openly showing lust for black men. Oh boy,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Actually, that is supposed to happen. Historically, when you had like Rome and societies where you had a slave class, like gladiators, the upper class women would have sex with them. Think about it. If you have a bunch of burly, muscular, alpha athletic dudes, you don't think the women who have more power and independence are going to look at them lustfully? Like, use your brain. If you brought a bunch of Africans from Africa and brought them to America and created a breeding program when you created Super Negro, you don't think your white counterpart woman is going to look at him and say, "Wow, that's an amazing specimen. I wonder what it does." Like, come on, of course that's going to happen.
I'm not saying whether. Go.
No. That is not the issue. That is a smaller part of the issue. Everyone understands, quote unquote, body beautiful. Everyone understands and accepts that from a human standpoint. The problem that society's having and white men having in particular, it's not that Becky wants to fuck this black dude. They can kind of accept that. It's that Becky wants to fucking be with this white. Becky wants to fucking be with this black dude.
Sure, but the sex is the gateway. Right? First, you want to sleep with them, then the pillow talking starts, and the pillow talking starts to start. Then the camaraderie starts to start, then the association and fellowship and interaction starts.
I push against that because white men been fucking black women for eons. I don't see
Men and women are different.
Time, y'all. One at a time, please.
Men and women are different. Men can compartmentalize. Men can fight someone and not even hate them. Men can have sex with a woman you don't care about. Women aren't men. Women cannot do that. Women cannot just have sex with a guy and not have any feelings for it. unless she's a prostitute, right? So no, the men can do it. Yes,
Let me.
not women.
Wait, hold on. But you're going against your whole initial argument
Okay.
as far as the sex slave standpoint of Rome.
No, 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 no. What I'm saying, no, no,
Why
no.
you allowing, wait, hold on. Why are you allowing these
Wait, wait,
big
wait, wait,
black
wait.
brothers?
Let KMS land with that, and then you got it. Go ahead,
Why you? I mean,
KMS.
you can't play both sides of that because you're saying okay. In Rome, they had these black gladiators and black people that everyone just had sex with, and that was fine. But you're saying in the same token on this side that these women can't have sexual access to these dudes, and that be an issue either. And I kind of see that, but the bigger issue is that these women they're not just talking about fucking black men. That's what interracial porn is for. What they're talking about is being with these guys out once he puts his dick away.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm saying that even in Rome, those upper class women would do favors for those men. Once you start having a relationship, it's human. Like you're gonna, if the gladiator wants something and she can do it, and he's like, "Yo, baby, do this for me." She's gonna do it. Like it's gonna happen now.
Wait in there. Wait, real quick. Let me get this out real quick, y'all. First, Charles. Too many people are up. That's why I haven't sent the link. But we're good. We're good, everyone. Secondly, let me read this from Naga. And Naga says, Mr. Z's catchphrase for 2025: "They ain't going." Yeah, I keep on saying it. The young men, especially under the age of 30, when they have white women out here sounding like this.
People should mind their business about interracial dating. Why do you care who I date? Why do you care about their race? It doesn't matter. No one's gonna do it better. He doesn't want you anyway.
When you got white women sounding like that, and then the black women sounding absolutely insane, like Chrissy, no, you better believe the young men ain't going. They ain't going with sisters. Go ahead and play that compassionate, and then we'll keep on this conversation.
And
Go ahead.
KM, yeah, this is what Socrates is actually saying, I think, and you can reply.
It's called status dissonance. So it's someone who in society has high status in some ways and very low or despised status in another. So gladiators, most of them were slaves, the lowest of the low in Roman society, right? Also, they're fighting for other people's pleasure and dying sometimes for other people's pleasure. And the Romans had a real thing about this, like your body being used for others' pleasure. Even a humble working person who hired themselves out for labor, the Romans thought that was innately demeaning. And gladiators are the worst of the worst, right? You're performing for someone else's pleasure. So on the one hand, they're very low status. But on the other hand, successful gladiators get famous. People admire them. Women find them attractive. They're celebrities. And so this is the status dissonance, right? You have these people who on the one hand.
Yeah, no, I do understand. I do understand the famous gladiator. I mean, aren't we dealing with that right now? I mean, as far as NBA players and NFL players.
I think it's right that we occupy the status dissonance.
I do understand that. I do understand the super gladiator aspect of it, and a woman wanting to get under that gladiator aspect. My whole point is that we're not talking about some white chick trying to get with LeBron James. No shit, I get that. My whole thing is that we're talking about the assistant manager at the supermarket. They're trying to get with that black guy too, and so it's not as simple as just saying, oh well, they're just fucking black guys and I don't want to be with them. I think there's more to it.
I agree, but the assistant manager sees that black guy the same way she views LeBron. That's the thing. It's like he shares in that aura because of his height, because of his physique, because of his charisma, because of what he represents, the contrast between him and a white man. So she sees him like that.
I think what's happening now is that most of these a lot of these brothers in America, we have money. We actually have money, and when you go around the world, some of us are in the top 5-10% in other countries. The money, us, we're making like 80,000, 75,000. So when we go and we have our charisma, and we have the money, and we have the other things that we had back in the times, we come with a package that some white women can see, or other women can see that we have the whole package. We have some swag. We have some height. We have some, abilities that other men don't have.
I don't think our allure is. I think our allure is more deeper than that. I really truly believe that the very black man's survival is an indictment and detriment to the white man's control, because this society is
I
ran by white.
100% agree.
How
I
like
100%.
anyone can, and so I think our aura is deeper than us just being black or tall or muscular or having any type of financial status. I think the whole very fact that we survive and that if someone's been in America longer than 5 fucking minutes, they can be like, wow, you're at the not only are you at the bottom, if they could find a way to get rid of you, they would, and they've been trying that for about 150 years at this point.
Yeah,
Not only
we are seen as unbreakable. We are seen in the world as unbreakable because they tried to break us and we didn't break. We have made it in this world, and a lot of us have made it in this world.
So that's why I'm pushing back against the whole big dick and swag. Oh, they just want to fuck us and they get to know us. No, we are better than that. We are more powerful than that. That was my point. What it is that no, it's like they're like, no, you survived, and your very existence is the ultimate chink in the armor of the white man in his structure.
Well, I think that what you're saying, I think, is what Black Socrates, y'all are basically saying the same thing. I mean, the gladiator analogy is, I think, a good analogy in terms of the class that we occupy. That is, and we derive a mystique from that. At a superficial level, yeah, it's about the from a physicality.
We're more than the body beautiful. I refuse to be just the body beautiful.
Yeah.
No, but I think
real quick, what we have is you're more than just the brawn, but the white woman told you, she said it. Let me play it again. Listen to it slowly. Listen to what she's saying.
So I just saw something on TikTok about the black boyfriend effect, and I need to know what that is because I think I have it. The way that I have changed since this man has entered my life, I'll never be the same. And it is not for the reasons you're thinking, you nasty. Even though that's not a conversation for today. I'm just saying.
So that's the sex part?
Like the boldest, most confident version of me. I dress different.
Confidence, that's encouraging her?
I believe in myself in a different way. I'm like way more
confidence once again.
And I did not know that was
making her feminine
of having a black boyfriend until I stumbled on all of these videos on TikTok talking about the black boyfriend effect. And I need to know, like, what is this psychological phenomenon? And what is it about black
psychological, also spiritual?
Because I'm with a black guy. But since I've been exposed to black culture more and more, I just genuinely believe that they actually like women. It's like they have a different appreciation for femininity.
Don't have contempt, appreciation. See, so it's not just the physique of it all. Go ahead, yo. Go ahead.
No, what was esoteric about us is coming to light, and that's what it is. It's everything else. It's everything else is why these chicks are staying. It's everything else is why these women are literally going to be fighting black women about the black male image. It's more than just body beautiful.
And I get 100%, but at the same time, we got to be. I think if we don't want to get caught up, especially as black. We got a heritage of, on some. We want people to see the content of our character, not the color of our skin, type shit. And yeah, that's cool. I mean, that is a good goal. But at the end of the day, in terms of how we move forward, acquiring, empowering, using this reputation we have in terms of leverage. The superficial shit, most of the people, that's what a lot of them are valuing. And then to Z's point with the last clip, it's deeper than just the obvious superficial shit that they're admiring about us. And we just need to be able to take our wins for the wins and not get caught. We don't want to get too holier than thou.
I'm about using the physical to move into the space and then impose my will, which is that's where the intelligence comes in. That's where the swag or the charisma comes in.
I don't
that's
give
where
a fuck all the content of my character and the color of my heart and how deep and how complex I am as a thespian and all that shit. No, if your daughter likes big dick and swag from her point of view, I'm leveraging that shit to the umpteenth. And like I said, my in group will know the complexities of how diverse of thought and shit I am.
Mr. DJ says, let me read this real quick. Mr. DJ says it's our total essence. Who else said? Somebody said it's our soul. Who said that? D says it's our soul.
Use the
It's our
body to
soul.
get
It's
to
our
the everything else.
Yeah, I mean, Z, they look at us as protectors. We are protecting our white family. We're protecting our people. We protect our culture. We don't assimilate to white people. We are our own people.
In other words, our very essence is the threat to white supremacy. Now, when you actually leverage it, when you do more than just exist, now you're really a threat. Then you're leveraging. Appreciate what is also happening. You're using that whole big D and swag, whether consciously or subconsciously, to get non-black women to wonder about you. That's a problem within itself. Then you actually interact with them, and then with that, you're able to be in spaces that you're not supposed to be in.
Yeah.
Right? You're not supposed. What's the name of the rapper that was with one of the Rockefellers? The Rothschilds, better yet. What's his name?
Jay Electronica.
Jay Electronica, yeah. Jay Electronica was never supposed to be. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Not at all.
That wasn't supposed to happen. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely not.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what. Right. And this nigga never jumped the album. Still, go ahead, yo.
And he pumped and dumped it.
And they could see that they put obstacles in front of us, and we still surpass those obstacles to get to where we're at.
And don't forget when Bill Gates' daughters was out here with the black dude for a little bit too. She ended up breaking up, or they ended up breaking up with each other. But that wasn't supposed to be a story either.
No.
Right. So there's that. But go ahead. Who else did not speak? Ayo, did you get to say anything? Bruce Wayne didn't get to say anything. Who else we got? I think who else we got that I didn't see? Mr. J didn't say anything yet. So if you want to say anything, Bruce Wayne, go ahead. Mr. J, if you want to say anything, go ahead. So yeah. If y'all wanna chime in. Oh, as a matter of fact, before we do that, let Z play this while we doing that. Actually, I should have been played this. Here we go. So I actually did while y'all were speaking, I actually got a clip of what Shay Sade covered, which I was speaking about earlier. If Big Kevin's still up here, this is what I'm talking about, Big Kevin. Here we go.
Now you just watch. I went to the market to get some beef, and the beef so tough, and I couldn't get enough. I paid $5.
If I go silent, Compassionate got it.
The hook so fat, and I couldn't get back.
I want to do that too.
All right. Are you ready?
Yep.
Come on. Ah. Say, you get your own quick. Look at that. Here's your last one.
I'd like to live in a tree-lined street. I'd like to have a summer home on the lake. I'd like to have a yacht and belong to a North Shore Yacht Club. I like to wear suits from Brooks Brothers. All Americans, and I'm an American. We think this way. There's no other way to think. I can't think African. I can't think Irish. I can't think Norwegian. I have to think in the society in which I live, which is a white society. So their values are imposed on me, and I think this kind of way. I don't think of myself as being a Negro. Never until recently have I really been concerned that I am a Negro. I thought all the while that I was an American.
As a white girl who has dated black guys since the age of 15, I feel like you guys need my perspective on this Shannon Sharp shit, because everything I'm seeing is like white women are fetishizing black men. Like the Shannon Sharp stitch, like the girl said something about, I want your black baby, right? I've had black men come to me and say, I want you to have my black baby. Not, I want you to have my baby. That's the acceptable response. No, I want you to have my black baby. And I have had black men ask me to say very derogatory things in bed. Yeah. So part of it is not that white women are fetishizing black men. It's like the opposite. And I feel like this isn't being talked about. And I don't want to get any hate for this, guys, because this is my personal experience. But I've had more black men than not mention race in our relationship as like a kink. I don't know. I don't even know if that's like the right way to describe it. But there are some black men in this world that I think like I don't know if they want to reenact. I don't know if it's like a power trip of like, I don't know. But I just feel like that piece is important to this puzzle.
Because we live in America, it is not uncommon for people to have very racialized views about others. And this is particularly true in the dating and mating market. The book, The Dating Divide, breaks this down in detail, where it talks about how even in this modern era, one of the determining factors that people use when looking for a partner or looking for a spouse is their race. Not their education, not their height, not even their income bracket. The primary determining factor that people look across the board is still primarily race. This is what the data suggested. And so we can assume that 2025 is a post-racist or post-racial society. Race is still very much a determining factor that people look at when it comes to how they interact. Now, fast forward to Shannon Sharpe and his situation. We know obviously it is a mess, and it is honestly very unfortunate, and there is still a lot of information that is yet to be revealed. But one of the things that is the most provocative about it, as we understand, is the racialized component. You have this big, dark-skinned, muscular black man who's over 50, who's with this very young, barely at a teenager woman, dainty, small, white woman, right? And this definitely pulls on racialized views of these big, burlesque, violent black men who want to take advantage of these small, dainty, helpless white women. I mean, if you think about it, The Birth of the Nation, one of the original videos, the original movie that was shown in the White House was really about this. It was about a black man who was trying to take advantage of this dainty white woman, and it was all about really soaking that racial tension. And so, even though we are in 2025 and there's been a lot of change, those motifs exist. Now, referring to this white girl's take on the Shannon Sharpe situation, what she said is really not anything that is surprising. I started out this video by sharing you some classic examples of Black masculinity and, quite frankly, some of the stereotypical examples that we see exist, right? This idea that Black men are inherently trying to assimilate into white culture, or that Black men are inherently thirsting for white women and who basically are jigaboos, or who are basically pandering to white women. Like, again, these are very stereotypical ideas of Black masculinity that I wanted to present to you using some anecdotal evidence, right? Or just anecdotal examples of how this idea is being proliferated. So we know that obviously that there are men now, Black men out there who have self-hating ideas, right-coding ideas. This is not surprising. We know this is not every Black man, but it just goes without saying. Not every Black man thinks like this. Not every Black man believes like this. And there are people out there who don't like themselves, and it is what it is. And so I am always very, very cautious about anybody who wants to pedestalize a person simply because they are another race. To me, that usually speaks to a sense of self-hatred, or quite frankly, a sense of ignorance, because every culture has beautiful aspects of it and not beautiful aspects of it. Every culture is going to have aspects of it that might be considered godly or virtuous, and then ungodly and virtuous, because cultures are made up of people. So this whole situation with Shannon Sharpe, as unfortunate as it is also, again, nothing but a example of the things that have happened to Black men since day one in this country. I personally feel like every single year there is a public humiliation of a Black man happening, whether it be through character assassination, whether it be through him being unalived, whether it be through or just an overall humiliation ritual where it's degrading his name, degrading his integrity, questioning his integrity. This happens every year. Unfortunately, Shannon Sharpe happens to be up. Here's the thing, Shannon Sharpe, he could be guilty, he could not be guilty. We don't really know. And I think more importantly, it is a reminder to me of what I have preached before about the importance of sexual discipline. Sexual discipline is not just important for women. I do think it's important for women. I promote celibacy. I promote saving yourself until marriage and exploring that thing within the covenant of your husband, right? That is my belief. I've expressed this in detail, but also men also have to protect their own seed. Men are not the only ones who are hurt when they have casual sex, right? Now, the implications may not come out the same, but all it takes for a man to sleep with the one wrong woman who can completely destroy her life, whether it be through a pregnancy, whether it be through false accusation, or whether it simply be just through her own evil demonic presence or her own evil spirit in some way, shape, or form, causing chaos in that man's life. Like, sleeping with a wrong woman can also be the undoing of a man. And so these kinds of situations to me always become case studies on, it don't matter if you are dating somebody who's Black and you're Black, if you're dating somebody who's white and you're white, if they're Asian or whatever. If you are having sex outside of God's intention, and if you are engaging with women who have really evil spirits or who are toxic women, that can literally be the undoing of a man's career. And it is crazy to think that this career that has been built over decades can literally be undone just for a few moments of pleasure. Crazy. But this has happened before. So sexual discipline is not something that is just to be applied to women. It also should be applied to men. And I think ultimately, a white crazy woman ain't no better than a Black crazy woman, or vice versa. All women have the capacity to be crazy, and all men have the capacity to be crazy. It really just depends on that individual and their walk with God. But anyways, that's what I got, y'all. What do you think? Do you agree or disagree? Let me know. Leave your questions, comments, concerns in the comment section below. Thank you so much for listening. If you've gotten this far.
Thank you, Shay. So, I think that was straight. That lady and what she did, the white lady, and what she said, I'm like, but then why are you still dating Black men? You said you've been dating Black men since you were 15 years old. Why are you still dating Black men if you had a number of them want you to use racial slurs and all type of whatever the hell? Go ahead.
It's totally
I agree.
At best. I mean, if she's telling the truth, she characterizing those situations properly. I mean, it's anecdotal. I was surprised.
She did say that. She did say it's her anecdotal, her situation. Yeah.
I mean, maybe she's found, maybe some Black men do initiate that type of slave play, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure it exists. So
I know. I think that exists. I think it exists, but once again, I smell dirty macking. I smell.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I smell from. That's what I was. Yeah. That's what I think. So that's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, every Black man you deal with is all that fuck me harder nigga shit. Everyone, right? Yeah. I will say that's her team.
Yeah, exactly. And in other words, exactly, it turns you on too. Because if you're engaging with black men who say that, or who have, and if you're coming across more than one, and you're still going along, that means it's turning you on.
And she's a
That
she's
means
a little
there's
ashamed of
something
it to
about.
say it.
Yeah.
She kind of ran.
Wait. The fact that she's ashamed of it is the turn on even more.
I mean, what makes it even more egregious? She kind of ran an Emmett Till play where she tried to say black men. She in her experience, black men objectify white women racially.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. But she didn't stand on that all the way, compassionate. But she did say from her experience. So like that's that 1 foot in, 1 foot out thing.
She said it's actually flipped. She said, from my experience,
yep.
white women objectify black men. It's actually flipped. Like, black men, that's cap. I think that's cap.
Meanwhile, she been dating, as a white woman in America, she been dating black men since she was 15. Right? And she's saying it's actually 15. So yeah, she looked like she may be in her mid late 20s, maybe early 30s but she don't look younger than 25. That's for sure. Right?
So at least 10 years.
At least 10 years at the very least. Yeah.
And black women wouldn't disagree with her position. If black women heard that video, they wouldn't. That would fit the stereotype.
And that's the whole point. That's how you still contribute to the sisterhood with the black men are the monsters. Hey, I love it. I'ma still get beat down by your men.
Right.
But I just want you to know that everything you say about them and think about them is true. But I'ma still get beat down by them, and I might marry one too. Get out of here, bro.
It's the performance of.
Let's let who's that? Is that you, Mr. J?
Yeah, it's me.
Yo, go ahead, and then whoever that was trying to speak afterward. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say it's the performance of shaming. The performance of shaming. She's not really shaming. She's just trying to perform the shaming of it to show that she's still a part of the sisterhood sort of thing. So the illusion of like I'm throwing him under the bus when really I'm throwing him behind, like on the outside of the tire, and it's like, oh, look what I did! Ha ha!
It clipped his toe, but he's still alright.
Exactly. I mean, we still catching a little stray, but like,
right?
Yeah.
And then she gonna go behind the bus and dust you off and run off.
Oh yeah. She gonna tap you up and be like, oh no, act hurt after this.
Black woman gonna go behind the bus and be like, where the hell did Tyrone go?
Oh,
Tyrone long gone with Becky. Right.
Yeah, he dead. He over there in the bush somewhere. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, the sexual politics.
For real.
Sexual politics is gonna heat up, man.
Oh yeah.
That's why Ed called it sexual politicking. That's why he called it that. I agree with you on that one too, by the way, compassionate. I think it's about to heat up on I think one of the next frontiers of race issues in America, I think we gonna blow this damn because it's always been an interracial conversation in America when it comes to relationships. That's since the plantation. But that's just gonna get the lid blown open. That's the next frontier. That's the next, and everybody gonna be embarrassed. Everybody's gonna be embarrassed.
I'm about to say what happened.
Because the
Wait, I think you said again. Who said? Who's talking right now? Who said that?
Your speaker.
Oh, I think somebody. Yeah, hey, whoever that is, you need to mute up because I don't know if you're trying to talk to us or not.
I think it's because the shoe is on the other foot now. I think for the longest time, in America, the white man has had carte blanche to fuck whoever he feels like. He had access to white women, access to black women, access to the indigenous women. He had access to kind of everybody. And now within the last,
I hate that y'all never bring up the LGBTQ stuff because I be wanting to make people throw up. Number one, number two, I always want to show that what white men were doing was some real creep stuff because they wasn't just limiting. There's a reason why I always bring that up. By the way, I know it'd be making my subscribers want to throw up. It's to show that for them, power and implementing power through sex wasn't just a woman thing.
No,
that's another reason why I bring that shit up. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, to your point, like they would use sex as a tool for everybody, as a tool of domination for everybody, and nobody else had that kind of freedom to do so. The black woman could only have sex with the black man, kind of for their furthering of the genetic line. It wasn't necessarily because of love or because of I care about him. It was you're doing it for me and for my profit.
Yes.
And anytime that the white woman tried to, show her sort of express herself sexually with the black man, that was the black man would die. So like only recently within, we have this kind of
past 50 years, give or take.
Yeah, I want to add something.
Okay, so take your card out and hit back button bottom left.
This more liberal.
Somebody mute up, please. Well, we can hear your restaurant situation and everything you getting.
Mute up,
Get butter on them biscuits. Don't be like Z. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we've had this more liberal kind of affect, as in anybody can kind of date whoever they want. Originally, it was more for, the kind of, women and the LGBTs can kind of do whatever they want, kind of free. We can do whatever we want to, kind of. But also with that, black men have had their opportunity too, and now it's like, wait. That wasn't for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
It was supposed to be for them and us, but now we are able to kind of bear the fruits, use the fruits of that legislation and that social and cultural shift, and people disagree with that. But obviously, we can't go back to wholesale lynchings of dozens of black men, so we have to publicly. So we have to lynch you socially. We have to lynch you through the guise of shame and that sort of thing.
Of you doing something inappropriate, which gives us the license to do what we wanted to do anyway.
Not even doing anything inappropriate. It's the veneer of impropriety.
Oh, no, that's exactly. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
That we that because of the literally hundreds of years of horrible propaganda that has been spread about us, we have the worst PR in the world. That they're able to still use that. People are starting to push back against it. I mean, especially in this space, we have academics and guys who have the base of knowledge to speak on it from that intellectual lens. But we have the knowledge to say, wait a minute, but still, we are still affected by the. Again, it's hard to fight 200, 300, 400 years of bad press in the last 5 years, honestly.
Yeah,
maybe 10, but yeah, more 5. You're probably right with that.
Well,
and while we've been moving around, different countries, going different places, they see it. It's not about what's going on in the media. It's about people actually dealing with black men in other countries and other places and seeing that they are successful, that they're intelligent, that they are kind, and that they're doing what they're supposed to do. And women see that. They are reacting to what they see in real life, not on TV, not the movies, but what they see in real life.
Yeah, Tony, we haven't had that
I think you're right.
Until recently. Like the passport bros for non-military black men, is fairly new. What, like 5, 10, maybe 15 years max?
Correct.
Because the guys who were doing it were what? Yeah, the guys who do it before.
I think you're right, because how old is that Brazil documentary with the brothers that went over there? How old is that? So around that time,
I mean,
would probably.
And
number one, number two. Let me bring this up, and then you got compassionate. What's the name of the brother on Fox News that was out there putting the smash down on that white woman that tried to claim it was inappropriate after they got caught? What was the name of that brother? He might be on Fox Money now or something like that. I can't remember, but yeah, he's a bit more heavy set, and that goes to what you're saying. You in a room full of financially well off white dudes, and you are both of y'all are married, and you cheating on your white husband with the black man. I said you could have been with any one of those other white dudes in there. I'm just saying. Go ahead, y'all.
I mean, social media too. I mean, social media is really just because, like you spoke to, a lot of we haven't had really a mechanism to counter propagandize and counter some of the propaganda we've been experiencing since damn near birth of a nation. We've as time went on, especially in this high-speed internet social media era, it's not a coincidence that since we've had this mechanism to express ourselves like we do in this space, and then you just go all over TikTok, when you look at like the top streamers in the world, a lot of them, like a disproportionate amount of them are black in terms of top streamers. So people just getting to be able to experience black men from a independent media perspective has changed how people perceive us, and it is actually a way to counter the propaganda we've been suffering from thus far. So I think
Channel Runner, look at the screen, by the way. Go ahead, Professor.
I see it.
And we can actually counteract the narrative in real time. And two, we can do it in front of a much larger audience than the past. Because if you think about what the early days of like early Negro newspapers, how many people were seeing that? Nobody, basically. But now we have, like you said, the streamers. We've got multiple people who are in the forefront of like, hey, black dudes are just dudes.
Yep.
We can just be regular human beings, and we can see that in real time. And also for us on this side, when we hear the gynocrats and their rhetoric, we can at that time we can be like, whoop, Mr. Z can hop on and basically while she's streaming, be like, nope, that's wrong. Nope, that's wrong.
That's
nope, this is what she means.
Bro.
Yeah. We've
You mean what I'm doing now?
Exactly.
Like
Exactly.
The phenomenon of Kevin Samuels kind of showed that.
Yeah.
That had a tremendous impact on people's perspective.
Oh yeah.
Black American men, more than we probably could ever really appreciate.
Yeah, because some of the times something would happen, and then that next, like something would happen on a Monday, and then on his Wednesday stream, he'd speak directly to it, and it's like, oh, okay. And so anytime somebody has some smoke for him, it's like, no, I talked about that. You have no leg to stand on because I covered it.
Yeah.
In other words, let me say this.
One thing you guys alluded to that I do think bears emphasis. At the foundation of much of that goodwill is the black military man. For generations, black military men have presented excellent examples of black men across generations, across various different parts of the world. You know, I was watching this TikTok, and it was his brother. I mean, this is an incredible bit of information that I was unaware of. And he was describing how most of the American military men who were on the ground who liberated France were black American men in World War II. And they specifically removed black men from all the imagery and all the pageantry and all of the media associated with the liberation of France. They specifically and intentionally removed black men from that because of, this is Jim Crow America. We don't want to see niggas liberating France.
Yeah.
So that reputation of black men being very positive contributors all over the world as ambassadors of the U.S. military, but then also ambassadors for African American people. We also had many great black artists who were ambassadors over the generations for black people. Those things have resonated and allow us to now build on today from a foundation of goodwill that was created before virtually all of us were even born.
Well, you also got to
wait, real quick. Let me get this out real quick. Black Uru, you said you found this out through something you were watching on TikTok. On a brother was saying this, right?
TikTok video. I saved it. I will attempt to.
You already knew. Yeah, if you can email me or whatever. That's number one. Number two,
I'm pretty sure.
As I've said before, the internet has democratized the town square. That's why I've been saying it.
Yep.
It's when you could tie Kevin Samuels to exactly what Black Uru just said. This information we're getting and the way that black men are now able to use their own voice. Look how many brothers we have, not just in the black manosphere space, in the social media space, making good ass money. Number one. Number two, showing you that they could be funny. That's part of one of the videos I was watching. It was two sisters that were saying it. It was like, yo, like black men, they're funny, they're cool. Like these are American sisters, and they just like I love that, right? So it's humanized black men in a way that the mass media it's going to be real difficult for them to continue to demonize us. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's becoming more and more and increasingly difficult to demonize us when social media and their internet humanizes us.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, black men. On top of that, black men, because of the environment we've been in this country, have created a culture of countering stereotypes about ourselves. So most black men are genuinely good people because we've been always traditionally painted as literally the worst people in the country from every direction and every metric.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but now we can show you though. Like now we can literally show people.
And we also have a tradition and a custom of being rhetorical genius and very charismatic in terms of how we speak. So that makes it even fucking worse.
Yeah.
Oh no! Wait, y'all. Wait. Let me play this. Go into what Compassionate just said, and then whoever was speaking got it. Go. Wait a minute.
White women love black men, and black men. All your skills, every skill you got. Your dancing, your rapping, your singing. The singing. When you guys sing, it's just a beautiful thing.
There you go. The rhetorical, as Compassionate said, rapping. That's rhetorical. Singing. That's rhetorical. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
I think the beauty of our use of technology is that we're changing the narrative about us exponentially, but they can only maintain and repair the narrative linear. So it's coming to a point to where all these lies and all these misconceptions about us, we're attacking that at such a fast clip that it's coming to the point.
Sorry. Guess what? They're using mainstream media, and we're using guerrilla tactics. We got the internet. They're still using Fox News and CNBC and MSNBC and CBS. They're still using big networks to try to castigate us with the big fat slow hand.
And that what that does is make them tip their hand even more. I'll give you a prime example. The counter to the brother who had to defend himself from the white racist young kids, was the way white folks responded to the white woman calling a 5-year-old a racial slur. So you have to go more extreme. You see what I'm saying? You have to go more extreme because we're countering so quickly. We're showing you for who you are, and so you gotta double and triple down because you're not gonna admit you wrong. Absolutely not. So I want to be clear. The response to the brother, was his name Anthony, right? The response to him is, well, if we're gonna do tribalism, then we're gonna do tribalism all the way. White folks, y'all do realize, y'all, in American sense, y'all the ones who started this, right? Y'all, you do realize, like, there was never a time y'all weren't tribal. So your response to our response to your tribalism is more of your tribalism. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
It's more vicious than that. There was a time when they dictated the media, they could fabricate a good nuanced response that couldn't be interpreted. The problem is that we're tearing down their dam so fast that the only way they can go about repairing is to say, oh, they just monkeys. They're just monkey stupid niggers. And you're right, it is tipping their hand. But the reason why it is just speed and blunt force trauma. There's too many of us with access to social media to build and repair and write our own narrative. There's just too many of us doing it at once.
They've always been slow, though. It's just that we haven't had the opportunity to actually even punch back. Like they've always not been. They've always
once
been. Once
again, the internet has democratized the town square. So all of I agree with Mr. J to that. They've been slow. It's just that we didn't have the tools at the time to counteract. Now we got the tools, and what made it worse, we got the tools at light speed. What's going on, Charles?
I'm listening to the whole conversation.
Yeah. I'm just playing a bunch of clips of white women drooling over us. That's all.
Ew. You know what I say about white women? Ew.
Yeah.
Wait,
Charles, you were trying to go in Snow Bunny land. Wait a minute. This is what the Snow Bunny got to say. Wait, how you go?
Why do the white women feel like they need to date black men? And then she went and explained, like, oh, it's because of the kids, and they want them to look, the kids to look a certain way. Not sure I agree with that, but still we're moving on because the point of this of this lady's video is she gets to the end and she says, we need to have more conversations like this because they're not being had anymore. It's called staying in your own lane. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you don't like to date outside of your race, that's great. I love that for you. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you are a black girl that wants to date a white man, go for it. If you're a black girl that wants to date a Hispanic man, go for it. If you're a white woman that wants to date a black man, go for it. You get the point, correct?
Hey, Charles, she telling, hey, that means she's telling Keisha, no, Charles is mine.
No. See, here's the no. I don't even like that shit. No. Oh, ew. No, number one.
Hey, I would just suggest, if you're not Ronda Rousey, do not run up on Mizzy. You're gonna catch them hands, and it's not gonna be pretty. Go ahead, Charles.
Even if Ronda Rousey, she don't have hands. She got throats and submissions. I mean, even all I hear from white women is just, "I can openly fetishize you." That's all. I want to monopolize the compromise man too. Black women can't have all the fun. And
There's that. You're right. There's that factor too. Yeah, that's true.
Fuck all the swag. Swag only gets you what? If swag was so important, why the fuck are we still at the bottom? Now, if you're in love and this person's an asset, okay, go for what you know. Me personally, notice I don't promote interracial dating because one, I think white women in particular are too much trouble any damn way. History's on my side with that one.
I can't argue with that. I cannot argue with that.
True.
And here's the fucked up point. The problem that I have with a lot of people, there's a few points that I'm going to make. One, I see too many brothers who are blue pill for white broads and red pill for black ones, and I'm like, you
I
should
got
be
him
that
to say it
way
on my
too.
channel. There y'all go. For all of y'all who ever heard me say Charles's quote, there he go. There it go. He said it. Go ahead, Charles.
And
shout out to Ed.
And this is the fucked up. Hell, I said even before Ed. It's just, the fucked up part about it is this. Black men have to really, really take accountability of themselves on this factor. You got to get your validation outside the realm of women. You're the only race of men who do this shit.
Wait a minute, Charles. That sounds gay. Ew, nigga, you gay. No, by the way, I agree with you. I'm just being funny. But I agree with you. But that shit sound gay, nigga. That shit sound gay.
You gay. Nigga, you gay. And it's funny because it's funny because when I heard Uber, and I said this years ago, when I went to Germany for wrestling, I knew for the longest time the motherfuckers who went to fucking Normandy and who went to and liberated Germany were the black motherfuckers who liberated all them, you know what, people, the small hats. And they called them the liberators. They were like the Justice League and Avengers at the time. Even though I always found it funny, we rescue you from your Holocaust, you financed ours. But anyway, that's for another time and day.
You've said that before, Charles. You said that before, and you said the fact that it was the black soldiers or black servicemen that were the ones that, because I've heard you say it, but I've known that before too. But I've heard you definitely say that on your channel for like a few years ago. Go ahead, Andy.
They finance their own. Let me shut up. They finance their own Holocaust. Let me.
They did. They did that too. And here's the point I'm making is this. A woman, no matter what race, no matter what nationality, is supposed to be an asset to you. And that's where a lot of us fuck up. Is that we don't look at her as an asset. We look at her as an almighty God. And the reason why they like you is because one, you're much more catering of a man. You're taught literally from birth to be catering.
Charles, look at your screen.
And I get what you're saying, Charles, but can we leverage that? If we take our emotions, you're right. It's not something we should start deriving some type of ego trip from.
Oh, you're not shit for that, Z.
But shouldn't we? Couldn't I look at it like, man, we gonna take
that's what marriage was in the first fucking place. Marriage was like, what the fuck do I get for the cost of my life?
No, my question really is, who gives a fuck if we're being fetishized? That's my point. If we're being fetishized by the women of the world, that don't sound like a problem. That sounds like an opportunity.
Let me smooth that up a little bit. Let me smooth that over before you go, Charles, because Charles is about to go in. because me and Compassion just spoke on this. What about you leveraging that for the greater good of yourself and other Black men? It's not just sitting on the fact that you're being fetishized. It's knowing that that's what's going to get you in the door, and then using that and weaponizing that to get what you need to get for mainly you, of course, but also the betterment of Black men's image, and then wherever that goes after.
Yeah.
And
What would you say to that?
This is the part about it, right? Here's the part that's about being fetishized. One, pack your bags because too many niggas already on the ego trip. Number two, once again, take women out the situation. How much are you going to grow on your own? And when you're being fetishized, what are you getting out of it? A wet dick? We could do that anywhere. We could go to the shop and get that. If this bitch ain't fucking helping you build a business, helping you get a degree, helping you get into spaces you normally can't do, what you getting out of it?
At least,
wait. Here's something she might be helping to humanize you.
And fuck all that. I don't give a fuck. Guess what? Do you think I'm gonna say this once again. The two things Black men don't understand is power and freedom. And that's one of the realest shits that I ever said. Is because here's the fucking thing. What the fuck do I get? I had my boy trying to hook me up with this girl. And he was like, you can help her, teach her son some things. And I said, quite frankly, when we went three-way, I said, what the fuck do I get out of it? What's my return on interest? What is it? And most Black men are afraid to ask that question.
And I hear you, but it's relationships. See, you said something about power. One thing, you're right, we can skill and resource our ass off, but without relationships, we can't really we can't leverage the power we truly have.
Relationships in what way?
Well, one thing I talk about, you guys hear me talk about it, I'm going to say it over and over again, because to me it's more important than any of that shit. What is your life mission? What's your life vision? All the relationships being fetish, all the relationships, all your marriage, whatever job you have, whatever business you have, whatever school you attend should be framed around your life mission and objectives, period. Because if you know what you're trying to do, then whether you're being temporarily fetished by Becky, if you can maneuver that shit into something else where you can get some money out of her ass or some networking out of her ass, then go ahead and be fetish. Don't be fetish for the sake of being fetish. But can you leverage that in some way that suits your particular motives and objectives? And I think the problem is not whether a girl like you because you got a big dick and swag or whatever. That's not really the issue. The issue is, what do you have in mind to utilize? Because that is a resource. Being attractive to women, white women, whatever, that is a resource. That's a tool. What are you using that resource or tool for? And if you know what you're trying to do in life and where you're trying to get to next year, 5 years, 10 years from now, then fine, I'll use the big dick to get to where I'm trying to go.
Let's break it down.
Let me real quick. I want to. This is what me and Compassionate, this is why it's important sometimes to have other people say things, and this is why I have to panel discussion. Exactly what me and Compassionate were trying to say. Obviously, I didn't get it out as nearly as artfully as Black Uru did, but that's exactly what I just said, Charles. Black Uru just said it. Exactly.
Here's the part about it. Here's the part about it when people think I'm hating. Nigga, I'm gonna tell you something. Look, I've already got Hall of Fame numbers. So when it comes to just laying down with women, and it's a damn shame. I had to put this in words on my show before. I got more out of girls I never fucked than most people get out of their wives. Just putting me.
Charles is the first person I ever heard say that. I think I hear Anton kind of saying similar-ish on his channel, but you're the first person I ever heard say that.
Look, bro, we know what he's talking to. We talking to the author of the philosophy that Black men are the garbage men of the dating world. So
this is true.
Charles is I get where you're coming from, that you understand the blind spots and the misplaced ego of Black men in terms of how we have been leveraging our sexual how we've been leveraging our power in the sexual dating.
Hey, the t-shirts are coming out. The t-shirts coming out this summer. This dick cost. It ain't for free.
Yeah, no,
Hey, Mr. Z.
Go ahead.
What I get from my wife is I get a meal. She cooks for me.
I hate this nigga. I really do. I just want you to understand. Go ahead. Go ahead, turn around. Go ahead.
Some coffee, some tea, some elbow macaroni.
Bro, put that comment back in the comment section, please. Put that comment back in. This bragging ass nigga. Go ahead.
Some coconut cake. No, but anyway, I mean, she cooks, she cleans for me, and she gives me she's working right now, and I get the money that she works from. So
listen to this.
Check him out.
Listen to this. You better don't let the gynocracy find out about this. They're gonna have your head. Hell no. Getting the paycheck.
Tunnel runner says it ain't on you. Hey, tell him, Tunnel. Tell him, hey, she hitting your hand, huh?
I mean, a lot of shit. Shit.
She was trained by her, not by her mother, but she was trained by her father to take care of me. And that's why I got a decent woman, you know. So right now I'm working her. So, you know, I'm not letting she has to work to get this what she got. And I keep her busy. So that she understands that this is not free.
Charles, first before you go, Charles, you gotta fuss out Tunnel Runner first, because we club hate Tunnel Runner over here.
Yeah.
Right? And then you go ahead and say what you gonna go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. I gotta say this.
Mm-hmm.
I hate this nigga's lips and his gums because they black. May all the hair on his body hurt. May all his lottery numbers be one number behind or above the winning ones.
Oh, that'll hurt. Oh, that hurt. I don't want that. No, Tunnel Runner, if you win the lottery, I want you to win. No, not that one. Not that one. No, that hurt too much. That'll hurt.
But we gotta get some use, because we know we dealing with a bunch of gynocratic men.
True.
That's the biggest problem, and I will totally agree with you. That's the biggest fucking problem.
I'm saying the way we can utilize that training, clearly that training has made us very emotionally intelligent, very relative to the rest of the men in the world. We are women like the way we've been socialized. And we obviously we have analyzed and see all the smoke screens and the downsides of that socialization, but we can probably patch those and leverage our dominance in the terms of the sexual hierarchy, because that's at least 50% of social dominance. If we want to get power and dominate, resources and skills is one thing, then sexual marketplace and sexual access is a whole different thing.
Let me read this real quick. Before everybody go, before you go, Charles, let me read some of these super chats, because I'm letting them build up too much. And whoever said Mr. Z super chat reading or whatever game is diabolical, you're right. But I'm working on it. No, I'm not, but I'm working on it. And Leon says
you gotta forgive him. He's working on his golf cart.
Right. It's funny because the Z about to cost a grip. The Z is about to cost a bit of money. And Leon says, when the world sees through social media that the mothers are dysfunctional, people start to understand how YNs are created, nature and nurture. Yeah. It's really difficult to imagine these black, and I'm gonna have to say this a bit derogatory, these creatures that just pop out of the black community out of nowhere, just causing havoc and chaos. When you actually, because social media, they are showing their ass. I think, as I said before, social media is one of the best things to ever happen to black women and the worst things. The long run correction is gonna be great for them, but in the interim, they showing their ass, and it's pissing people off, and they double it and triple it down on it, and that's not. It's not smart. It's not wise to keep on tripling and quadrupling down, especially when we're getting just a smidge, just a teeny tiny bit of other women potentially going the opposite direction, being like, wait a minute, that looks like destitution on the other side of this. I'm gonna make a U-turn. And black women said, F it, I'm gonna go off the cliff. Go ahead.
And bro, it's juxtaposed against black males in this contemporary media now, where you got like Boosie badasses loved across social media. You have a lot of black males with actually a positive reputation and make black men from a spectrum of different, with all the podcasters and all the things that's emerging. like we just spoke to, people are seeing black men in a different light, even like the movies that are coming out. And
you're right. Boosie is actually a prime example. Because this is like a hood nigga out of Louisiana who's all about his kids, who's people love him. Yeah, that's true.
You can attribute the difference. You can attribute the difference in very simple terms. I think of a man, and I remove reason and accountability, and especially heavy on accountability.
You know, that's why I always say the big challenge is going to be 100 women versus accountability, and that's going to be a bloodbath. By the way, let me pour this. Let me pour this a drink because Lord knows I need to go in.
And I'm here for that part.
I need to go in because hell, I might even do an impromptu live stream after this joint.
Let me know, Charles. Because let me read this too. And Leon actually got a response to you, Charles. That's why I'm reading this before you go. And Leon says, I know he meant to say fraternization, but fraternization paid my tuition. He said, look, man, me messing around with these cougars then paid my tuition. But then it kind of doesn't. Actually, Charles isn't speaking to that. So I'll say that before he even go. Because if you got your bills paid and stuff, then that's different than what Charles is talking about. Charles is just talking about your ego and your sexual prowess just being for your ego. No, you actually got stuff paid. That's different. Go ahead.
You know, that's way different. Most black men walk around in their heads playing this tune. I know I'm cute, I think I'm sexy, I got the mood that drives the girls well. You know, you got the Shawn Michaels theme in your fucking head. And this is the thing. That's what you're supposed to do, nigga. Every time you stick your dick in a bitch, first of all, who's doing the work? You or her? Number one,
it's always definitely me. Definitely.
What is your compensation for your good works? And I'm just like this. This protection and good dick costs. T-shirts coming out this summer. I'm just saying, like, here's my shit. This is the reason why black men are on the bottom. Because one, we're socialized to give a fuck if she gets an orgasm. White men don't give a fuck. Asian men don't give a fuck.
First two.
Shit. She be like, you came too fast, bitch, you came too late. That's his motto. Like, if you're getting something out of it, it's like I told my boy, you're not sensitive, you have great empathy. You have a big heart. Darn when to throw that motherfucker away, though.
Yeah.
That's the black man's greatest weakness.
Yes.
I could go cold as fucking Aspen anytime I want. And they'd be like, you're just so emotional.
Black men need a coursework in dick
but
business.
But Charles, hold on, let me address Charles. Because sometimes we have to be fair to black men, and we have to be specific about things. You are a military trained man. You've seen life and death acutely, and when you've had that, and you've been a law enforcement officer, so you've seen a realness about life that most men won't see, and at a certain point, that's going to frame your perspective about humanity, about how to judge people, about what's real and what's really not real. And you learn more acutely than the rest of us that most of this shit ain't real at all. You know, it don't really matter when, right, exactly. And I think what you should do, or what we should consider, is to a large degree, you're dealing with people who don't have the maturity and the sophistication of life experience that you've had, especially professionally. You had that professionally. You've been even trained for it professionally.
And that's the part. And thank you for all the kind words.
Us a longer period of. Let me finish and I'll let you go. It's going to take most of us a longer period of time to get to where you have already been, because in some ways you've lived like several lifetimes that the rest of us have not lived.
It's kind of funny that you say that. Thank you for all the kind words to my favorite old Chicago nigga.
This nigga ain't shit. Black Guru, don't be talking about this nigga military service. Nothing.
But here's the part
this nigga was a cook in the military. That's what I heard. No, I'm playing. Charles, go ahead.
No offense
to the cooks, by the way. No offense to the cooks. No offense to the cooks. Go ahead.
Cooks. I wish I was. I've been the world's most dangerous cook, but you need your cooks because the military runs on his belly for sure. Yeah, have no food out there in the battlefield. I don't care how technologically advanced. War's over. Um,
They out.
like this is the reason why I have my streams because even when people are BGS and asking about women, there's a term that me and BGS came up with, a delayed adulthood. And I know because I'm the first person to tell people I know that people don't have the average black male does not have the experiences I have. Just like a lot of black men may not have the college experience, even if you didn't graduate. I think everybody should go at least a year or two. So that being said, there's a certain decorum when I had to talk to my boys, especially who's still in the departments or with the other departments, of saying, look, you got to throw your heart away. And this is the reason why I could say certain things and people be like, God damn, you right. Well, my coworker, she was in corrections. And she used to think, you really think black women are the worst mothers? And this is a month ago. And I said, yeah. You know what she came out of her mouth that last Wednesday? This Wednesday just passed? She says, I am a true believer. She shook my hand and said, I am a true believer. We are the worst mothers. I mean, I'm not a bad mother because I actually cultivate my son. But every time we come into this damn store, you see the most unruly children by who? Black women. And that's the point that I think that we need to go up there, make your thesis statement, get your hypothesis ready, and do the experiment and let the experiment run without any outside or inside interference. And then just say, just like reading Rainbow, you ain't got to take my word for it. Look, make the research. And then once we write down the
Not the reading
research,
rainbow.
we reverse
Good
engineer
reference.
to say, and we reverse engineer that motherfucker and say, what's the common denominator of all this fucking shit?
Yeah, I
And
think.
when you look at it, and I'm gonna shut up for a minute. Um, when you look at it, how come every time you see a black father in the same area, those kids are well mannered and on that man's hip? They're sitting down, they're well behaved. You don't see because here's the thing about it that you start to see. Mothers compromise, fathers demand. That you're gonna be better. We're not
Let me
gonna
go real quick.
go ahead.
Land with that. Oh, okay, okay. And Cheryl says, if your heart isn't in it, why don't you let me know? Shout out to Atlantic Stars, like one of my favorite songs from him. Number one, and number two, Loki Darkness says, hit the like, good peeps, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and what else did I want to say? I want to read something else. I want to read another super chat. Oh, let me see who's super chat I want to read. Was it?
Well, it
God
was
damn it. Yeah, let me highlight this one then. Young black men avoiding Keisha are in no way mistaken. True. And as a matter of fact, I recall a young lady out of Canada calling into Real Talk with Yanni years ago, saying exactly that same thing, that she worked with a brother at one point, and the Canadian brother was avoiding her. They worked with a bunch of white folks and I guess South Asians, and he just avoided her like the plague. And well, and if you listen to that call from that she called into Real Talk with Yanni, she was borderline off her rocker, and she started to take a tone when she was talking about dude, like dude owed her his presence, and I was like, that's probably why he was avoided you. Bitch, you sound crazy. You sound like you're off your meds, right? So yeah, and
And
so
I
yeah,
just
it
want
makes
to
sense. Go
answer.
ahead.
I just want to answer the question somebody had in the chat real quick.
Hmm.
When I talk about levels, there's certain levels. For example, there's a difference of arithmetic, and there's a different levels of what Black Guru does for a living as an accountant,
Hmm.
right?
Yes.
Worlds of levels, right? I will never tell that man how to do his job because he's has the years, the expertise, the training, and the education and the experience. No matter if I start today trying to be an accountant, I can't match that man. He's my better in it. And I'm pretty sure Black Guru would say the same thing about law enforcement. We have to understand there's levels because in the black community, we really think in two things. We think in equality and equity. It's that gynocentric thinking that seeps into every core of our being. We're afraid to say there's some people who'd be our better. No, there are some people who are. And when we look at this, there's guys like Ron Wills and Cousin Tita who understands female nature and literally wrote books on it. Why? Because a lot of times trial and error is what's that old song? Experience is a good teacher. So when you go out there, you understand there's a level. Yeah, you could dig down all the white, Asian, African, Caribbean, American bitches you want, but at the same time, if your fortunes are still misfortuned, then you need to recollect and change the plan. If I'm gonna fuck with a old white bitch who's rich, and I need to do something because romance without finance is a nuisance, and it usually doesn't stand a chance. Why am I loving you when I'm poor? Because now you have all the cards on the table. It's like getting married and you don't put a clause in there that if she leaves, she's got to pay a penance. What's the old saying when it comes to
I'm for it.
relationships and love? What's the old saying when it comes to relationships and love? Men thinking love, women thinking business. That
Mm-hmm.
that same bitch you go into the bedroom with is not the same bitch you walking into the courtroom with. And when you actually sit down with young men and tell them this shit and say, look, guess what? Well, you don't know anything about women, dude. I slept with over 370 plus. I don't. To me, women. I look at women as way different than a guy who has three bodies. Way different. I'm like, okay, I can, and it's sad because when I have conversations with women from all walks of life, I pretty much predict what they fucking gonna say. There's a reason why you're college educated, you're military, you're career women date drug dealers while in their 20s. Well, he
This is
got the
fact.
swag, and he's got the confidence that a college guy. I said, but yet when you get 30 and a lot of them bitches get pregnant and have babies by these niggas, you expect that straight lace nigga to go take care of you and this baby. And why should he get the lesser of you when he should get the new model of you? And that's what
Let me
bitches all care about because they can't compete at that level anymore.
let me do this, Charles, because you mentioned something. I want to read KMS's comment, and then I want to play this video after that to what he said. And KMS says, "This is the consequence of not being accountable and responsible. Black women won't course correct, accountable, and can't be told ish responsible. So black women playing in black men's faces, non-black women not playing." Regardless of the interior motives of other women, they are in the game to win. Black women on the sidelines. And to that, I would say you're right. And there's these white girls that sounded like this.
People should mind their business about interracial dating. Why do you care who I date? Why do you care about their race? It doesn't matter. No one's going to do it better. He doesn't want you anyway.
Yep, that's what that not being responsible and accountable look like. The white girl she just straight up said he doesn't want you anyway. That's debatable, but she pretty much said like, stay mind your business, and she's not the only one. Here you go.
Y'all wanna know why we like y'all's black men? Because they not y'all's black men. They're not. You don't know shit. And it kind of started, way back in the day. Since we gotta go way back there. You know how we were separated and there was still sneaky stuff going on, right? But as things evolved, got better, we started to mingle together. And that made a lot of us white and black folk happy. It did. And then we got to mingle together even more. And I think that the black man and the white woman just liked each other. I just fucking think they liked each other. You're mad about it? That's crazy.
When she says mingle, I should have said something earlier about her use of the word mingle and what we really know she meant by mingle. I see you, lady. I see you, white lady. I see you. I see you, white lady. I see you.
It's called
Go ahead.
going to the bar and hitting that hay in the middle of the bar.
What you know about that? You Baltimore player. What you know? Wait a minute.
I could teach you about it, kid.
Wait a minute.
And it's
Tell your ass on the north side of the Mason Dixon. Stay over there. Go ahead.
No, we're the southern part of the Mason Dixie. Get it right, nigga.
Mario? No,
Yes.
so is Baltimore technically the South?
Maryland's a southern state, dude. We're on the edge of the Mason
Nigga,
Dixon of
we
Central
don't
America.
want y'all.
We don't want y'all either. Shit, we got better seafood. But anyway,
Go ahead.
you gotta look at it, right? Here's the difference. There's a lot of similarities with the upbringing of white women and black men. The difference is there's still a protection and a force field around white women, and they know it. And all she got to do is cry if she's around a black man, and here comes the cavalry. What did Zero Hurston say? The freest
The two
motherfuckers in this
freest people are white men and black
country.
women.
Why? Think about it. Black women can act like fucking Harambe in a goddamn McDonald's and nobody will say shit. White man can cuss and fuss, and he's called a maverick. If we do the same thing that white man, we're called a threat. And my whole thing is learning the ancient art of not giving a fuck sometimes. Why do I have this cavalier thing about removing your heart? No. It's the same way about dating and debating. What am I getting out of this? Shorty may not be the cutest, but she supports my business. Shorty might have a little few extra pounds, but she makes sure I'm taken care of when I'm coming home from work or whatnot. Like, I want you to think about this. I wish one of you niggas will fuck the shit out of some of these bitches at HR so we can get some $100,000 jobs.
I think that might already be happening. That's why he's so miserable because they can't keep him. They can't get him to stay. They can't get him to not exercise his options. I think when you meet those miserable HR women, I think you're right. Some of them are
Also,
out here.
a lot
Go ahead.
of those HR dames got some pookies back home, driving them to and from work, man.
That part.
I've seen it up close and personal. A lot of them got a lot. There's a lot of HR professionals with some pookies out there, man. Lots of them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Charles, we gonna have to tag team. No offense, Black Guru, but Midwest niggas in the comments talking shit, Charles. Talking about they the best of both the North and the South. Look, nobody
the
care
best
about y'all
of
flyover niggas. We don't even talk about y'all niggas. We talk about Northeast, South, and West Coast, nigga. We don't even talk about the Midwest. Who?
We're the mid Atlantic. We're the mid Atlantic, baby. So first of all, for the Midwest, we try to still understand you niggas. First of all,
Hey,
God
if it
damn.
wasn't for Chicago, there wouldn't be no Midwest. We'd be like, who? There's a middle of this country? I thought there was an Atlantic and a Pacific. I didn't know about what?
Shit, be hard to do that. But on a serious
Ohio,
note,
what's that?
on a serious note,
Chicago, Illinois.
a lot of
I thought all of Chicago was Illinois. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Charles. Go ahead. I'm being
a serious note, I think motherfuckers when is dating some of these miserable bitches, they ought to do it like a goddamn military, like a military service. You get a contract for every 4 years and decide when to opt out. And I'm like, hey, if you get and really, I think a lot of black men would do well, sitting down with a lead attorney and sitting down with like a black Uber and just saying, "Tell me the numbers." And we gonna have to have a realistic. Okay, you getting about 9 inches of dick. That's about how much per pound. Okay, we gotta say the stock exchange or good dick. Okay. Have you been washing his clothes? Well, no, I skipped a couple of weeks. Okay, we gotta subtract that. We gotta subtract that. Okay. Did you cook? Well, three. No. The deal was four, lady. Got it. So this. Okay. He's gonna give you. Okay. You need to pay the
Hey,
extra $10,000.
Charles, you are going to prison, sir. They're on the way to your house right now. They said cooking 4 times a week sounds like slavery, bro. That sounds like cruel tutelage.
You know what?
What are you? What?
You
Go
know
ahead.
what?
Go
You
ahead.
know when you're a slave. It's not when you're in chains. Because that means you still got the will to fight and will to be
That's
free.
true. That's true.
You're a slave when you sit there and there's no borders, no guns to block you. You're
And you
basically the
still there.
elephant. You're the elephant with the little piece of string tied to this little sapling, and
Yep.
that's what they expect you to be the sapling.
Mhm.
And think about it, you get the biggest respect. And me and Uber said this years ago. And I'm going to say this once again, and I'm going to be pretty articulate but niggerish with it. Every gentleman should always have it in a woman's mind that he can get any other bitch, and a bitch better than her. There should be a little fear in the heart that other women are looking at this motherfucker
Every
and say,
time. Every time. And I'll go one step further, Charles. You should make a point of regularly flirting or encouraging the flirting of other women in the presence of your woman.
mm-hmm. I'm going to tell you what, Black Uber, I remember my ex-girlfriend, and they thought I wasn't listening, but you know, my shit is like the Bionic Woman. I was like about 15 feet away, but I could hear their little conversation. And I was dressed to kill. It was like a cigars and soup night somebody had in their big ass backyard. And of course, you know, I'm going to kill it. And her girlfriend said to her, if you don't want them, I damn sure will take them. And she's bubbling under her breath. Shut the fuck up. Yes. That's the reason why I will give you the words of wisdom that has changed the lives of many men around me. Get your body right, get your mind right, get your soul right, get your money right, and everything will be all right. When you
But
in that gym,
pause right
go
there,
ahead.
Charles, because you're right. Because Kim Kardashian, Turkish cousin, I know Kim Kardashian's not Turkish. Everyone is agreeing with you. Here you
What kind of man are you looking for in America?
Black.
Why do you like a black man versus a Turkish man?
Because the black men are so masculine, so gentleman. I'm not dating with Turkish
masculine
guys.
and gentleman.
Oh, why not?
I don't like dating with them. No, I'm waiting with American guys.
Why do you want an American guy, not a Turkish guy?
They are so masculine.
Really?
I don't like Turkish men. They are so jealous. They can accept me who I am. They are not my type.
So let me ask you this. A girl that's watching this, she wants to get a black man. What can you do to get a black man?
They love curly girls. Curvy, yeah.
There you go, Charles.
Oh, you think she cute? Oh, she can get dick, but you know, it's the fact of the matter that what's the old saying? Black men suffer from not a fear of being inadequate, but being powerful beyond belief. I've said it before. Black women have a fear of failure. Black men have a fear of success. Oh, I know I'm gonna make the comment section. The fuck you mean? One, black men have been taught.
I think a big part of the reason why black men fear success, and I'll go back to what I said earlier. Okay, so what do I do with myself now?
Exactly.
What's the purpose of my life? Okay, I have a
oh, don't hit him! Don't hit him with the hammer! Don't hurt him, hammer! Don't hurt him, hammer!
Wait,
Keep
no,
going in.
wait, Charles.
Go in, go in.
Let Black Uru speak on that because as a successful brother, I think he actually would be the best person to speak on that. Go ahead,
No,
go ahead.
I'm actually encouraging him. I want him to go in. I want that old school 5 years ago Black Uru shit. Go, nigga, go.
Well, I mean, you know, to me, it's very simple. Okay, I have 200. I have a net worth of 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. I have an NBA contract, 5 years, 350 million. I have a very popular and growing. I'll be very specific in time. Very popular and growing and thriving media career now after a Hall of Fame football career. What do I do with my life now? What do I do with my
Stop talking about
time?
Shannon Sharp, Black Uru. Go ahead.
What's my real mission? And without that, then you start doing counterproductive. You either don't do anything or you start doing things that are counterproductive to your best interest because you don't really have that broader long-term focus. Now, I'm not blaming any brother who, you mentioned Shannon Sharp. I'm not blaming him. I think he is basically being railroaded. But my point is, when you don't have that broader mission, even when you do begin to succeed and get money and get those promotions and whatever, it's very easy for you to relapse into some self-sabotage because you're not really looking into the future about what you're really trying to do. Am I on the path to where I really want to be 10, 15, 20 years from now? Or am I going to have this estate or whatever I'm trying to leave for my family and whatever sort of trust or et cetera that they'll be able to utilize 100 years or whatever after I've been put into the ground. So, when you say they fear success, that's true, but it's more the fear of, okay, what do I do now?
Yeah. Yeah. I say all the time, it's easy to find a nigga who wants some money. I rarely meet a black man that wants some power. And I think what black men need to, especially as we move into this fourth industrial wave and everything is shifting and changing, the tides are shifting and at a revolutionary pace. Black men need to, and like maybe even I would even wonder what was Shannon Sharp was chasing. Is he chasing power, or is he chasing money? More often than not, I feel like guys, black men, just being in this society, this entire society is about money. So that can't be your why in itself, clearly.
No.
Money isn't power. Wait. At the foundation, Charles, because this is what compassion is speaking to. At the foundation, you have to appreciate that money isn't necessarily power. That's why you've seen so many rich or wealthy black men get taken down by politicians that barely got any money in the bank. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say it again for the niggas in the back who's doing with the paper airplanes and passing around notes that says, "Do you love me? Yes, no, maybe." So niggas didn't hear what the fuck you were saying. Say that shit again.
Money isn't necessarily power, and you can and in America, it's very likely as a black man that if you're not moving, good.
You guys speak. Power isn't what's the point of power? Again, if you don't have a broader vision about what you're trying to do, what you're trying to be, what sort of legacy you're trying to leave, even power itself is only a tool. Power is only a tool. Money is only a tool. Being beautiful is only a tool. Having a big dick is only a tool. They're not ends into it themselves. The end is, what am I doing with whatever I have? What do I visualize this becoming and being?
Power is the ability to tell anybody your reality and they take it as truth. You know the most powerful motherfuckers you'll see, and you'll never guess it. When a motherfucker raises his left hand with a cigar in his mouth, and you see 12 motherfuckers with handguns on their hip and submachine guns underneath their fucking suit jackets, and you're sitting down with them, like, think about that. Power is when you can actually dictate reality.
Impose your will.
When you can impose your will.
There you go.
The most powerful I ever felt in my life is when I decided if this motherfucker walks after this call or not. When I literally had the hand of God over you to say either you die or you live. And I'm like, you twitch, you die. And people be like, how do you deal with that one day at a time? And I'm not truly an arrogant person with power because power is a heavy burden. What did my man say, Superman say when they had the death battle with him and Goku? And he was just describing his life, not bragging about it, just describing his burden. He says, when I get out the bed, every step, I can create an earthquake. With every breath that I draw, I can create a hurricane. That is my burden. Be glad it's not yours. To be that powerful that I can affect a planet. And it goes, and I'm looking at you, Michelle Obama, to have a man so powerful, his word alone can destroy countries. Not his military, his word. His word can fuck up your fucking economy.
Charles, you got to finish this because her essentially giving him the middle finger her having, because I saw a clip and I actually might cover it, where he's saying you essentially we might be going through some things. He kind of implied that in the title of what I said, what I saw, better yet. Her defying former President Barack Obama is the whole point. That's how she shows her autonomy. That's how she shows her power in the eyes of their sisterhood. This man who still has influence, he doesn't have the same power as when he was in the White House, clearly, but he
Bullshit.
still has influence, right?
Bullshit.
He still has the ability to make things happen. And the way I show you my power is by having this, God help me, of having this internet show, whatever it is, and by essentially talking about him like he's a burden. Number two, number three, by not showing up to certain events. Like this is her way of solidifying her position even more at the top of the sisterhood pyramid and showing her power. Go ahead.
Here's the problem with that, and I'm going to correct you on that one. Ex-presidents still get top secret classified White House because the highest level of top secret is White House level. They still get those forms. Matter of fact, as an ex-president, you're the greatest advisor to the current, and that's a lot of power. Why do you think we send ex-presidents to speak to people in other countries? You're the same role. What is the position of a pope? Do you know what political infrastructure a pope is? Z, anybody?
No, he's just the religious leader. Well, the Pope is the religious. It's the leader of the all Catholic faith.
Do
If you
you
look at
know?
that political,
Let me tell you part of the power of the papacy that nobody ever talks about.
The Bishop of Rome, baby.
The entity that has the most land ownership on the planet is the Catholic Church.
It's the greatest
The Catholic Church
non-government.
has more land ownership on earth, and by virtue of that land ownership, they have incalculable political power.
And the backup rule on this, the political infrastructure of the Pope. I want everybody to write this down. Somebody put it in the chat for time immemorial. The Pope is an absolute monarch. Did y'all know that?
I didn't know that.
He's an absolute.
No, the Vatican is a kingdom, or is the capital of a kingdom, essentially, of Catholicism.
Yep, the Bishop of Rome is one of his titles. He's an absolute monarch, so whatever he says goes. The Pope has so much pull that he can change other religions and other sets of Christianity with just his words. The Catholic Church is the largest non-government entity in both medical and educational. So without the Catholic Church, how many people would die because they have no medical infrastructure there? How many people will be undereducated without the Catholic Church around the planet? They hold so much sway and so much money and so much esoteric and real-time information and knowledge that it's mind fucking. Yes, Charles actually reads sometimes when he gets bored. I may not have finished college, but I'm smarter than most motherfuckers. When you look at that absolute, what does absolute mean, Uber?
It means to the infinite quality or quantity.
Total, complete, right? Like
I have totality of power in my realm.
It's absolute.
I have nobody that I answer to. Everybody bows a knee to me. The only motherfucker I answer to is God himself. And that's a concept when I talk about power that a lot of black men are infantile when it comes to that knowledge. because we're always told to be the ultimate servant, the good soldier, never the commander, the good soldier, never the general, never the admiral. When we get positions of power, we fumble that shit like you just got hit from Ray Lewis. And once we do it and you see a successful brother, this is the reason why I say when we have somebody of substance for our people, there should be a protective covenant over that motherfucker like no other. Protect this motherfucker at all costs. There should be no fucking way. And I'm gonna say something very controversial for a minute. But guess what? You'll get a lot of views from it. So shut up, nigga. There should have been no way anybody should have been able to touch Malcolm or Martin.
Yeah, no, I agree with that one. That's not. I don't think that's actually a controversial take.
It's
I don't
not a
think that's actually a
controversial.
controversial.
For some people,
Good.
it is. Because anytime we have anybody of substance who speak up for our people, we leave them out in the wilderness. Okay? We leave them out in the wilderness. I get it. You're going to vet this person to see what they're about, but we leave them out in the wilderness.
We need to strengthen the brotherhood. We need to, because that's one of our problems, to have a code and to strengthen our brotherhood, to protect each other and to stop, talking about each other, especially when the ones are doing good. I mean, I think a lot of black men and black women can't handle compliments, can't handle being praised and enjoying that, status.
And think about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, also
Go ahead,
you have
sorry.
a system. You have a system where white people have, non-black people have almost all the wealth, and what that does is it allows others to very easily breed and grow dissension and sabotage and treachery amongst us. So I can become wealthy and famous and achieve some degree of social political status, shitting on black folks. And I'm never under any threat of punishment for doing such. So it's easy to perpetuate sabotage amongst us because others can become very wealthy and achieve high status and position, and they don't ever have to really fear retribution for their treachery.
Yep. Say that again, nigga. You ain't going to escape with just say that word.
Let me say this to what Black Guru was saying. White folks are something like they're 60 some odd percent of the American population and 80 some odd percent of the wealth. So even all of that talk of Asians, and I think Asians constitute like 7% of the population. Yeah, no, they really still outstrip everyone else in wealth in
And by
America.
comparison, African Americans are less than 3% of the wealth. That includes Oprah. That includes Michael Jordan. That includes Kanye. That includes Eric. 3%. 3%.
Robert, what's his name? What's his name? The
Stewart,
black dude that
Robert
both of them,
David
Stewart
Stewart,
and
all those brothers. Yeah.
Yep.
So I mean, so a lot of the treachery and a lot of the not being able to get on code is a product of others being able to very easily buy away fidelity amongst us.
I want you to think about this, right?
Go ahead and then I'll read this. Go ahead.
I want you to think about this. When given power, there's a responsibility on how to use it and when to use it. And there's a time when I can tell you a time about power. I'm in this lounge and dude talking shit to me. I mean cash shit. Physically, I could destroy this guy with my bare hands, and I have a weapon on me. And I just walk away.
Bernie Mac said, I ain't scared of you niggas. Go ahead.
And people, I said, you know what, bro? If we get into a fight, there's a good chance I'm gonna hurt you, but there's always a possibility that you hurt me. Or it could escalate. You could get a weapon, stab me. I'm gonna shoot you, stab you, whatever. I don't know what you're going through in your life right now, but let me buy you a drink. What you drink? And you know what that brother said? I'll drink VSOP cognac. And we talked about it. That's power because you had mercy on this brother. And when one of his boys accidentally bumped into me and stepped on my shoe, it was an all white party. He's like, dude, I'm sorry. Let me wipe this up for you. Let me buy you a drink. You ain't gotta wipe it. Just he was like, all right, let me buy you
You
a
got to
drink.
specify, brother. It wasn't no Diddy party. Now you got to come
Well,
on.
no,
No, I was
no,
about to say, it's
He's
not
all
even
white
the
party.
Diddy thing. Wait, it's not even that. Black Guru.
no,
No,
man. We
the
black
whole
people.
time Charles talking, I'm like, wait a minute, who let T-Pain in the room? Because you over here offering drinks and buying niggas drinks. So you were
No,
singing and
because
so you gonna buy him a drink?
that's the
Go ahead.
that's the way men settle disputes without being confrontational.
That's
And I
true.
think
That's true.
and I think that and this is the part where I hate about this gay straight bullshit because one of the most manly things is to buy another man a drink if you have a conflict. You know, back in the Crusades, it was not uncommon for the Christians to greet the Islamic military with Assalamu alaikum because that's a great honor to greet me in my religious way.
Yeah.
And in return, when we said we'll give you whatever food you need, and at the time during the Crusades, the Islamic world had the best doctors in the world, and they sent over their medical specialists. We got away from politicking. This
That was
is how we,
almost 1,000 years ago, Charles. We been let that shit go. You said the
exactly.
Crusades.
We
I'm
we got
joking with you,
away.
but I'm being dead ass serious.
I'm being dead ass serious too. We got away from politicking to where we know the cost of blood is going to be high, just to prove a point. I'd rather sit down, have a drink, smoke a hookah, whatever, talk about the issues, send you my food, you send me your doctors, and all of us live and prosper, than to have total war. One of us are going to get annihilated. One of us are going to be decimated. And the literal term of decimation is to put you to 10% of your power, which is the deca, which means 10. So why go through all that when we can solve all that with peace?
Because
That's
I
why
need to impose my will. I mean, like I'm cutting you off for a reason, Charles. We have to also appreciate that the people that we're dealing with, white people, there's no negotiation for them. I have to impose my will. I do not want you to be able to negotiate. I want you to be able to take what I give you. That's
and look
it.
how
I
good
give you something.
and look how good they're doing
Mhm.
now, because
Well, yeah, exactly,
white
exactly.
supremacy is on a deathbed.
Well, but to them it works
You're talking
until
about
it
the
no longer
international
works.
order of whiteness.
But they
Yeah.
to be fair,
Somebody
they've
mute
had a
up. Say
pretty
that
good
again, Black
run.
Guru.
I said, but it works until it works. It doesn't work anymore. And to be fair, they've had a pretty good run of some fuckery for a better part of 2,000 years, depending on where you are in the world. So it works until it no longer works. Now, I guess we're moving into the realm of history where it no longer works.
Multipolar, maybe.
Maybe that's where we're headed. The jury's still out on
It all depends on whether China falls for the bluff or not. If the East falls for the bluff or not. Yeah, no,
that.
that's the. Let
That's
me
a
read.
good question.
Go.
Well, but then also, okay, if they don't fall for the bluff, then what is the West going to do?
Um, Crime Mob said "Nuck if you buck," so that's what's
Oh
playing in
yeah,
my mind right now.
everybody
Right.
loves that, and we ducking and bucking and ready to fight.
And there you go, and there you go, there you go, Black. And there
Oh
you
man,
go.
trust me. Charles need to open up a Patreon and tell you about his 20s. Good God.
Right. So like that
I mean, it's
you know.
ratcheting up
Mhm.
to a point in which somebody's going to either have to blink or not blink.
Yeah. No. Do me a favor, Uber. Explain to a lot of motherfuckers what that means, because I get it, but I want you to explain to people who never heard of that.
Who gonna blink first? Yep.
You know, I mean, it's just basically we staring down each other. We've reached the point where a decision's got to be made as to who's going to be allowed to cross this road, you or me. And at this point, all the conversation has been had, and we're just facing each other down. And the one who blinked loses. And maybe we're reaching that point with China. Maybe we're reaching that point with China where, you know, okay, we've had issued this threat, you issued this response, they've issued this threat, we've issued this response. You know, even how this tariff thing plays out, you know, it could very quickly put us in a high desperation scenario in which people start trying to say it's time to try to go on the gangster detail, go back to the American gangster detail.
And guess
You know,
how successful?
we're not going to be too far from there, depending on how things go.
And
Apparently, that's the road Biden wanted to go down.
Yeah, but America's been really successful in that gangster shit.
It's been
That's
really,
why
they have up to this point. But the naval situation alone in China ain't no joke over there.
Here's the difference that I'm gonna tell people from. I know I'm gonna say some shit. Here's the part about China. They never put any negative news out because the country controls the media. Their navy is not as good as they put out. Because if it was, they would conquer all the places we conquered. We still are the premier navy.
They just have they have the numbers. They don't really have the technology and the power like that. But they have the
Not
numbers.
just that, nor the experience. Okay? Like, you got to think about the experience alone. You take a motherfucker like me and give me
Charles, I got to cut you off again because you got to say it. You got to say it the right way. When you always at war, you know what you get good at? Going to war.
Exactly. That's what
killing and taking
our
and
number one
empire.
commodity. Our number one export is military service. Put it in the chat, somebody, for time of memorial. America's number one export is military service. How many countries and how many people's asses we save by putting boots on ground? Y'all better donate to Z, and when I do my impromptu, I better expect at least half of these motherfuckers to come to my channel. And I'm proud of you, Z, because shit, you get more people live. Well, then again, I'm a lot more shadow banding you. that's called I've been here a little bit longer, and I'm okay with it. Made my peace with it. But you gotta understand something. Would I want some Chinese commandos to come rescue me, or would I want the 75th Ranger Battalion?
Let me read this real quick, Charles, because Emerald Edge told me he accidentally deleted this, so y'all might not be able to see it on y'all stream, but I think I'm able to see it. And Inspired Truth says, and thank you for the super chat. Here late, but here. Salute Z and chat. Hope y'all having a great weekend. Mr. Z was super. I was dumb late. I kept on pushing the time back, and then I was super late, and then I had to grab all the materials while being late, which made me even more late. So now Inspired Truth. In other words, I walked in the door late, and then you just the door closed, and you didn't realize it, and then you walked in. That's what happened.
I'm gonna say this. Look, the greatest investment. Shout out to the we don't talk about this motherfucker. Shout out to Dr. T with his initiative.
I think I saw him in the chat. What's going on, Dr. T? If you want me to put a link for you, you could definitely come up.
Dr. T is always invited on the chat. He good and he good in these streets. He vetted, And this is what I said something from one of the first initiatives in the Black Manosphere, not knocking Dr. T, because Dr. T is like, he do amazing, great shit for us. And shout out to the interview I had with Dr. T last year or 2 years ago. That was a great interview that he did with me, and I'm so humbled by that.
Hey, Dr. T, you over here interviewing Charles? Charles ain't nobody. God damn.
Nigga, I never claimed to be. And I made it just for people. I made an interview channel because I'm gonna get a lot of your premier Black Manosphere, personalities.
That's smart, Charles. That's smart.
I'm gonna start interviewing people like Jesse, Mr. Z. I'm gonna start interviewing Black Uber,
Just let me
BGS,
know when.
Dr. T, and I don't know if Uber has my number, but I'll put it in the back chat for him to get that set up. I'm gonna start interviewing a lot of your favorite personalities. Hell, I'm like Mr. Z before Mr. Z. Everybody kept saying, "When are you gonna start a channel?" Lee? I don't know. So I was like, you know what? I injured my ankle and foot, so doing a suspect. And I was like, I ain't got shit to do. I'm on this desk. So I started doing late nights and it grew. And who I never thought that 6,000 plus people would like to hear me speak. And I was one of the people who put a boot in Mr. Z's ass to say, yo, start your fucking channel, nigga.
It's true. Charles was like the third person. It was Gold Professor, Nameless, then Charles. Go ahead.
I gotta give credit where credit is due. There's 3 motherfuckers that told me to start my channel. Number 1 was Angry Man. Number 2, BGS. And number 3 was who is number 3? Chaos Rain. And shout out to Chaos because he helped me the first year or two getting it going. And there's a lot of shit in my archives I think people need to see because we were doing hard hitting points, not even just about women, but just about why black men excel at military service. Because black men, if you took a survey of black men, right? Black men excel at 2 things: the physical and the mental. We're tactical. We're tactical and technical. When you give a wrench to a black man, you don't even need to give him instructions. He will make things grow. Shout out to the Harlem Hellfighters. How the fuck you take over tanks and everything's in German and you master that shit within a couple of fucking minutes and use their own weaponry against them? And a lot of people don't even look at the ingenuity. Shout out to Panthro, because Panthro was the ultimate black man. You have this super strength where you're strong enough to lift a tank, but you're a master engineer and a master mechanic. You're a master of all fighting arts. You're jovial, but at any moment you could turn that shit off and become the ultimate warrior. And it's like, God, why do you think people would draw?
And you know who Panthro, who did the voice for Panthro, was the brother
Earl Hyman.
who
Earl
played
Hyman.
Heathcliff.
Grandpa
Yeah,
Huxtable.
yeah, yeah.
Very
Grandpa.
respected man. A lot of people didn't know he was LGBT, but guess what? Here's the thing. He was more respected of the culture that he didn't put his sexuality out before his blackness.
Who you talking about, Luther?
No,
I know who you talking about. I'm playing. But yeah, I did that on purpose.
this is the reason.
Huxtable's daddy. Eclipse Huxtable's daddy.
This is the reason why when we look at Baldwin,
Well,
right?
you know, hey, Uncle Phil was LGBTQ.
But guess what?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Yes, he was. But guess what? You know what I respect about Earl Hyman and what's his name? Who played Uncle Phil? What's his real name? James Avery. James Avery. James Avery.
Yes.
James Avery. And he also played the Strutter in the Ninja Turtles cartoon.
Yeah.
You know what I respected about those guys and Baldwin? They basically said the imagery of a black man is more important than what the fuck I go to sleep with in the bedroom. That's the reason why you never hear the LGBT community put those fellas in the gate. You never hear them because guess what? My people's liberation is more important than my personal. This is how you know you're down for the cause. When I put the struggles of my people before my own gratification and satisfaction, before my own shit, that's a motherfucker I could go to war with. Oh well, black men.
Well,
Black men.
you know what that was called back in the day. You know what that was called back in the day?
Teach us, man. Teach
Being
us.
on code.
Code. Say it
That's
again
what
for
that
them niggas in
was.
the back. No,
That
no,
was
no, no. Say it
being
again.
on code.
Say it. Well, say it like you
Being
from
on
Chicago,
code.
nigga.
Now that's what being on code is.
One more time for the niggas in the back who didn't hear you.
Being on code.
And that's a respectable, honorable man. When they try to say, well, black men are anti-LGBT. When I went to high school in Lake Clifton Eastern, shout out, go Lakers, you had LGBT. If you tried to bully one of the gay guys up there, niggas would beat your ass for bullying. Why? They don't fuck with nobody, let them live their life the way they do, but they don't tell them stories of, oh, we beat. No, 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 no. Nobody fuck with them. And by the way, most of them could fight. They weren't soft. They still
One of the
do.
biggest lies, one of the biggest lies that have ever been told have about black men is this whole hating gay people. That's not the world I saw.
Nigga,
That's not the world I saw
that's
growing
your
up.
error. That's
You
your
know,
error when you went to discos. The most accepting motherfucking place some gay people could go to was the fucking discos. If you can dance and
And
you
she
can
no, but
party,
changed in the
what
80s
I'm
and
saying,
the 90s. So I don't know what the hell this
but
old man
no,
is talking about.
I'm
I
not talking
really
about.
don't.
I'm saying
What are you saying?
I'm
What are you
saying.
saying?
Let Black
Hold
Guru
on.
go, and then you got
Are
an
you
AL.
talking to me?
Wait, Black Guru then
Hey,
AL.
get
Black
off
Guru
your
then
chest.
AL.
Well,
Get
go
off
ahead,
your
AL.
chest.
hold on.
AL.
Please.
Let the
If you
elders
got,
let the elders speak.
if no, I
He
don't.
ain't
No,
the
I
only
think
elder up
AL has
here.
something to say.
No, I
AL,
want you
let me
to answer
go
your
ahead.
question. Because we just disputed what you said,
Well,
and then
what?
you in your
Well,
pee. So go ahead and
look,
explain
I'm
yourself.
not. I
I
am
what?
not going to
Hold
pull
on, hold on, hold
Wait,
on.
wait,
Let
wait,
the
from
wait,
elders.
the
AL,
truth.
AL, wait,
Hold
wait,
on,
wait,
hold
wait,
on,
wait,
hold
AL,
on,
wait, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Come
whoa,
on,
whoa, whoa,
man.
whoa. Wait, AL, wait, AL.
Fuck that.
Let's let Black Guru go. Let Black Guru go, and then you got it.
We been letting
You
them
know,
go, but it's a whole
look,
bunch of
I'm not.
and
We're not.
niggas that. Nigga, let it
Hold
Wait,
out
on.
wait,
your
AL, but
mouth.
you're not letting
AL,
Let it
AL,
out your
wait,
mouth.
AL. I'm gonna mute you, AL.
AL,
Let
Go
Black Guru
ahead.
go.
Matter of fact, I do you a favor. I'm gone.
Okay. Well,
Peace.
wait a minute. AL, AL,
Peace.
I'm
AL,
gonna
AL,
ask you.
AL.
AL, what
I'm
the
going
what
to
happened?
put you on the spot, Z. Z, I'm going to put you on the spot. You either keep him
Go.
or you keep me.
Oh man.
Wait a
You
minute.
know,
Hold on.
cause
Okay,
you
he's gone
know,
already. He already left.
look,
Black Guru. He
no,
already
hold.
left. He already left.
Let me say something. You know,
Mm-hmm.
all this quarreling. You know, I don't do that stuff. I'm too old to be fighting with folks. You know, a younger version of me would be more than happy to try to catch a flight with AL. You know, but we're beyond that shit now. And this is your thing. I don't believe in this, showing out in somebody else's crib. I don't do that. So if you got a problem with me, you either ignore me, I'll ignore you, and we'll just go from there.
I don't even
And since
think
I'm
that it's
old,
a,
and since I'm
I'm
old, I
a
forgot what I was
little.
gonna say earlier. So y'all go ahead.
I'm a little
I'm
lost because I don't understand because this is the second time AL has like went off while you were speaking,
Now
so I don't know what happened on some. Okay.
this guy has been gunning for me wherever I go, man. And I don't know why, but I think it's very mature, immature, and
and
punk
I
like.
fucks
Cause
with
if ain't
AL.
nobody look, real talk. If ain't nobody whooping nobody ass, shut the fuck up. If you're not coming to me or I'm not coming to you, and we selling this on like some gangster shit to use y'all kind of language, unless we handling it that way, shut the fuck up. If you ain't throwing nothing, hands, guns, or whatever, what are we arguing about?
And here's my
So
thing
now,
about
unless
that,
we
right?
gonna handle it that way, shut the fuck up.
Here's my thing
And that's
because
all I
this
got
is,
to say about
you know, Z's channel, my channel, and Art's channel for sure. That's the place where every warrior puts their spears, their knives, their guns, their machine guns, their shields down, and we come at the table. We get some brew, we get some cognac where it's at. We get some cigars with our niggas. You roll up a blunt or three, and we supposed to talk like men and
Not a
peace.
blood of three.
Hey, most of my friends are weed smokers. Hell, most of my ex girlfriends too. I ain't putting their business out there, but here's the part. There's nothing wrong with having a debate as long as we come in peace and intelligence. I don't give a fuck if people disagree with me. Just be factual. Make me see your point of view, and I'll make you see mine.
Charles,
That's all.
Charles, stop it, please. This has nothing to do with debate. This has nothing to do with a difference of opinion. For whatever reason, this guy has just done decided he's coming after me. And so
I
now
don't know
whenever I
why.
say anything that he either don't, well, I mean, that's beside the point because I don't really give a damn. I'm just explaining what's happening. I don't care. It ain't really even that serious to me.
Yeah.
If you don't like what I have to say, nigga, you either shut the fuck up or you say your piece and you go ahead. But to come to somebody else's joint, man, and show your ass like that, that's some bitch made shit. We don't do that kind of shit in Chicago. I don't know how you motherfuckers get down in Texas. We don't carry on like that in Chicago.
And last time I checked, Texas doesn't do that either. Neither does Dade County, Miami. Neither does Baltimore. Those are some of the
Absolutely
three.
not.
So why you
Those are
carrying
the.
on
Those
like?
are the.
So why you carrying on
Those
like
are.
a bitch?
Those are.
Why you
Those
carrying
are
on like
three
a
of the.
bitch? He
There's a.
carrying on like he carrying on like a little old bitch.
Those are three of the most.
But go on.
Those are
Let's go back to
if you.
what we were talking about earlier. Let's go back
But let's go
because
back to what we're
now I'm
talking about.
feeling. Yeah,
Then go back to what we're
let's go
talking
back to that.
about because those are four of the most dangerous motherfucking places in America. Where
Before we do that, let's do this. Let me read this because it's been highlighted forever. My apologies, Charles. An Afro merchant, formerly known as Afro National, it says the black male egalitarianism, black men standing on business experience having to be two times as good. The black underdog creativity, excuse me, yo, and swag. Hashtag prize, hashtag black men are elite. And shout out to Toya for that. Black men are elite, exactly. And thank you for that. Afro
and shout out
merchant,
to
also
everybody
known as, well, formerly known as Afro National. Go ahead, go.
and shout out to Afro National, one of my day one A1s. So was Electrician 480 and a couple other fellas. Just for everybody to stream, as we say in the army, smoke if you got them, because baby, I got them. Here you go.
Charles made sure to show y'all he got that big ass fucking cigar. Charles, let me let Leon go real quick because Leon wants to actually, as a matter of fact, before you go, Leon, let me read this and then Leon got it, and then if Charles, if you want to say something else. And no placeholder says if all these females are trying to be a white woman, then she is right. Nobody does it better than a real white woman. Yeah, she did say that. Let me play the clip that no placeholder is referencing, and he is referencing this one with the college girl. Here we go.
People should mind their business about interracial dating. Why do you care who I date? Why do you care about their race? It doesn't matter. No one's going to do it better. He doesn't want you anyway.
And once again, thank you for the super chat, no placeholder. And yeah, I mean, like, if you imitating somebody else, who's gonna do it better than the original? I'm just saying. Once again, no placeholder. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. All right, go ahead, Leon, and then Charles. No,
So he already knows
Leon,
my
and then
position.
Vince, and then Charles. My apologies, because I forgot Vince was up here. Leon, then Vince, then Charles. Go ahead.
And shout out to Leon, another one of my day one
So
A1s who
listen,
supported the
he already
channel.
knows my.
I didn't hear you, Leon. Say that again.
Oh, listen, he knows my position on it. So
You
gay
breaking up. You in
life
the
or
void right now.
whatever,
You in the
churches
void right
and
now.
sports and everything.
You're on the Starship Enterprise right now. You can barely your background is loud as hell. Go ahead. Leon reckless streaming. That's what happened. I know. I know. Right. Oh man. And Leon, by the way, I downloaded what you put in the back chat. So it's in the archive. It's in the archive, right? So while he's doing that, Vince, what's going on with you? Well, not you too, Vince. Well, hey, Vince might be drowning right now. Drowning in something nice though. And okay, go ahead, Charles.
This is what I'm saying. And this is a perfect example. Look, Chicago, Dade County, Miami, Baltimore, and Texas. Look, these are four of the hardest fucking places for a black man to grow up. The truest difference between all of those places I named is your vernacular and the environment. And it's funny because no matter where you grew up in this country, we're still looked at as one big nigga. The scariest thing to the Americas and the Western world itself is a unified Black American male front. I could go to Chicago and I know, and people say, well, it's dangerous over there. I feel safe. Why? Because I know the issues of black men around this country. What's the old shit? Don't start no shit, won't be no shit. I'm going to be respectful to people who live there, just like when many different brothers come to Baltimore and they meet up with me. There's a few people from these Black Manosphere streets who came to smoke cigars with your boy.
Holla at your boy.
You know, shout out to John, shout out to Doctor.
Sound decent?
Huh?
I was saying, do I
Shout out.
sound decent?
Yeah,
Now
you
you
sound
do. Now
great.
you do.
You
If
know,
you want to go ahead and go ahead,
shout
Charles,
out
finish
to,
that, and then we got Leon
you
go
know,
because I know he probably tight on time.
shout out to Dr. T, shout out to John, shout out to Cousin T taught others. I don't believe this. The Black Manosphere is supposed to be a place of peace for black men. I don't believe in wartime. We fight the forces of white supremacy and evil every day we get up out the fucking bed. Let's be at peace. Even if we have a debate, I don't mind Uber and AL having a one-on-one on whoever's channel. If it's Z's, mine's, BGS's, who get the problems out. Talk.
But I don't
Give
want to
each
hear
other
this
the
shit
space
every
to talk.
day.
No, but once you talk about it, either physically or virtually, shake hands about it. You got your shit out. We got the problems out. That's it. But you go ahead, man. You just getting here.
All right, so I wanted to say this is Zeno to my stance on gay black brothers. Y'all keep on fucking around and giving these people to white liberals and fucking black intersectional feminists when they feel outcasted and they blame us when they're socially being done like that. They've been playing football with us. They've been going to church with us. We call them weird. We try to get them to hit chicks. They don't hit chicks. And one day, one of our boys, or we see them kissing their boyfriend, and it's like, what? So he is gay. Whatever. But we grew up with them guys. And what I've seen happen for the longest now is some random shit is claimed to happen, and you have a whole bunch of social worker, intersectional black feminists, and white liberals come in and tell them your issue is actually this when your issue is that you're a fucking black man. And so they have done this. And like I brought when I had the conversation with Mr. Z when it comes to FD and how he utilized that to bring those people in the community. Because they've been in community with us. We just have opposition utilizing their sexual identity to justify shit and having, conservative black guys speak on them. They've been in the army, they've been everywhere. They've been in sports, they've been in church, they've been in everything with us. It just is what it is. So
Let me say
I don't
this, Leon,
care
because I want to be way
as
more
long as
offensive than you.
one is yeah,
I want to be
yeah.
way more offensive than you. To the LGBTs, one of the people I've known the longest as because we were in the same goddamn kindergarten. I didn't know him in preschool, but kindergarten. LGBTQ brother right now. Traveling across Asia actually right now. Excuse me. Make really good money too. And excuse me. I want to say this. LGBTQ to the LGBTQ brothers in particular that have done this, you chosen your side. You didn't play it neutral. You didn't align with straight black men as a black man. You chose to align with white feminists, white racist feminists, and black feminists, and you've allowed yourself in your position with your sexuality to be weaponized against straight black men. And that's okay. But then eat, no pun intended, eat that. Eat everything that comes with that. And if black women are going to go through it, and that's where you've aligned, then you're going to go through it too. And so be it. Go ahead.
Yeah, we didn't make them bitter. We just try to force them to fit in and play football and try to get them to bust down the chick. And they wait, and it's like whatever. Then finally you find out it's like okay, whatever. But when you talk about the violence and all that, that stuff is separate. That is separate. No black guy just went out and beat up a whole bunch of gay guys. It doesn't happen. We're all in the same fucking community, the majority of us growing up. And like I said, they're bitter. As soon as the intersectional feminists get a hold of them and start showing them stuff, white liberals telling them that their primary issue is because they're gay, which is bullshit. Your primary issue is because you're a black man. That's where everything starts. So as people keep on giving away these boys, instead of trying to force them to play football or participate in the same activities, they grow this resentment. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? And that comes from my cousin. That's what takes place. And what organizations he's been in and that he's in. So that's his stance, and I agree with it. Y'all been giving these boys away. They're still in church. They still go to school with us until we find out who they are. And that's how I look at it too. And like I said, when I see what FD and those people are doing, they're even though it's in the wrong space, they work with them. And at the end of the day, that's pretty much what we should be doing. Because just how those guys that are actors that put being black first, that's what it should be. We are black first. All that other stuff is later, down the fucking line. You can't solve your issue without solving this issue of being a black male in America. And I'll just put it like that. And Charles, thanks for bringing up the Pope shit, because most people don't know that.
I didn't. To tell you the truth, I didn't.
Well, I think the thing with the gay people, with gay black men, I guess, is very analogous to that of black women, and that is how white supremacy has created ways to leverage black women versus straight black men. They found ways to leverage gay uh, men and gay people versus black men. Everybody gets to turn us into the boogeyman and then profit from such. So I mean, I look at a lot of what goes on with gay people. The first question I have to ask is, to what degree is this a legitimate grievance, or to what degree is this just a part of the overall white supremacist program of you're the boogeyman, you're at the bottom of the pyramid scheme, the low man on the totem pole, and like everybody else dumps on you, white people, non-black people, black women. Well, we're going to dump on your ass too, because that's how we all profit from dumping on you.
Yeah,
And so
black
that's how
women.
I judge much of their behavior.
From being around those white liberals and those intersectional feminists, they feel like they should have well, how would you say it, Mr. Z? Like they should be able to share within the black male dating paradigm, or however Mr. Z would put it. They feel like they should have a certain amount of black heterosexuals intertwined with them. It is like, yo, y'all been around these
This
liberals.
is what they really want. This is the goal. And Leon, tell me if I'm lying. What they want to do is blow the door wide open. And there's some pun in there, and that's on purpose. That's intentional. They want everybody to borderline be pan and non-binary and just blow the door wide open. They think that
Yeah,
heterosexuality is performative as fuck,
yeah,
right? And to a certain extent, okay, yeah, and right, but they think heterosexuality is performative, and the way they're framing it to themselves and to each other is that it would be far more liberating for us and far less stressful for us if we would just engage in a more fluid manhood and masculinity that's less toxic, and maybe some of that would also entail boogering, right? And like that's what they don't want to say out loud. Well, actually, a few of them will, but that's what is not being said out loud. Do you have
yeah.
LGBTQ brothers that
And
don't
to
care?
and to
Yeah,
me,
go ahead.
that
You would have
willingness
to ask.
to be boogered, and to me, that
Yeah.
willingness to be boogered is a part of the white supremacist agenda.
Yes.
The fact of, the pussification of black men is a part of the white supremacist agenda.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
and, and most of us are not down with that. And so you,
Yep.
you have a real dilemma. This whole business of, well, we're going to figure out how gay black men and straight black men are going to somehow coalesce together. Well, yeah, but are you on the pussification program?
Yeah. And
Because
I'll
if you
add
are,
to
we're not
that.
down with that.
And I'll add to that because performative masculinity affects studs or butch women that date women, and they seem to have an increasing issue with women when it comes to this kind of stuff. So, so it can't really be that if you put the lesbos masculine presenting women in that they seem to have a worse issue than we do when it comes to women. So that it doesn't really work with that theory that they
Well, well,
try to
well,
utilize.
but Leon, okay, let's get. I'm glad you went there. The reason why, especially particularly butch lesbian black women have an issue in the dating market is because if black women show us little respect, they show them even less respect because you're not even a straight black man. The issue that
Hey,
they have is you're trying to imitate a masculinity that black women have already told you that they don't even really give a fuck about anyway, outside of
oh, so
bedroom
you're
fun. And
saying
you
so,
go ahead.
so you're saying that the physical situation between them is very egalitarian. Anybody can.
And I'm glad you said that. And
Well,
who has the highest
but
DV rate in
the
this motherfucker?
fundamental problem with
Mhm.
lesbians is that women depend on men to do like real shit. And women cannot do the shit that men do. Bottom line, real, just basic shit. Women cannot do or cannot do as easily as men can do. Whether it's lifting shit and paying for shit and protecting shit and of course dicking shit. Women can't do those things.
So, but,
So, so it's
Black
only
Guru,
so much you can. There's only so much you can pretending you can do. And then eventually the fact that you're not a man and I need a man becomes an issue.
but you're right, Black Guru. But please, we got to rewind because Leon said something really heavy, and everything you said was true. But it's something that Leon said. They actually egalitarian with other black women, and how high is that DV rate though? You actually got what the power dynamic is zero. It's flat. For the most part, we know that one of them might be older, or one of them definitely might make a significant amount more. But overall, it's two black women. Y'all are both y'all 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 cancel each other out when it comes to intersectionality. Y'all are both two dark skinned black women with 4C curls and heavy set and whatever the fuck. And yet your DV rates are so fucking high. Why is that? Because you actually got the egalitarian, and because there's not even a semblance of power dynamic there, y'all beat the crap out of each other. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I
Now,
mean,
when you
well,
look at
I
that,
mean,
Someone gotta wear the boots in there.
that's
no,
what
no,
I'm saying.
it's no,
Go ahead, go ahead.
it's just simple. It's just a simple situation of accountability and responsibility. You got two women who can't be told shit, but then you also have two women who don't want to be accountable for the outcomes. Of course, correct. Don't want me charging court. It's yeah, of course they're gonna whoop each other's ass. What else they got?
That's it. That's it. Hey, how are we supposed to establish some hierarchy? Oh goddamn dominance if we don't get into a scrap and see which one of us is actually the one.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
yeah.
Right.
But even then, how can I apologize if I'm not the one who's accountable? I'm not in charge of the outcomes. Well, I don't want to be in charge of the
And neither
outcomes.
are you.
Hold on. And neither are you. But also, okay, you can't tell me shit because I don't want to be responsible. So yeah, the only thing it's going to be is chaos. I mean, when you really think about it, of course that would be the highest DV rate. You got two people who come in who are from a community where they don't feel they have to be responsible. They don't have to be in charge of the outcomes, and they can't be told shit.
Hey, they're gonna be fighting over the cereal, KMS. They're gonna be fighting over the cereal. Go ahead.
It's a relationship of being offended.
I really wanted you to say it's a
Anytime,
relationship of
no,
convenience because it really is that too. But go ahead,
No, no,
you're
no,
right
no,
that.
no. No, no.
anytime people say power dynamics, it's just victimhood, bruh. If we take away power dynamics and I
Ooh.
say the end of the story is you have to date within your community and your class, y'all still not going to be fucking happy because now that cuts off access to anyone that has a power dynamic over you. It's just a cop out. It's victimhood. I get tired of hearing this shit. It's like you're well aware that this person is physically bigger than you, or physically has more money than you, more education than you, they have this skill, so you can't gaslight them, and you get mad about the power dynamic that they have over you, like you don't have a vagina, and that's a nice power dynamic that I like, but I can find that anywhere, so it's not really it can be used against me. So like I said, it's just a form of victimhood. It's the same thing as that girl going to Germany and saying that shit, and it's like uneven power dynamic, whatever. Victimhood. Have a good day. I'm tired of this shit.
Yeah, I mean, but of course, there's an uneven power dynamic. I mean, of course it is. And if I
Then
give
the
you the
result is
power,
dating your class, bro. Dating your class, ladies.
yeah,
No power
no,
dynamic issue.
I mean, it's. God damn it, these women are fucking done. I mean, it's just, yeah.
Well, I feel like KMS is at the beach watching the boat go under the water and just smoking a cigarette, just puffing on a cigar and be with next to Charles, like, yeah, this shit's a wrap. Yeah, that shit's
I mean,
done, bro.
it is. And honestly, I wish Charles was still on the stream. I would like to meet him in Baltimore. I like the he would actually find I found a lot of similarities with him the more and more he talks. We're really not that different, although he's definitely a lot more nihilistic than I am. But yeah, man.
He's a military man, of course.
Yeah, but
They're gonna see him
yeah,
death, literally.
yeah. I mean, and I'm a military brat, so I've been around people who I've met a lot of Officer Charleses throughout my youth. So no, I've seen the stare before. So, but
But
it's
Charles gone, damn it.
huh?
Charles left. Fuck.
Yeah, he left already.
Mr. Z, you got to read about why there's so many different denominations, and you understand what was going on with the amount of power that the Pope had, and why they stopped him from having kids and not being able to get married and all that type of shit. It's crazy. It's crazy, but it does a lot with economics when it boils down to it.
Let me read your super chat before you go, because and Leon says, and go into his comment that he just made. Pope, aka absolute monarch, and the reason they don't allow them to have children, and it's the reason why we have so many Christian denominations. Yep. So I never really peered. So y'all, everything y'all are teaching me and everything y'all have said is all new to me, because this is the one like super blind spot of Z. Like I've never really peered into that too much. Yes, I grew up in the church. I grew up Catholic though, but like I really
I'll break
stopped
it
going to
down
church
real
really around like
simple.
22 or so. Somebody background. And pretty much I never. This is the one spot where I didn't really read up on it. I didn't really do no research. I didn't do my YouTube thing and like binge watch a bunch of stuff. So like you and Charles and Black Guru were teaching me and telling me stuff I never really knew. So go ahead.
I'll keep it simple in an economics way so I don't get in any trouble. Pure economics. If I want to isolate large groups and turn them into peasants, I can utilize Christianity, and I can go to Orthodox where it says that you're not allowed to sell this or participate in this form of banking, right? So you end up taking skills away from the majority of your people. Then you use a middle group that's between Islam that they do business with Muslims and Christians, but then the Catholic Church, this one Pope, this monarch holds all the power, right? So then you have England, you have Britain, you have the other countries try to skirt around these frameworks, so they create different denominations while while simulating other people, so they can participate in different forms of stuff, and they go to war. In the middle group, they do all the shit that denomination in a economy says Christians can't do. Then your people get poor as shit and start blaming that group when really the majority of it is the two elite groups anyway, turning their people into peasants again. as soon as they learn more skills. So that's the economic
Sounds
version.
pretty
Now you
contemporary,
you
but
can
oops.
you can
Oops.
wiggle through it and try to get what I'm saying. But yeah. That's why they did. They had to take the power from the Pope. He wasn't allowed to get married or have kids anymore because he would be able to hand down massive amount of power and land ownership. And like the Pope has the power to go in that 50-mile long bunker, pull out a whole bunch of notes and testaments from Egypt and say, put this in the Bible, and it'll alter the whole fucking Bible.
Let me say this to I'm Waffles. I saw that clip and I did not realize that was another woman. And so I was like, God damn, bro, that's embarrassing. Another next dude had to lift your lady for you. And now that you told me that makes so much more sense. That makes so much more sense because when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's embarrassing. You couldn't lift your lady. The next dude lift your lady, bro. You lost her. But now that I realize it's another woman, oh, that makes so much more. Yeah, I didn't realize that was a woman at first. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, yeah. Yeah,
But
go ahead, go
that
ahead.
that was a that incident was a snapshot of why
Mm-hmm.
lesbian relationships don't work. It was a snapshot
Yes.
of that.
Yeah.
It was a
Yeah.
microcosm,
Yeah.
but it was a very loud message about the
Mm-hmm.
real problem, and it also explains why relationships between men tend to last longer, or gay men tend to
Mm-hmm.
last longer, because the
Yeah.
bottom line is men are more capable of doing shit. So if you
Yeah.
got two men together, that's two men more capable of doing shit. Bottom line.
And
Yeah.
and accountability and responsibility.
Yep.
There's going to
And we
be a
can both kill each
hierarchy.
other. That part.
Yep, those are important things as
we,
well. Those things as well.
there's the hierarchy, there's the accountability, and we both know we ain't fucking around.
Yeah, yeah.
Mr.
Well,
Z, Mr. Z.
If there's no
go ahead.
if there's no woman around, there's nobody to say no.
Oh man, that's the fact. Where because
I'm just saying.
but I worked with when I was working for the Florida Democratic Party. I worked with a LGBTQ brother, and but man, listen, LGBTQ men look for every opportunity to do it everywhere, bruh. Like, dude was driving from Kendall all the way up to for those of you who ever been to South Florida, driving from Kendall to goddamn Miramar because he was smashing some white dude. And he was on phone calls in the morning. Yeah, I'm on my way. Da, da, da. And like they look if there's even an inkling of an opportunity, they getting it in. Like it's crazy. It's and he's not the first person I've met like that from that community.
Nobody to say no. The only thing that
Yep.
decides is a hard dick. That's the only
No
thing that
headache.
Literally,
decides.
literally.
No headache.
Like,
That's
dude,
it.
really looked like no. It was man. Look, the day before this, we had to do a big Florida Democrat, meeting thing in Tampa, and the day actually the last like 2 hours before we left, dude was trying to get it in with another dude. Like he walked into the room and he saw us in there still. And we everybody's packing, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, I'm looking for something. I didn't realize y'all were still." I was like, "Chris, you ain't gonna get it in while we here,
Oh, he was horny.
bro. Do it,
Let me
bro."
be super logical. Let me be super logical with you all for a minute. Let's put aside what we think about what the implications of what's happening, and think about it from a logical standpoint. If you ain't got to do all the whining and dining and deal with all the complaining and the period and the pregnancy and all that, you can take care of that business fairly quickly, then go and get a whole lot of real work done. And I think that's part of the reason why those people tend to do pretty well economically, because they ain't got no woman adding inefficiencies to how they live.
This is a fact. This is a fact. I mean, how many stories do you hear like of what's her name, B Taylor with Princella? That was crazy work. Like
Yeah.
first of all, the fact that a lesbian woman flipped you, As men, ain't no gay dude flipping a straight dude unless he was already gay. That's how that works, right? That's how that
Right.
works.
Right.
So the fact that first of all she flipped you, that's number one. Number two, everything y'all engaged in. Number three, the fact that y'all situation was so bad that she then came out and said, "Oh, by the way, all you manosphere dudes were kind of right about this, and that." Like
Right.
that's
Right.
some weird shit that y'all
Right.
got going on. Go ahead.
Actually living as a lesbian woman, brought some real truth through the bullshit that Princella was living. Because one thing to advocate that shit and run that shit out of your mouth, it's a whole other thing to actually have to take care of another one.
Facts. Facts. Goddamn facts. Let me do this. I'm going to see if I can play this clip. Yep, I can. All right, in a minute we're gonna play it. Shout out to wait a minute, Jay Moore just came up. And shout out to you, I'm Waffles. I'm waiting for this thing to pop up, and then we will be playing the clip just in case and nobody seen it before. And here we go. There you go, y'all.
Hours, nigga. Too slippery entertainment. Come step in my office, nigga. Take a nigga, bitch. She say, D-Lo, you be saucy, baby. How the fucking with them?
Damn, I just realized I'm gonna get struck for that goddamn for the music. The music's on. God.
Yo, but you,
yeah,
Mrs. Z, but you see that 3 posts that she had to do to try to prepare herself for it, just to fail.
Yeah, and she still just to fail, and then it's gonna get demonetized anyway. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Here we go. And there you go. That's why they be thumping in them houses, in them apartments, in them condos. That's why they're fighting in those houses. That is exactly why you saw that.
That was
exactly what Jay Moore said. 3 pumps, and you still couldn't get her up there.
Nah,
God
that's
got the juices flowing.
And you notice she wasn't even heavy. This is a black woman that's not actually heavy. God damn. Go ahead.
We're designed to do the fucking. We're designed by nature. They're not designed by nature to do the fucking.
Our hips are designed to thrust.
You can put any kind of contraption. You can put any kind of contraption on them, or any kind of whatever kind of head job they do to each other. That stroke is an evolutionary thing that has been created over hundreds of thousands of years. It has been
the evolution of the stroke.
It has been bred into the people who have the XY chromosome.
It's a millions of years worth of being.
No, but he's right. Let me read this. And Saint Cyr says she don't want a puppy, she want a big dog. Shout out to Bossman D-Lo, he from Florida. But yeah. No, so that actual lyric goes perfect with what we just witnessed. Goddamn, and exactly what Black Rule said. That exactly. Like, yeah.
See, it all comes back around. It all comes back around to the women in Germany. They appreciate the black men because of what they have done. See, black women haven't done anything, but they see black men. They have come over there and fought in wars. They have played sports with their white men, and they have seen what black men can do. They have experienced it. So that's why we can go over to other places and get appreciated, because they see what we do. Because we actually had to do something to get that respect. Black women just want to get that respect because they are black women, and it doesn't go like that.
So that's what I was going to say. It's that. Let me actually modify that a little bit. Turn around. It's not that black women haven't done anything. What they have done culturally, maybe musically, it doesn't have the same weight, and it doesn't appeal to non-black men the way what black men have done, particularly in the West and in America, appeals to non-black women. So you could find a Naomi Campbell, and white guys will want to bet her too, because Naomi Campbell, especially at the height of Naomi Campbell, was the most attractive woman on the planet. Definitely one of the most attractive women on the planet, right? But her beauty it may not be the same, and it's not on the same level as, let's say, a Jordan who was around at the same time. Naomi Campbell walked in the door, and Michael Jordan in '97 walk in the door, and that's just too. That's it. Like it's not comparable. Tyra Banks, name all of the
Well,
black
I
beauties
mean,
of the mid to late 90s.
what
It's not the
Michael
same.
Jordan, what Michael Jordan do, and what Usain Bolt does seems godlike.
Yeah,
It seems meta-human. It's beyond, or it has the appearance of being something beyond human. And so it encourages a level of worship that no woman can really replicate. They just can't do it.
And you know what? This. Oh.
Let's do this. Jay Moore, go ahead and was that KMS or who was that?
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Okay. So go ahead. Okay. Let's do Jay Moore, Vince, then KMS, or no. Let's do KMS, Jay Moore, KMS, then Vince. You got to Vince after Vince. You'll go last. We got it. But go ahead, Jay Moore.
I was just to add on to what Uru said, was like last time when I was on with you, and I was pointing out the fact that I was like, let's really look at the human species and look who's really is something to marvel like in the human species compared to men and women. I'm like, men are built to be like superhumans in general, like, and everybody wants to be a man. Even women want to be a man. Nobody really wants to be a woman. Not even women really wants to be a woman. Like, and I'm just saying, all these feats that's been out here, that's been, attained and everything, it was men that did it. It was our physique, everything that to till the earth, to build these structures, it was men. It wasn't really women. I mean, like, there's women behind us, but it's not like to the degree of men. I'm just saying, when it comes to men, we're like the pinnacle. We are the beautiful ones, and nobody really wants to admit that.
I think in the black community, we low key admit it inadvertently, but black women are really angry about it. Go ahead, Kevin.
Just to your points, and just to do a slight derivative off of that, I think what it is we'll use Germany as an example. When a man shows up to Germany, I'm not even gonna say black man. When a man shows up to Germany, he's more or less seen as almost intrinsically a value add. He's going to do something or contribute. Mm-hmm. There's no other way. When a woman shows up to Germany, she's seen like a net negative because women having children, they're just another mouth to feed and a bill that needs to be paid. Oh, from a societal standpoint. So we're already dealing with that right now. I add and then add to the fact that just in the Black American experience, we are seen as the beautiful one. Not a choice that we made, but a choice how we just ended up. But we're also having to be providers and protectors as well. So you have, it's almost like you have this added bonus that on top of that. Not only is this man going to provide and protect because he is a man, that's kind of a universal construct of it. He's also the beautiful one. And
don't forget too. Go
ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying. Don't forget every country too. Who are they trying to invite over to it? Is it the men or the women?
No. Well, I mean,
I mean, like, let's really look at it, like, for like with the passport bro stuff, they're trying to bring in the money. They know who is bringing in, who's going to be the net positive to their economy. They're trying to bring in more men in a certain degree.
Let me do this.
I'll do the caveat. I think the caveat with that is that if they have women that are acting right, because America's trying to bring in new women.
Who gonna check me, boo?
So I would add that caveat to
it. And let me do this game. Right? And let me do this game. That's why you doing it? Because y'all brought up Germany, so I have to play the clip of the she didn't sound angry. She's definitely sounding bitter though. I mean, it's in the same kind of area of the spectrum, right? So here we go.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than Black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas Black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a Black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think Black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a Black woman in Germany.
Okay,
There
okay,
you go, Thamus.
fuck her feelings. And I'm going to use Black Uru's point from this. But seriously, fuck her feelings. When Black Uru, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Black Uru has stated previously that women en masse and in aggregate take away from a society more than they give into it, especially if they're not having children. Is that correct?
To be specific about America, to be specific about America, the average American woman will take over $150,000 more from the combination of governmental resources over the course of her life than she'll pay into the system.
Okay, excellent.
By virtue of that, what does that mean in a zero-sum game? That means the average American male is paying more than $150,000 a year into the system.
Okay. Thank you. Put a pin in that. Okay, I'm going to just to fast forward. I'm going to say we're all in agreement with that. Okay, to that point, why in the fuck would I be happy to see you if you're in Germany?
You would. No. Not if you were concerned. Not if you were concerned about the treasury of Germany. No, you would not. No, you.
And you're not having kids, so you're not you. I am not happy to see you. Fuck anything else. Fuck you being able to, if you could dunk the ball like Jordan or run like Usain Bolt. I'm just talking just from a situation of just complete raw numbers. If I know when you step foot in my fucking country, you're gonna take $150,000 and you ain't shitting out no kids. And the other person who's gonna come in here, if he stays, he could contribute. Why the fuck am I gonna be happy to see you? I'm not.
Well, and even children are only valuable to the extent that you need them to grow or maintain the economy. But if your system is not set up in such a way in which having more children or bringing more children is going to be a net value add, at least over time, then even her ability to have children is not valuable.
I mean, I was just the children thing was just like trying to give her a bone in the whole aspect of, okay, if you have enough kids, that could be enough platforms for taxing. But if you're not even going to do that, if you're not even going to do that, why the fuck should I be happy to see you?
Let me add to that by saying, if y'all remember the brother Jay Sean, he occasionally pops in, but he was stationed in Germany, or I think he worked for either a government agency or one of those kind of like auxiliary type of joints that is kind of really close connected to the government, and he was living in Germany for years. As long as Jay Sean was interacting with the Black Manosphere, I never heard him complain about dating in Germany and Black women being gawked at instead of Black men. Right? And how so yeah, and if you listen to this, I think she's, and I want to make sure I say this. This is not just Germany. What she's describing is not a German thing. What she's describing is a Western thing, global Western thing, right? That's what she's describing. And I think she really exhibited Black women's true emotions when it comes to how Black men are perceived in these spaces and how Black women are perceived in these spaces, and the angst and the resentment that Black men are seen as the beautiful ones. And when I say that, y'all notice, like, it's not something to brag about necessarily. Now, you can utilize it clearly, do with it what you will, but it's not to make fun of, mock of Black women, because women tend to be the beautiful ones in their collective races, right, or their ethnic groups. But because of white supremacy and the way it worked, particularly on those of us in the West and in America in specific, Black men are the beautiful ones, and Black women still don't know how to come to terms with that. And quite frankly, I'll tell you, I don't think Black men really know how to come to terms with that either. And I'll pause right there. Go ahead.
But Mr. Z, the other thing that you need to
go ahead, Jay Moore, and then you go ahead, Tunnel Run, and then you got a Jay Moore.
Okay, I was going to say, even if the woman has
my bad, Vince, we'll get you afterward. Go ahead, Jay Moore.
Okay.
Go ahead, I'm Tunnel Run. Go ahead, Tunnel Run.
Even if the woman has money, they don't want to spend it. They don't want to. A man will go over there, meet a woman, have children, develop a community. A man will do things. A woman does not, even if she has $1 million, she's not trying to go over there and give it to anybody else. She's trying to keep it all for herself. So she is a problem.
Shoot, man is like Jesus. You know, a man going over there is like Jesus. He's going to help out the poor. He's going to help out the rich. He's going to help out the middleman. When he goes over there, he's spreading love with his money.
When he goes over there, he finds a woman and marries her and brings her back to the States. Shout out to Tunnel Run. When he when you go overseas, you see what I'm saying? Like that like when he goes over there, he stays over there and becomes a productive citizen of that society. Shout out to Casper OG, right? When he goes that's what I'm saying.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Z? You know what? You know what else with that lady? Like how she sound for real is like every time when she see a black man over there in Germany or wherever hell in Europe, it's like when he hugs a white person or get a handshake, it's like he turns around and smiles at her to glow. The way how she sounds,
Yeah. No,
a little delusional in there.
Wait, but J Moore, that is how they're registering it. I'm glad you said that. That is, we know that that's not what he's doing, but that is how they're registering it. They're registering it, and
we got that
brothers
Cheshire
walking
cat
down
smile.
on the
Don't forget to add
sidewalk.
that too.
Exactly. He's walking down the sidewalk with the white girl. They're holding hands in Germany, right? They're walking through Berlin, right? And then she's walking the opposite direction, and they're minding their own business. He's talking to her, she's talking to him, but the way the black women are seeing it, in how they're imagining it, is like you said. They imagine him kicking her off the sidewalk. You dark, ugly, get out of here. Why are you here? You're disrupting our peace. You're ugly.
It's not just their imagination though, because women are, to be fair to them, they are tend to be more environmentally sensitive, especially at a social level than we are. So they are much more acutely than we are. They are seeing the adoring glances from women and men, frankly, that are being directed at black men. They are hearing the changes in the tonality of the voices between how they talk to you when you're by yourself and when they talk to that black man. They hear the deference to the black man. They hear the lightness of their voices when they're talking to him, and they see the smiles. They see the smiles in the mouths. They see the smiles in the eyes. We don't pay as acutely attention to those things as women do. Those black women are seeing all of that, and they're feeling the impact of all of that, and they're like, "Wow, they're treating these motherfuckers like gods over here."
Let me say this real quick, because I gotta ask. Real quick. I gotta ask everybody a question. If anybody could find that clip, because I don't know if I can get it from BGS. I know I can. Well, probably get it, but I don't want to wait. Anybody could find that clip that BGS played on my channel one time. And he's definitely played on his channel a couple of times with the sister. I want to say, did she have braids in Japan? And she was like, you could see she was saying, she was like the black men are talking crap about the black women in Japan, and they go off with the little Japanese women in the corners, and you could see, and she was like, y'all calm down, y'all ain't nobody over here or something like that. She said, so one of y'all know the clip I'm talking about? Well, somebody knows the clip I'm talking about. If you can find it, and please send it or put it in the chat right now, if you can. But yeah, so I can download that because that needs to be in the archive for when we have these type of conversations. As Black Guru said, they're more environmentally aware. And that is how, and if y'all remember the clip that I'm referring to, she did try to humble black men. That was her tonality, about that clip. But go ahead, Jay Moore, wrap up real quick because I need to get Vince in here. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, to add into it, like a good clip too, is the water boy scene when he was about to tackle somebody, but he was like, no, like he was like putting his hand on his ear, screaming. He's like water sucks. It really, really sucks. No, water sucks. It really, really sucks. No, wait, and then basically that's how black women is the water boy at that point.
With Waterboy, what did Waterboy reference all the time when people would ask him questions?
Mama say.
Mama say. Yeah.
I'm gonna find those clips. Guess what? Guess what we about to do with the clips? Thank you. Guess what we about to do with those clips? Thank you. That there we go. I should have used that when I covered that brother from that was on Raving the Red Flag the other day. when I covered it. I should have used that. I should have used that. Go ahead.
Oh, hey, yo, no. If you rewatch Waterboy, I swear to God, that is a black community right there.
But let's let Vince get in there. Go ahead, Vince. What's up with you?
Thank you. God damn. Can you hear me?
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Vince sounded like he was starving. My bad, Vince. I had you in solitary confinement for the longest. Sorry.
Yeah, man. And we had a whole fight, man. We had the two drunk uncles fight and everything, man. On Christmas, man, messing up Thanksgiving. All right. I just got one question, right? And it might sound dumb, but I need to ask this question. What are we talking about?
Well, we originally started off talking about white women over here staking claims on black men. That's what we originally started on. Let me play some of the clips for you. Actually, give me 1 second because they're really short. So here we go.
Why do the white women feel like they need to date black men? And then she went and explained like, oh, it's because of the kids, and they want them to look, the kids to look a certain way. Not sure I agree with that, but still we're moving on because the point of this of this lady's video is she gets to the end and she says we need to have more conversations like this because they're not being had anymore. It's called staying in your own lane. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you don't like to date outside of your race, that's great. I love that for you. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you are a black girl that wants to date a white man, go for it. If you're a black girl that wants to date a Hispanic man, go for it. If you're a white woman that wants to date a black man, go for it. You get the point, correct?
So there's that one. There's this one.
Y'all want to know why we like y'all's black men? Because they not y'all's black men. They're not. You don't know shit. And it kind of started, way back in the day. Since we got to go way back there. You know how we were separated and there was some still sneaky stuff going on, right? But as things evolved, got better, we started to mingle together, and that made a lot of us white and black folk happy. It did. And then we got to mingle together even more, and I think that the black man and the white woman just liked each other. I just fucking think they liked each other. You're mad about it?
Cruise Ship Chronicles.
Cruise
Ship
Chronicles. People should mind their business about interracial dating. Why do you care who I date? Why do you care about their race? It doesn't matter. No one's gonna do it better. He doesn't want you anyway.
Then there's this one.
White women love black men, and black men. All your skills, every skill you got, your dancing, your rapping, your singing. The singing, when you guys sing, it's just a beautiful thing.
And Leon, before you go, I got two more. They're real short. It's only going to take about another minute.
What kind of man are you looking for in America?
Black.
Why do you like a black man versus a Turkish man?
Because the black men are so masculine, so gentlemen. I'm not dating with Turkish guys.
Why not?
I don't like dating with them. No, I'm waiting with American guys.
Why do you want an American guy, not a Turkish guy?
They are so masculine.
Really?
I don't like Turkish men. They are so jealous. They can accept me who I am. They are not my type.
So let me ask you this. A girl that's watching this, she wants to get a black man. What can you do to get a black man?
They love curly girls. Curvy, yeah.
And this one.
So I just saw something on TikTok about the black boyfriend effect, and I need to know what that is, because I think I have it. The way that I have changed since this man has entered my life, I'll never be the same. And it is not for the reasons you're thinking, you nasty. Even though that's not a conversation for today. I'm just saying, like, I have become like the boldest, most confident version of me. I dress different. I talk different. I believe in myself in a different way. I'm like way more into my feminine energy. And I did not know that that was a theme of having a black boyfriend until I stumbled on all of these videos on TikTok talking about the black boyfriend effect. And I need to know, like, what is this psychological phenomenon? And what is it about black men that is just different? And I'm not just saying this because I'm with a black guy, but since I've been exposed to black culture more and more, I just genuinely believe that they actually like women. It's like they have a different appreciation for femininity. I don't know, just thoughts, but what about this black boyfriend effect?
An honorable mention.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things and they mix and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on, swiftly move on, and they'll feel all cleansed, you know. Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
All right, there you go, Vince. So Vince and then Leon. Vince and then Leon. Go ahead, Vince.
Well, that was 7 to 8 different white women saying things constantly, and
Bro, there's so many of them. There's so many videos. It's ridiculous. Go ahead.
Let me say this, right? Here's the problem, right? There's not a problem like I'm rooting for black women, right? And all this other stuff, but they're wilding, and not all of them, of course, but a lot of them, understand that like they're on some bullshit, right? Here's the problem, because the first woman who came up, who you video showed, she sounded like she meant it. She had the same tone of a racist white woman, but about a black man. She meant that shit. Like, she was really like, that's how I hear when white women check someone and they don't care if they're offensive. Like, she kind of had that conviction. That's a problem. Cause she's like, yeah, oh shit. And wow. Yeah, that's all I got. I'm like, damn. Like, that first lady, she kind of she said that shit with her chest. Like, she was like, just how a woman, a racist white woman stand on her shit. She's still on.
Who told you she ain't racist? White women are just like white men. Just because they getting black dick don't mean they're not racist. She could not be. I'm not saying she is, but I'm just saying who says she's not.
Unless you can do some super vetting, and I don't really know how you can do it. I'm generally at the easiest agnostic towards dealing with white women. I think the vast majority of white women are not worth the trouble that comes with them. I mean, unless you're dealing with a white woman who truly can advance you economically, such that, look, if the potential of me going to jail is sort of companion with this woman being a billionaire, for example, just to use an extreme example, right?
Black Root, can I make it an easier point?
Potential. Well, I'm
let him land with that, and then you got it, Leon.
I'm using an extreme example to make the point where if it's so clear the potential benefit exceeds the potential negatives, then I'll go for it. But I'm saying in most cases, I think the majority of black men are not going to be in a position where the benefit of dealing with that white woman is going to be so much greater than the risk at this point. So I'm not in general pro black men and white women. I am pro black men and other women, or the opportunities for other women, whether they are of black, heritage, Africa, diaspora, Caribbean, maybe black European. I'm pro non-black, non-white, non-black, given some consideration of culture. Some cultures are going to obviously be more acclimatable to black men than others. And if I were to consider a white woman, I'm actually more pro dealing with a non-American white woman than I am an American white woman. I'd be much more open to dealing with, for example, a German woman, frankly, than I would a white American woman, or a Polish woman, or a Ukrainian woman, because the American racism is even unique and extreme, even for racism in general. And so I'm less trusting of white women in this country than I am white women anywhere on the planet.
You're right, Black woman. You're right.
Yeah,
You will respect my authority.
I was gonna say usually
But
if the
let me
parents if the
let
parents
me say
But
this.
yeah,
Let me
go
say
ahead.
this. I am pro black women, white women giving black women the business. I'm very pro that. And the reason why I'm pro that is I think it has the potential effect of forcing black women to compete for real. I think the potential benefit is that some percentage of black women will say, maybe the young ones, maybe those that are in the formative stage where they might be more reachable, they might say, oh, they really are going to take all of our men. They are going to take Dwayne. And I really like Dwayne. And I need to maybe try to lock down Dwayne while we're in our senior year in high school or college before he goes off to this PWI. So to the extent that effect can occur to some degree, I'm all for these white girls styling on their ass. I totally support it.
I think
So
I think this is a generation thing. Real quickly, I'm sorry. You got it right after this. And look, I think this is a generation thing, Black Louie, and maybe I can't see the forest through the trees. I will fully accept that. I don't see it as a millennial, nearly 40-year-old millennial. The the attitude I see coming from the oldest of Gen Z millennials and the youngest of millennials. So I guess the zillennials. Is a screw it then, right? And how much do they really mean that? Now that's a different conversation. But I don't even think they see it. I don't think they see them as a threat. I think they bought into their own hype, where it's us chasing the white girls and the non-black women. They don't really see it as a threat. Number one, they act like
But
they
no,
don't care. Number two,
I
and
think
I
the
think some of them actually
potential
don't.
turnaround,
can I
to the
get
extent there's a turnaround, I'm inclined to agree. I think the potential turnaround will be with the outfit. They
I could
will
agree with that.
they
Yeah,
will
I could agree
see
with that.
at a young age the devastation of the errors of their elder kin, female kin, and hopefully they will begin early in life to make some survivalistic decisions. Hopefully, I'm not saying it's a guarantee. I'm just saying that they're the ones that are most likely to
No, I can
possibly
see that.
start to do things.
You know, I can see that. Okay,
So
let's
I
let
basically break
Leon
it
go
down.
before he
I
explodes. Go ahead,
basically
Leon. You
break
got
it
it. Go
down
ahead.
like this before I explode. Yo, if you're dealing with a white woman, if her family ain't super liberal, where they can benefit having that kid in pictures and around the place, and he can benefit off that,
The magical
she's
mixed
not
race
worth
baby, but
fucking.
from the white woman's
She,
side.
yeah. Then she not fucking
Go ahead.
worth.
Shout out to
Because
Only Logic. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I said I've had the experience of my light skinned cousins taking my last piece of chicken and I get one piece instead of two pieces. I'm not fucking with them niggas. Yo, either that family is going to produce as just much as my family, or you shouldn't even be fucking dealing with the white woman. So find you a super white liberal family to take every holiday picture and have the kid on the weekend and you benefit from that network. Otherwise, she's a waste of fucking time. She's just trailer trash, in my opinion. And on the topic of black women, okay, they go to South America. Yes, guys say wonderful shit to them, just like in the islands. And guess what? They only make $5,000 to $8,000 a year. That doesn't work because black women don't want to pay. They go to Africa. The guys still make less money than them, but even if they make less or more, he's still gonna have multiple women. They don't like that shit. They go to Europe. What is the primary issue in Europe? It's not actually getting a white guy. It's the fact that the white guys believe in 50-50. We going 50-50 on the dates. We going 50-50 on everything. And yet again, that doesn't work with them. That's what they hate. It's like if a black guy goes to Germany and goes out on a date and a woman says, oh, I'm paying half, he's in utter confusion. And the lady say, this is normal. Black woman having to pull out her debit card on the first date because he's German or he's French or he's Swedish don't work with black women. And they've spoken on it. They got articles about the shit. You know what I'm saying? So no matter where they go, their standard and how they shape their Disney World fairy tale, how they should be treated does not fucking work. And that's that.
Yeah, lying. They don't do the math. They want everything.
Mhm.
They want everything, and they want it their way at their time. So that what creates the problem because they want everything. They want you to be a millionaire. They want you to be handsome, good looking, and they want you to still kiss their ass. So it's not
Yep.
working. They don't do the math. They will not do the math.
So I'm glad that like Leon and Tunnel Runner said that. So I've been having this particular part of the conversations for the longest, and I've gone through the different regions of the globe just like how Leon did, and I had this conversation with the ladies off of what is it called uh Black Woman's Perspective. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. So yeah, I had that conversation with them. Concrete Rose and the other sister. I had that conversation with them on their channel. I said, where if y'all not getting on the Black Man's Program in America, okay, let's do the math. Where exactly are you going to go where the men are going to earn as much, definitely more than you, and play the particular role of this disproportionate provider and play borderline egalitarian? Where are you going to go? There's nowhere else to go. If you can't get a man in the West, so okay, fine. Let's not even make it about black men. If you can't get a man in the West, the once you get out of the West and maybe Singapore, Japan, South Korea, the wages drop like a rock. I don't think people really, those of us in America, I don't think we really appreciate that. Whenever you look at the average, no, not even the average and the median incomes of just about every nation, in the West, in Europe, you're looking at 30 some odd $1,000 for the average person, 30 some odd $1,000 a year, 40 some odd $1,000, really 30 some odd $1,000, 20 some odd thousand. But once you get out of like France, Germany type thing, all of that falls to crap, because I think the average income yearly for your average person on planet Earth is less than $10,000 a year, give or take, if I'm not mistaken. So like so essentially, once you get out the West, everybody's income is less than $10,000 a year. So if a black woman can't make it work with you, that's why y'all see Mr. Z is bold with the, well, if you don't want to get on the Black Man's Program and them white boys and Latino dudes ain't checking, then you really didn't go munch on each other, because I know that's what it's going to result to. You're going to be playing with your rose toy, or you're going to be munching on each other, and you're going to be telling us how love is love and you can't help it. Or if you're playing with your rose toy, you're going to tell us how much you enjoy being single and you like your peace not to be disturbed. But really, you don't have no choice. You don't get on the Black Man's Program, and you don't have the looks, and you don't want to pay, because a white dude will maybe rock out with you if you're willing to pay. But if you ain't paying for the white guy, and you don't have some type of like what's the comedian name, Jesse Owens. If you don't have his type of situation, then it's also you don't got nothing. That's it. Yeah, go ahead, yo.
Yeah, because Mr. Z, what they say is the bottom here, a guy making 100,000, a guy that's 6 foot tall, a guy that's he has a flat stomach, six pack. You're in 80% of the world. You're in the 1%. You are in the 1%, out of the 80% of the world. And what black women understand is brothers actually, because we actually don't go anywhere. We only have 19% of the American population that have passports. And if you don't have a passport, you can't go anywhere outside the United States. So it's only maybe 8 or 9% of black men that have even left the country. And they don't understand. And when these brothers go overseas and see who they are and what they can do, they can really get some stuff done. And the women will appreciate what they can do, because they can take a woman and put her in the 1%, or put her in the top percent in many of these countries. Just the average black man. Well, a little bit above average black man.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like I said, Gary Owens. That's what I was talking about. Thank you, Inspired Truth. Gary Owens. Yeah, Gary Owens. Gary Owens was, when he was married to his wife, he was the primary breadwinner, clearly. And yeah, so if you can catch you a Gary Owens or John B, then I mean, I guess you're gonna be out here like Chili, or you're gonna be paying. You're gonna be out here like Lonnie Love. You're gonna be out here whatever as a black woman. You can't help who you love, and he treats me so well. And but when we look at them finances, you out here paying 70%, 80%, 100% of the bills. Yeah, good luck with that. That's all it is. So that's why y'all see Z speak the way I do, especially over the past year or so, year and a half or so. When it comes to this, if there's supposed to be a black community, the only way this works is if black women get on black men's program. There is no other way. There is no other way. They've been trying it for the past 60-ish years, 70 years, 60-ish years, and you see where we are now. A handful of black people got some stuff, and the masses of us don't. And the black community got democracy. So there you go. That's what happens when you don't get on black men's program. So let them do their thing and freestyle, and black men. I guess we'll restart another black community with a bunch of non-black women and our mixed children. And there you go. Brazil, here we come. Go ahead, y'all.
To those clips.
You break it up a little bit. Better you go ahead. Oh yeah, no, you're really breaking up. Let me let's talk again. Let me see if I can hear you.
No, he's gone.
No, you out there. You in the void right now. Well, while you're doing that, let me play the clip that I was telling everybody about, and here y'all go.
Something that has greatly disappointed me since I've been living here is the amount of coonery that I've seen in Tokyo. And sorry to say, but it's mainly from black men from America.
Really? Tell me more.
The way that I have to watch y'all treat me and my fellow black sisters like shit, but treat the Japanese women all delicately like they're special flowers is insane.
Are you complaining or just jealous?
Recently went to a club and this black guy was asking me how my experience is here dating, and I was telling him, and then he was like, well, I'm in heaven here because they like fetishize us, so they be worshiping us and doing whatever the fuck we want, so I'm in heaven. What? None? Or the black men that'll be talking to me, and then when we get done, they're like, I enjoyed the conversation, you're so cool, I love black women, I worship black women, I wish there was more in Tokyo, and then we'll go over to their Japanese girlfriend and then talk shit about us.
Huh, it looks like these American brothers are crushing it overseas, and you are jealous that these men are getting all the attention.
And there you go. And
Exactly.
and that's what it really is. It's not. I'm glad that she said it the way she did, because notice the framing. The framing is that y'all talking shit behind our back. The framing is y'all talking about these other women like they worship y'all. Because understand, for them, the women not being antagonistic, the women not being super sassy, the women not being mean, the women not being argumentative is them kissing your ass. Like it's like, oh, that's what you like? A pushover? Wait, she's a pushover because she's just smiling, she's laughing at my jokes? She a pushover because she's kind? Right? Like that, and once again, I'm glad she said it, but her framing is always, y'all talking about us behind our back, y'all treat us like we ain't shit, and y'all worshiping at them Japanese women. But that framing is needed, because she can't just say y'all ain't choosing up on us and it's making me feel bad.
Z,
She's never gonna say that. Go ahead.
You said she's projecting.
Yeah, she's definitely projecting. She's definitely projecting. It is, and to me, I detest this framing from women in general. That's not just a black woman thing. The men are harming me by not paying attention to me, but I don't want them to pay attention to me, but they're harming me by choosing somebody else. But I can't say that I feel bad that I didn't get chose. What I'm gonna say is, you talking shit about me. You just want her because she's young. You just want her because she's compliant. You just want her because she's white. You just want her because she's not black. You just want her.
Wait,
right? I can't. Go ahead.
You said because she's compliant?
Yeah, compliant. Yeah, oh, definitely. You definitely. That's a problem. Oh, you better believe it. Right.
I mean, you see this overseas all the time. You will see guys. They just the women of other, even like in Korea or in Thailand or in the Philippines, they just being nice. They ought to be a nice to the guy. They might not even like it, but they being nice. They're being, kind, and sometimes find a guy that they like. And when a black woman comes by, she's saying, "Oh, she's being compliant. She's doing all this stuff. She's doing all this extra." The women just doing what they do, and the man appreciates that kindness. That talking soft to the man, respecting the man, doing be with the man, and they don't want black women coming there. Oh, you should talk to me. Why? So I can get cursed out? So that you can talk to me badly. That you can, make me do this, make me do that. We have these girls over there, and they're not asking for anything. They just want to sit there and enjoy your male presence.
It's hard for women in the West to compete with that. You're clear now. You're clear. Let me say this one more thing, and then you got to better you. And Saint Cyr says she made all of that up. Saint Cyr, let's say you're right. Let's go with it. If she made all of that up, it's even worse. If she made all that up, that means she had to get that energy off and she constructed and fabricated a story just to tell the black men in Japan to calm the F down and stop talking so positively about these Japanese women. They ain't all that anyway, right? And you're a little sellout because you ain't over here kissing my ass, right? So like if she made that story up, that's even worse, right? And go ahead.
Well, it is worse. I say like the pop the balloon show. I'm starting to think the pop the balloon concept was created by the devil himself. I think the pop the balloon show.
You gotta explain that.
Seriously,
Go
though,
ahead,
it is the worst marketing of Black American women that you will ever see, because you regularly have what are usually fairly attractive Black women. So think about, let's juxtapose pretty Black women with some of the most nastiest and venal and mercenary attitudes about their judgments and their assessments of coupling of men, most of the men who appear on the show appear very productive, very attractive men. It's the worst possible marketing for Black American women that you can have. It creates it almost creates it almost says that it's foolish for you to get a Black American woman. If you watch that show or various forms of that show repeatedly, it sends a very, very bad message about Black American women. And the interesting thing about the video you showed, to me, the most interesting thing about the video you showed was not what the woman said. To me, the most interesting thing about that video was the guy who stitched the video ain't even a Black American guy.
That
So
part.
this
Yeah.
whole thing of
Yep.
profiting from the negative image of Black women, it's achieved escape velocity. Now you got people who are outside of Black American people profiting from the negative imagery of Black American women. Black American women are doing a terrible, 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 terrible job on their collective image and reputation, and is making it, like I said before, seem almost foolish for you to get a Black American woman. That's just how badly they're doing with their reputation.
Let me
Black
say
Guru,
this to
it's
what you said
awful
real,
what they
real, real quick,
doing.
Tony, run
Awful. Go ahead.
real quick because we got to get better you in here. But so what you said, I recall Kim Foster. Kim Foster, I would argue she's in agreement with you because she said something, but she didn't have the ovaries to say it on her public videos. She might have said it on her membership only or her Patreon stuff. I'm not a member clearly, and I don't have her Patreon. But she kind of spoke to that for like maybe 5 seconds on one of her streams, which is like, yeah, Pop the Balloon is making Black women look horrible. It's making Black women look horrible. Exactly what you're saying. So they know that. Number two, I've seen a number of Black women kind of allude to that because they appreciate like, oh crap. But this is the thing. Y'all helped to construct it. It was my same argument with Crystalline Kerosene, which is like, you helped to construct this. You are one of the foremothers of the extra super sassy, antagonistic, mean, rude, hyper materialistic stuff concerning Black men. You help Black women to foster that and to have that type of appetite. Okay, cool. But then when they go onto public platforms and show their ass, now you feel embarrassed. Now you're like, oh, wait a minute. I didn't sign up for this. Yes, you did. So Black women showing their ass on Pop the Balloon for the world to see. Like I said before, we saw the Saturday Night Live did a sketch with Dave Chappelle of Pop the Balloon. That means everybody's watching. Everybody's watching. White people are watching Black women be assholes to Black men.
What about the
right?
what about the one with the gorilla the other week?
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. But
Dog.
let me land with this. Let me land with this. So that they are doing themselves that. I don't know if black men are even getting anywhere close to do. We're not nowhere close to doing that type of harm to ourselves in popular media, right? This is something that black women are doing to themselves, and once again, this I said it. Y'all gonna make yourself the gypsies of America. And when I first said it, I didn't really, when you say something and you say it and you're like, oh shit, right? Like, wait a minute, that hurt my own feelings, right? But when I really sat with that idea and I started to unravel it, I'm like, yeah, no, if they continue down this road, they low-key kind of already have, but if they continue down this road, it damn near will be permanent where they make themselves the gypsy class of America. And that's a that's tough. And it won't be obviously every black woman to a woman, but it will be the common idea. The common idea will be that black women are kind of on the outskirts of cities, maybe in the burbs somewhere or wherever they can afford the apartments or the condos or whatever, kind of outside of the city. And some of them have jobs, some of them don't, but there's this like borderline, even if they're not same-sex loving, borderline lesbian covens. The Hive model, right? Shout out to nameless protagonist, but that will be what it is. It will be, I call it, gypsyfying yourself or turning yourself to the gypsy class. Nameless calls it the Hive, right? And just the number of ways of saying this. But go ahead. Let's let Better You get it, and then whoever wants to speak after that. Go ahead, Better You. Oh, he dropped out. Oh no, here you go. Here you go. There you go. Here you go. Go ahead, Better You.
Hello, can you hear me?
You sound clear.
Yeah. So I would argue that a lot of
no, I don't know. Go ahead, yo.
To how those white women talked about black men versus how a lot of these black women talk about black men, one thing that sticks out immediately to you. Black women use that male term as a assessment of their
God damn, you breaking up, Better You. And I feel like you're saying something real. I think you're saying something great right now because I caught a little bit of it. You breaking up again because I felt like you brought up the male term and how they weaponize it and use it, but you broke up really bad. You got to start from the beginning because I really want you to get this idea out. Go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead. Okay, maybe we cannot, but yeah. All right. Let's let Vince. You want to say something? I guess we'll have to wait to get Better You back. But Better You, do not forget that thought because I feel like I know where you were going, and yeah, I definitely want to hear. I want the rest of the panel to hear that in the chat.
Let me go
Go ahead,
after
Vince.
him.
All right,
Okay.
Go ahead. All right, shit. This is crazy. I think that just like Uru said that it's like it's the bad PR, and it's kind of like it's not being fully. It's like it's you ever seen like Dinner for Schmucks? None of y'all seen Dinner for Schmucks?
No.
Okay, so it was this movie, right? Basically they got like a whole bunch of dweebs to come to a dinner because they all was like kind of like pulling the wool over their head a little bit, like kind of like using their quirky ways for entertainment. When Uru said what he said, kind of made me think about that. Y'all should probably go watch. It's like a white comedy movie or whatever like that. But like white humor, my bad. But it's kind of like the kind of like Emperor have no clothes kind of situation where you don't see that you look like an ass out here, and it's like the whole fact of they feel like they can't be checked or whatever like that kind of puts them in situations where they come back looking like, oh, everybody's laughing at me. It's like we told you not to, and here we are. That's kind of like I land with that.
No. Yeah, no. They really are destroying their image. They really are, and it's some of it is willful, some of it is temper tantrum, some of it is straight ignorance, but it's all vengeful. And I mean, at this point, and I've said it before, I'll stand on it. I think that most of us care about black women more than black women do. Most of us care about, as much as we complain, as much as we talk crap, as much as we care about them more than they care about them. Because if they can't be white women, then damn it all to hell. Like, and so like, damn their image, damn us, damn the kid, damn everyone, damn white folks, damn everyone. If they can't be her, if they can't be her. And like, when you watch the Pop the Balloon show and you see that just the utter contempt, right? The sassiness, the meanness, and even when they're not necessarily the most antagonistic, just the dismissal, right? And I mean, like, people like that, I think you get what you get. So if we see you on the other side of 40 or 45 years old and you out here looking sick, then so be it. And you telling us how you don't care, so be it. Like, you know, they already said how many women are going to be single, and that's not even just necessarily focused on black women. We already know 45 to 51% of women are going to be single by 2030, and that's not when you focus on black women. I would argue if it's 50% of women in America, then that number is going to be at least 70-75% for black women at the least. Yeah, it ain't looking good. It's
Yeah, I
not.
mean, it's
Go ahead.
such a bad thing that pop the balloon, because what it shows, what you see other women doing is it's the same things that these women complaining about. They'll be like, his pants is too tight. Other women will say, I'll change his pants. Other women will say, I'll take him to the dentist. Other
Let's go to
women
the
will say,
mall.
I will help him to get to where he wants to be, because they're talking about one or two little things that they don't like, and they will go off on them instead of saying, well, how can I help him? If his pants is too tight, buy him some more pants with his own money. And that's what girls will do in other countries. They will say, oh, he's making money. He got the right height. He got the right, oh, let him go. I'll take him to the dentist. I'll take him to the, get some more clothes, get a different watch, get a haircut. And then the girls look at him when he comes back and says, oh, wow, I'm ready for you now. No, 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 no. Why you didn't help me when I wasn't all you wanted? Why do you now you want me now because somebody else has said
They don't,
for success?
and
Well,
a number of
but
women.
part of what really bothers me about that show though is Tunnel and Z, that there are some black women who will do that. There are some black women who will do those things.
That's true. That's true.
But the problem with that show is it highlights this particular kind of mindset of black women, and it does two dangerous things, but from opposite sides. It, in my view, encourages more black women to behave that way. And like I said, it not only negatively, in my view, affects the considerations of black men, I think it negatively affects the views of all men about black women.
I agree.
If
Yep.
I'm an Asian dude or a white dude or whatever, I'm not, I don't put what do white guys, for example, put into what shoes they wear or what jeans they wear or what colors they wear? They don't put that much in. They'll wear the same pair of damn jeans for a week, right? So, I mean, if you sell such a negative and such a mercenary and such a vain view of black women, it just as I watch it, I'm like, man, this is. And then you have the female host, and she's all very sort of Mary Poppins and shit. While she's showing these negative images of these black women, she's smiling and cooing and everything. I
Because Arlette
hate
is
that
married.
show. I
Because
hate
Arlette
that
is
show.
married as fuck. That's
She's
the thing.
married,
It's a
Mhm.
and
bad
she
example.
is greatly benefiting. She's greatly benefiting financially from the denigration, in my view, of the image of Black American women. I hate that show. I loathe
I
that show.
think I think it ended up. I think it ended up on Netflix, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't it end
Yeah,
up on Netflix, y'all?
they have a live
Right?
series with different people, with the different hosts and some different, they have some more, they have more people of different colors on the show, but they do have a live version.
So that's my point, and I agree with Black Rule on that. Where like, yeah, and so my lady didn't have to do that because I came already fresh. You already know. But no, there are a number of Black women that whole Black wife effect. It's not, that's not just a white guy thing or a non-Black man thing. No, and I would argue that that's women in general. The stereotype of you don't really care about your appearance like that, and then you meet a woman that does care, and then she's sprucing you up, right? So like, yeah, that's a thing. But that's not what's being shown necessarily on the Pop the Balloon show, and so you just have this stereotype that continues to perpetuate on itself, and the Black women who are playing into it, not appreciating that what this is going to mean for them and their daughters, and not too long and not too distant in the future, right? This is not something that it's not going to take 30 years for y'all to reap this. It's going to take like today, like right. So and like I said, I think we care about them more than they care about themselves on that. But go ahead.
Yeah, and Mr. Z, what's ironic is that, like you said, they will do that for a white man and brag about it, and they won't do it for a Black man.
Yes.
Well,
no, I think some will. I think some will.
But
Yeah, I
not
think
brag
some will.
about it. They won't brag about it if they do it for a Black
I agree with
man.
that. Yeah, exactly. No, I agree with that. They won't brag about it. You're right.
Can I get this?
Go ahead. Somebody was. Yeah, go.
show.
Let's let Better You go in real quick because you remember he been dying in that goddamn Georgia lack of Wi-Fi. Go ahead. I know you didn't. You're not in Atlanta because ain't no way. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm driving through a government facility, so they got signal dampers at various
Oh
points.
yep. Okay, that explains it.
So
that explains it.
The big thing is like trying to be in a nutshell, but like if you pay attention to a lot of those clips you were playing of how those white women talk about Black men versus how with a lot of those clips of Black women speaking about Black men, a couple things you will immediately notice is pay attention to the language. The language, it shows their pathology, it shows what they value, and it shows what they intrinsically think. So those white women and non-Black women, they see Black men as men. Newsflash. However, those Black women oftentimes will use that male term as a pseudo slur in an attempt to dispossess men of manhood and obfuscate what a man is. And a lot of times, just being frank and kind of going to KMS's question, like, why would I be happy to see you coming? When you constantly are denigrating my image, when you ignore the issues that face our youth and us as men, whilst acting and seizing the struggle of supremacy, whilst enacting and co-opting supremacist language to weaponize against Black men, why the fuck would I be happy to see you come?
I don't really have an answer to that because I think it answers itself. The question answers itself. But no, it's what you said. It's what you said, and they've constructed this reality for themselves, and they're suffering at the reality. Understand, like Black women are really pissed. They're really sad. They're really pissed. They're really lonely. They're really angry. They're really horny, right? But they can't get off of this wheel to save their own life. They can't get off of it because they're so angry. Like appreciate what happened here. They came out of Jim Crow. As the decades continued, especially by the time you get to the early 2000s, they're going to college. They're getting their degrees, right? Many of them. They're getting whatever cert. They're doing okay, fine. You're doing some of the things, and we know it's not all. We know it's not even most, but still, you're doing the things. Society pretends like you're integrated, right? You click on most TV shows, they have some type of Black female character. Many of them, not all, have a Black female character, and it's not only mammy characters, right? So it's not only mammy characters. Then you have shows like Scandal, and you have shows like How to Get Away with Murder, and they all showing you in situations in relationships with non-Black folks where y'all are co-workers, y'all are lovers, y'all are friends, y'all are going out, y'all are going to brunches, and all of this thing is being shown in mass media. And yet the masses of Black women are not living that life. They don't got the money, they don't got the status, they don't got the white friends or non-Black friends, they don't have any of that. And so they're angry And even for the ones that have some type of facsimile, it's not what it's being shown on television. Because as Black women are already saying themselves, they're not being invited to the after hours party. They're not being able to, even non-sexual, be able to mingle with coworkers and kind of make those type of relationships that in the future she could be looked out for and get promoted, right? And they're angry at that. But they can't take it off on anyone else because the society won't let them take it off on anyone
But
else.
you
So the
know what
only
the
person they're allowed to
reason
is
why they
Black men.
you know why they
Go ahead.
can't do that social mingling? What's
Go
the
ahead.
reason why they can't do that social mingling?
I
You
know
don't got no
why.
goddamn husband. You don't
Why
got no
they can't
man.
do
Go
that
ahead.
social? You ain't got no
It, it,
husband. You ain't got no
Thank you.
husband. You ain't got no family. If you've been in
Yep.
those environments, you know that
Mm-hmm.
shit is crucial to being invited and viewed and accepted in
Mm-hmm.
that way. You can't, it's not just your education, it's not just what school you went to, it's not even how competent you are on that job. They want to see a
Mm-hmm.
husband,
Mm-hmm.
they want to see some
Yes.
children, they want to hear something about the Boy Scouts and all that kind of shit. That tells you you're one of us.
I would argue beyond that, and well, actually, more so compounding that, the language framework that a lot of them speak with and have adopted turns a lot of people off. It automatically makes anybody that would be open to perhaps collaborating with them, makes them wary of them, because now I have to worry about, is this person going to blow up what I got going on over here?
And maybe they
But
will, but go.
understand. But
Mm-hmm.
hold on. But understand. So you gotta you presented sort of an either or. Look, when you're married, when you're educated, and your wife is educated, and your children is going to private school, for example, or in the suburbs or whatever, you're talking the same language as white people talk by default because you're living that life. So the presumption is that you're the right kind of person because we all doing the same shit. We all taking the same vacation. You know, we're all paying the same, essentially the same bills, all that kind of stuff. So the presumption is by default you're one of us. Your son's going to Purdue, for example. So I mean, it becomes you by default are eligible just by virtue of how you live. And the language, you're not going to be talking crazy when you're doing those things because you're not living that life anymore.
Wait. We got to go right to it. Why would I want you around me when you were, and okay, fine, the sentiment, BLM, Black Lives Matter, cool. When you were pushing for Black Lives Matter, but I saw that mission statement and it was talking about essentially the illusionment of the nuclear family. Why would I have you around and you were a supporter of that? Like that, they don't appreciate these kind of nuance. And the matter of fact, what they want to do is bend the rest of society to their will. So screw it. And this is where standpoint theory come in, and this is where intersectionality come in. Your institutions ain't shit anyway. But if you believe their institutions ain't shit, then why are you trying to integrate? Okay, cool. Your institutions ain't shit anyway. So I should be trying to dismantle it. Okay, there's an argument to be made there. But then why would they want you around when you're so bold about it? You ain't even on the sneak tip. You're so bold about it. You're so antagonistic about it, which is somewhat understandable. But you're so antagonistic about it.
Look,
So
I
why
don't
would they
want your
even want you
children
around? Go ahead.
around my children and your children being raised in the damn black lesbian cult. Come on now. It's
Exactly.
just
Yeah,
that simple.
exactly. Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
That's exactly what I was getting at when I was saying like the language and the framing of certain things. Like some things are very off-putting, especially in certain corporate, at least in the corporate settings I've been in. I can only speak to the where I've been, but some of the ways that some folks talk, it's like we gonna keep it professional, and then behind closed doors, when you actually go out to have drinks and you go out to socialize, you kind of get a little bit of what some people feel about some folks, and you start to learn really quickly. It's like, oh, they see her as radical and potentially problematic. They see her as a landmine, so they keeping her at arm's length. That's why she ain't getting that promotion. That's why they don't really rock with her like that. That's why she's making her own glass ceiling. Like she did to what what's the saying? She don't know how to play the game.
Yeah. Well, better you. There's another side to what you're saying. The other side to what you're saying, and of course, this doesn't apply to all black folks, black women in particular. The other side of what you're saying is, if you did get promoted as a black woman, Why did they overlook those proclivities in you? Are they weaponizing you against the race? Why did you get that lead HR position? Right? That's the
Well,
other
look,
side. Right? Go ahead.
if there's some because a lot of this stuff is contracting related, business related. If you got a federal government, for example, that is not currently, but in, let's say, the Obama administration, it would have been great to be some sword swallow. I'm sorry, I shouldn't use that kind of language.
I already saw what I went. That
It,
already we're
it,
halfway out already.
it would have been beneficial for you to fly the rainbow flag. So and if I'm with a corporation that got a 6, 8, 9, 10-figure deal with the federal government, or maybe you're more blue state governments, then yeah, I'm gonna fly the rainbow flag. So that's kind of situational in that.
True, but what ends up happening when Donald Trump gets reelected, and I want to stress this: it's not about Donald Trump. When Donald Trump gets reelected, and then you can hear, and shout out to one of our academic brothers who's not part of the Black Manosphere but closely associated. We know who we're talking about, African brothers. But yeah, so what happens when Vivek gets a hard on for Black women and not in a positive way? And when Vivek and JD Vance, vice president, a heartbeat away from president, when they see you and what you stand for and what you represent and how you advocate as the antithesis of what they need to bring about or to maintain America. When you are anti-nuclear family, what happens when those men are, well, at least for JD Vance, a heartbeat away from being president? What happens then when you're rainbow flag and you anti-systems of oppression, and the way they read that, because I'm anti-system oppression, but with the way they read that is tearing down their hierarchy, which correct, but tearing down their hierarchy. What happens then when JD Vance is vice president?
And Z at the
I mean,
lower
it's been
level,
what, 120 days. I think we're seeing a little bit.
Yeah.
Ain't they about to take away
Real
Section
time.
8
I
or
think we're
something?
seeing what happens.
Ain't
and
they
Z
about to
at the
redo?
lower level, when you have your family, you with somebody, you with your family, and you with other couples. How can you bring your lesbian cousin into the when there's nothing but couples there? There's nothing but heterosexual couples. Everybody is, you can't bring these people around when everybody is, of a certain religion. They're all couples. They got children, and you seem to bring somebody into the group that's not with the system that they're working with. I mean, you're bringing somebody that's
But
a oddity.
Tunnel Runner, you're 100% right, because shout out to Kev C. I think Kev C ended up coming down to Miami at one point, I think early this year or late last year or something, mid last year. And we were trying to coordinate, but it didn't work out. I don't remember if he actually did though. And he said, he's like, yeah, Z, we gonna be here around this time of year. You bring your lady, I'll bring my wife, and we'll let them go shopping, and you show me around the city. Notice that two couples, right? You see what he said? Bring your lady. I'll bring my wife. We'll we'll drop them off at the mall or something, and then we'll go for drinks or something. Exactly. Exactly. When I take days off, y'all know Z works 7 days a week. But when I take days off, schedule's changing soon though. When I take days off, I meet up with my friends. If it's a guy's night, then that's different. But if anything, I'll drive up to West Palm and chill with my boy and his lady and my lady. You see what I'm saying? Like that. When I went to Naples, I got a friend that lived not too far outside of Naples. We went to his house. We chilled with him and his wife. Right? Like it was me and my lady, and him and his wife. Right? You see that?
And
Right?
this is how it works in the corporate world. A
Yes, sir.
lot of times, I can tell you how many times we took trips on the corporate dime. Partially
Mm-hmm.
paid by this corporation. And so you brought your wife, he brought his wife, they brought their wife, they all having little mini pool parties and at the jacuzzi and all that kind of stuff. Corporate paid for it. See,
Because
that's when people are living like that together, both sort of blending between both, business and personal and private, those people look out for each other. They
Because
look out for each other.
what
They
it's really
promote each
about?
other. What's that?
Because you know what it's really about?
Relationships and network relationships.
It's about family.
It's about it. There is a degree of trust that comes there too. It's skin in the game, so to speak. Like one of the things that my mentor taught me very early in my professional career, after I divorced and I moved on to a new company, he asked me, he's like, "What is your relationship status?" I said, I'm single, divorced. He said, "No, you're not." He's like, "At the very least," he's like, "you have to understand how you going to be perceived as a black man." He's like, "Especially with your stature and build, you're a physically imposing black man." He's like, "There's nothing you can do to pack those shoulders up or any of that." He's like, "But," he's like, "you're always, at the very least, you are engaged or you're married. That don't matter if you got a girl or whatnot." He's like, "That automatically, in terms of networking and getting into certain spaces," he's like, "that's gonna go a long way to help get you in the door." I thought he was bullshitting, but once I started saying that, I noticed like, oh, hey, we going out such and such, or we having a family and friends day, or we just kind of getting together outside of work. It's not an official work thing, but you do tend to get invited to more of those things.
It's spoken your character more.
I'll take it a step further. My higher ups at my one of my places of employment have seen my lady. My lady is built right. And I know my supervisors find my lady attractive. I done got promoted twice. Anyway, I'm gonna just say that. So right, and but once again, that means something. I think people really minimize, like, we're talking about human beings here, and we're talking about relationships here. Like the relationship between employer and employee, the relationship between you and your lady, the way people see you now that you might be in a relationship, right? An intimate relationship with the opposite sex, right? So like that means something, and we're not in the place yet as human beings, nor do I think we're going to get there anytime soon, where that doesn't matter, where that's not a factor in how people view you and see you as some type of reliable. When you have a spouse, when you have a significant other, when you have someone else that people know you are in charge of taking care of, I'm not talking about children here. They know you have a responsibility to another adult. They know you have and that means something when you are out here, single man or woman, and the way people see you and treat you as a single man, it's different than the way people see you as a man in a relationship. And I would argue, from the outside looking in, it's the same thing for a woman. Then on top of that, you a black woman, you gonna be a black woman in America, and single, and just think
It's
everything gonna be
reverse.
straight because you a hard worker. Okay, yeah, that's it.
No, it's reverse. So it's socially designed. So once you reach a certain status, if you're not married and the people around you are married, they're gonna apply pressure to you to get married. Like you're not gonna be a guy with a house in a middle class suburb, upper middle class suburb, and you're not engaging in getting married when your coworkers are married.
Wait,
For
wait.
example,
You
my GM met my wife before she was my wife, and he's like, "Yeah, you need to go and get married. You need to get married. You need to get married." They apply that pressure to people because it's like society does it. Because what they hate is they don't hate gay guys because they're gay. They don't hate straight men that are single because they're single. They hate them because they're fucking free. And these people understand that you get married, you have a kid, you have to interact in those communities and everything else. But a free guy he doesn't have to work overtime. He can take vacations. He can do whatever he wants. He can get another skill and leave. You can't do that when you engage in family and having kids. That's why they apply so much pressure, in my opinion, and what I've learned from.
I think that's a factor. I
I
can't
can
even
see,
say to you it's wrong. Yeah, go ahead, baby.
yeah, I can see that, and to kind of piggyback on what you said, This is a true story too. The funniest thing is kind of hearing like the classic Rochelle. I don't need this shit. My man got 2 jobs coming out the mouth of another man.
Yeah, yeah, man. I'm telling, man. Well, yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah. No, yeah, but isn't that like that's isn't that what many women levy? That's funny you said that way, but yeah, no, that is what many women levy. I don't need this damn job. My man, good. I'm just here because I
Yeah,
don't want to be bored at the house. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. That
But what's
and
worse, what's worse
mhm.
is when guys are free. Like they don't care what you're doing. They just want you to get engaged in a relationship to where you have a kid and that you're stuck to comply with taking care of your family first rather than your freedom. You know what
Leon,
I'm saying?
let's be crass about this too. If you can make it work with one other person, how the hell I expect you to be a great employee?
Well, see, that's the difference. That's the difference because women, when they're
Yeah.
employees, they're the wife of the employer. They're. I mean, look
Their husband up
look
their
at the.
employer. I get what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. They're the wife of their employer, and when you look at it, it's like you're giving 150% effort to this guy that's your management, your upper management, and you're taking on more tasks that you don't even get paid for a lot of the
So
time, ladies.
what y'all saying is aunties and uncles aren't the only people applying pressure for people to get married.
No, I mean it's fascinating. Listen, because I think Black Uru kind of spoke to this once a little while ago. How much of this student loan debt, how much of this you can afford a home, how much of your car payment is the fact that you single as fuck, right? Like the it's just you, right? And like we know women are more hyper consumers, and men tend to be, especially as older, more more careful about their spending, right? What happens when when you're not being subsidized? Like I think like off a purely economic perspective, you don't necessarily have to be with the rich man. You don't even got to be with the upper middle class man. But most women in relationship, even Black women, are being subsidized to some extent by their male, equivalent, their husband, their boyfriend, their baby daddy. And so if you're not in that type of situation, the fuck you think? Like this system is designed where you are gonna be struggling. You ain't no family plan cell phone. It's just you,
We are
right?
real
Like
life
like
playing Monopoly.
right. It's just you versus a bunch of like I've said this before. Okay, let's say you make the same as Becky, which we know that's not true, but let's say you make the same as Becky. You make the same as Becky, but we know your life insurance coming down from your parenting will be the same. Oops, that's if you got anything. Okay, fine. Not only that, Becky and you are the same age, y'all got the same position, but yes, she has a husband, and her husband makes the same amount of her, if not more. Even if it's a couple of dollars less than her, you got her in. So both of y'all are making, let's say, 70 grand a year. Both of y'all making 70 grand a year, but it's her 70 with her husband's 65, or her 70 with her husband's 85, 100, and it's just you and your 70. How the fuck? What you thought was gonna
It's not
happen?
only that. You got to remember, it's like I talk about when people
Hmm.
buy houses or move into communities. Yeah, you're making that, but those people that were making that 10 years ago, you're paying to be in a community. They're not paying to be in a community. The
Leon,
same
I am
cost you.
literally experiencing that now. I'm just now barely getting to a place of stability, and like inflation then kick me right in the ass with that. But not only that, but I had to sit down and kind of really grapple with that and get over myself with the damn you here late. Oh, you here late, right? Like y'all think I'm late with this with streaming, but like it's like damn you here late, and that money would have got you a house real comfortable
Hmm.
7 years ago, right? Like
Yeah,
what I'm making now, I could have ate a mortgage by myself 7, 8 years ago, 9 years
yeah.
ago,
My
10 years
my
ago,
my
right?
fifty my
But like,
fifty
yeah,
five year
go ahead.
old my 55-year-old neighbor makes the same income as me, and he's white, and he's driving a 2500 Dodge Ram. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
See,
100 with a lift kit, payment
yep.
1200 a month, and he don't lose no
Why?
sleep.
Because when did he get the house though? We got to go
Shit,
all the way because I know what you're saying.
2012,
Thank you.
2012,
And when did you get your house?
17. 16,
See,
17.
and a 5 year, but 5 year difference, a 5 year difference. You see that, and
Yeah.
see, not even we don't even have our own place like that. Yeah, we we in townhomes and whatever. We trying to make that work. But and but once again, like that, that's what I'm stressing. It makes a difference. But if you try to eat that by yourself as a woman, as a black woman in America, good luck. Good luck. Good
Why you think I
man. Like I
fix so
said,
many?
and you better come over here with a smile too. Go ahead.
Why you think I fix people houses in my free time? Majority of them are women. It's
Of
like
course, but you didn't.
that's I just
But
talk
Leon,
about it.
when you say when I fix people houses, you didn't have to say the majority of women. We already knew that's what it was. You
Yeah,
didn't.
yeah,
I'm glad you said it, but we would have known that was what you was gonna say anyway. Go ahead.
yeah. And
because
I'm just
because
like
at least
when
half
I
the
Leon,
shit
man.
you're doing in those houses, a man would be doing if he
Yep.
had a man. So of course it's women, because half the shit that more than half the shit of maintaining the house a husband is doing.
A,
Mhm.
a man, a
Hold
man who got some skills. A man's not a bum. A man's not like, who she's using as a homosexual, or however that goes.
Hey,
man.
see, every time I do anything in the house, I make sure my wife knows. Look, this is what I did. And I show her. I say, look,
Right.
this is what's getting done by me. Okay?
Man.
Yeah,
I,
Leon just
I
look.
don't know any man I don't know any man who bought a house with a woman who is on some homosexual shit. Every man I know who himself is on that note, that motherfucker gets real handy real quick around that house.
yeah, same. I've been like that.
Leon,
If I don't know how to do it, I call my dad. I call my uncle. I don't my actuator on my fridge water thing went out. Called my dad. He said, "Oh yeah, it has that ring disorder. Another one, run the wire, and you good." Did that? Shit
But
worked perfect.
that's let me read this from Trell. Trell, that's understandable. Trell says no comment. I got someone doing some renovations for me. I mean, like there's certain things like you just ain't gonna do, right? There's certain things like big stuff like I'm what I'm really beating myself up for not having a house is because this is what Papa Z does, and like I want to utilize that for the cheap. I ain't gonna pay my dad nothing, right? But I'm like God damn, let me hurry up and Papa Z is getting old, so I'm like I need to do this now. I need this now because I don't
Yeah.
want him to pass, and I'm like, hey, those borderline selfish. I was like, I said, Dad, you can't, you know, you can't pass, right? Because I need to get a house, and I need you to work it. And he just laughed because he know I'm joking, but I'm being dead ass serious. Like he know I'm right. So no, so there are certain things like towel. I'm not putting down no damn towel, bro. Like I've
Towels aren't
helped
bad.
Dad Z do it before. I know I've helped him before, bro. I'm not doing it, bro. I'll
No,
pay.
no,
I'll
let me
pay.
tell you, when you
Real
look
towel
at
too. I'm talking about
prices,
real towel, not
yeah,
the
okay,
what you call
the little
the
laminate.
kind of
yeah,
yeah, the
but
laminate.
the
I'm
thing
talking about
is,
Laminate,
laminate. I'm
laminate
talking about
foam.
real towel. Yeah, yeah.
Z, when you
Mhm.
look at the prices for someone to do your bathroom, it's gonna be like 15 to 20 fucking thousand. Just do it yourself, bro. I'm serious. Like it's like 20 to 30,000 sometimes to get a bathroom done. And I just did the tiles myself, the laminate pieces and all that. I'm not doing it.
I'll do the
So
backsplash for the kitchen. I'll do that.
Yeah,
Right. I'll
yeah,
put the
yeah.
sink in myself. All that shit's easy though. That shit. I'll put the sink in myself. I'll do the backsplash for the kitchen. The one for the in the
Mhm.
restroom behind the sink. Yeah, I'll do stuff like that. But the towel for the walls for the bathroom. Oh no, I ain't doing that, bro. Nope.
Yeah, so
Nope.
man,
my deck, I had Mexicans dig it up and just level it out. Then I did all the wood in the back and put my jacuzzi tub and all that within the deck. But
Oh, jacuzzi tub.
I didn't do.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I didn't dig up the yard. I wasn't trying to do all that shit. But I did the
yo,
wood and everything and put it all together.
y'all missed it. Leon just basically told us he using his home front business as a little gigolo scoping service.
No, I
He
told
told
y'all
us
the
to fix the
last story.
pipes.
I told y'all the last story. My homegirl that I work with was talking about her aunt water being out, and I said, "Is it in the house?" She said, "No, it's just not pumping hot water." I was like, "I'll come over this weekend and look at it." Looked at her water heater. I went and emptied it out. The forks were black as hell with carbon built up. Went on Amazon, $24 thermostat with the hooks, whatever they're called, the forks, heat forks. I dumped her. I told her pay me 200. We good. I dumped her water heater out like 4 times. She had like 20 pounds of um, calcium and everything at the bottom of it. Filled it back up. I said, hey, I'm gonna go grab a tool and some wire because this wire is too short. I was like, by that time it should be hot. Put the wire in, came back in. She was in a bikini, basically see through everything. When I came back in, she's like 48. I just wanted the money because she lives like 15 minutes away from me. And my woman knows when she sees a side chick, okay? She knows when she sees one of my side chicks. So, yeah, I didn't hit that. I didn't hit that.
Look,
I just got
everybody
my
tells you
money.
Tal ain't that bad, Z. Everybody saying it better. You didn't say it. Leon said it. Everybody say it's fine. You like Tal ain't that bad, Z. Look, I've done it before. I'm telling you. I know I'm not saying it's that bad. I'm just saying I don't want to do it. I'm not even saying it's that bad. I'm just like, nah.
I'm going to holler at y'all my
Go ahead.
lunch break over.
Okay. All right,
Wish
Leon.
you should have
Let me read
known
some of
better.
these super chats because some of these super chats are just forever old. Like they're old. Because now I can see my comments time on StreamYards, and when I say old, I mean this is damn near 4 hours old. My bad, 414 money. My bad. And 414 money says black men are a form of resistance to their global hierarchy. Talking about white folks here, white men in particular. Those white women know white men's true essence and their inferiority complex that drives them. I would agree, and thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I read this one already from Leon. Which other one we had? I read that from Tony Miss. Did I read this from Tony Miss? Well, maybe not, but let's read it just in case I didn't. And he says, Tony Miss says, and thank you for the super chat, young black men avoiding Keisha are in no way mistaken. Yeah, I did actually read that, but we'll read it again. And thank you for the super chat. Tony Miss, thank you for the super chat. I read that from Leon. I read that from Leon. Inspired Truth, talking about Inspired Truth. Inspired Truth says, absolute is positive and negative equals all. You got to put that in context because we're like 2 hours from that. My bad, Inspired Truth. My bad. And he says absolute requires everything. Oh no, you're talking about the definition of absolute. Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, yes, because we were talking about absolute earlier. It says absolute is positive and negative equals all. Okay, absolute is positive and negative, and it equals all. So it means everything. Absolute requires everything. Okay. Okay. So now we got that. So for when Charles was asking for the definition of absolute earlier. Okay, I got it. You don't gotta explain it. Inspired Truth. And Emerald Edge says, and thank you for the super chat. Inspired Truth broadcast accident. What happened with Inspired Truth broadcast accident? What happened? I'm a little lost. Hey,
I
why you
don't
saying
know.
serious? Tighten up. I'm messing up.
What up, though?
Go ahead, y'all, because Mr. Z done let his wireless headphone battery die. Go ahead, y'all. I'll go get the other one.
Yo, shout out to Z for that Brad quitting video. I ain't never laughed so hard.
You ain't laughed so hard since what?
No, that video you put the dude Maxwell, what's his name? The white dude quitting. The white dude, like, why do you want a woman? A woman
Oh
ain't
yeah, why do you
perfect.
want a woman? The one I did the other night. Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, his whole demeanor when he sat down, I was already dying.
When I covered it, it was 49,000 views. I think that shit got like over 50 now.
Yeah. His whole demeanor had me dying, bro. He sat down shaking his head like what the hell?
Well,
I should have said that
he's
to
like
Leon earlier. I was
he
like, do you know him?
represents the
Because the way he say
nightmare.
bullshit.
He represents the nightmare of the West, man. Because I mean, he's a decent looking dude. He sounds like an intelligent dude. He's probably educated. He doesn't look like an incel. He doesn't sound like a degenerate. He sounds like your
No.
typical guy who at some point would get married and have 2.5 white children. And so
Yeah.
if a guy like him is checking out, it's really sending alarm bells through the whole damn thing. And that's why it's getting so much attention. And you're going to see more of that kind of thing be perpetuated. You're going to see more of those kind of guys making these announcements of how they're checking out. And it's not going to be received very positively because, if this guy, the guy who looks like the guy who's at some point going to get married and get the middle management job, middle management corporate job is checking out, then how are we going to maintain this shit?
Can't. And you shouldn't, because it needs to fall. Because the current way things are established needs to fall. Needs to. It needs to. So if that's what it takes with men like him, like as Z put it, the pinnacle of manhood, if he's quitting, then yeah, it speaks volume. That speaks volumes.
And Mr. Z, remember that 5'7" guy, the lawyer on Pop the Balloon?
Yeah, I covered that the other day. Yes, I remember.
If that brother goes to the Philippines right now, he can get himself a 21-year, the baddest 21-year-old over there to have his babies, and he will not be a short man in the Philippines. He will be actually a little bit tall. So he needs to go over to somewhere in Asia where 5'7" is not that short, and they would look at him as they would die. They would fight for him. They would go over there to the Philippines or Thailand, and the women would fight for him. A lawyer? Come on. He's wasting his time over here with these women talking about he's too short. And they 5'1", 5'2", and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, man, Pop Balloon is the worst and best thing that could happen. Because now, it's not, you can't, that whole is just social media rap completely gets buried with shows like this. Completely gets buried. No, it isn't. It's not social media. You got people out here consuming this shit on social media and taking it out in the real world. It's not just social media anymore. It hasn't been for a long time, but this show just puts that rhetoric in puts the nail in the coffin on that particular rhetoric. Like, no, it's not. You women are out of your fucking minds.
Yeah, crazy.
Y'all want everything and offer nothing. But hey, let the debauchery flow.
It's a tragic miscalculation, if you will. It's, if you listen to a lot of those ladies talk, they think they hold some type of leverage that they don't actually hold.
And the problem with that is, here's the thing about that too, which is true about that. It's that posturing is actually encouraged. That's the biggest part about it. The posturing and the delusion is actually encouraged and supported.
And they do hold some leverage in certain areas, but a very small area they hold leverage. Because remember, most of the women are overweight. Most of the women have children. So if she's a woman that's, in half decent shape, decent looks, no children, she is in the upper. But that's just because of certain parts in America. If they look broader than the hood and other places, they can find better.
Let me say this real quick. And can y'all hear me well?
Yeah,
we can hear
Okay,
you, brother.
perfect. Yeah, my wireless went out, so lucky for me, I got the little. I hate the term. It's the dongle. I don't like the way that sounds. But I got a little dongle thing for the headphones because these newfangled phones don't have a headphone jack, so you got to use the goddamn jack to charge it for the headphones. Anyway, lucky for me, I bought it, so that's what I have to do. Go into that. And Trell says they broke the base model Brad. Like me and Trell kind of joking about that the other night when I covered the story. And yes, but I agree with Black Urupas. I could hear a little bit of what he was saying earlier. He represents your standard issue white guy that America broke. And I would argue it's similar probably in the UK and in Canada. Your everyday, but definitely in America, because this is what we know. Even the standard issue basic Bob white guy, he's broken. America broke him, and I want, like I wasn't joking. And somebody actually sent me another youngish white guy speaking about this. There's another story. There's another white guy. He may not be that young who's complaining about the dating scene too. So it's not just dating, but you're seeing more and more white folks, obviously Black people and some Latinos and Latinas, but you're really seeing white folks going straight doomer. Particularly for the Zoomers. That's why I wanted to name it Zoomer Doomer. I know we have somebody in that Freakus the Black Manosphere named that, but I really want to call that the stream I'm kind of contemplating on doing Zoomer Doomer because it's like kind of zillennial, right? So like kind of that millennial um um Z and millennial kind of in that middle area, those folks that's around 30, 31, 32, really like between let's say between 25 and 35, they're fucking throwing a fit. And I get it. I get it. I get it. So yeah, no, they're on the internet like going crazy, like what's the point? And yeah, Basic Bob is pissed. And a lot of people are like, I can imagine coming of age because for us as millennials, we got hit like walking out into .com bubble. You get housing recession, then you get COVID. It's like you just keep on getting knocked down, and it looks like for a lot of millennials and Zs, it's the same thing for them. Imagine graduating into the COVID economy in 2020, 2021, right? Whether graduating from college or graduating from high school. You imagine?
Yeah. Lord.
Right. So yeah.
Me thinking about that. Oh, Jesus.
Right. Yeah. Like that's and all. I think what was heartbreaking for me because me and Leon and Lion and Better You were children of this. Go to school and go become a coder stuff. Become a coder. Everybody should learn to code and da da da. And like you're watching these people just get straight kicked in the gonads with like layoffs. Right, which informs you that nothing is guaranteed. Okay, cool, and we get that. You got to move and bob and weave with life, right? Okay, yes, I get it. But if you are a millennial or Gen Z and you were getting kicked, this is all people were pushing in your head, right? They're like kind of tech jobs, which is still the case, but particularly coding, right? And like you still need coders. I'm not going to be hyperbolic here, but the way it was pushed and that was a window that was open and the way it was open for maybe 10, 15 years.
Yeah,
maybe?
but the thing about
Right? Yeah.
it's the same with all jobs. They want you to be able to code, but they still requiring you to be a graduate, a graduate of some college, a 4-year graduate with 5 to 10 years worth of experience. It's impossible.
Yes and no. I think some of them those tech companies in Silicon Valley, I think they rescinded the college requirement a few years ago.
Yeah.
For some, I don't know if it was for all though. Yeah.
Big tech companies. That's why I mean I would say the best route to go is through the military, because in the military you can work alongside them as a contractor or even a civilian, and you be all right. You don't need a degree. A degree helps, but it's not an automatic requirement. It's not an automatic requirement.
Let me read this from B Wash because I said B Wash B Rain because B Rain simplified what I was saying. See, I didn't ramble. B Rain said it in no time in 4 words, and B Rain says no stability is demoralizing. That's what Mr. Z was trying to say. It took me goddamn 3 minutes to get it out. Thank you, B Rain. But that's what I was saying. No stability is demoralizing. Yeah, and we know there's no guarantees in life except for death, right? Yes. With that, when no stability is like in your face, so blatantly, that's just demoralizing like a mug. And I'm saying that as a person who's pretty good at where he is, but it's still. I notice I didn't even want to claim it just now, right? Because the idea exactly.
I'm doing a whole lot better. I'm doing a whole lot better.
But I know your situation, Lion. You said it. Go ahead.
I'm doing a whole lot better than before, but still, hey.
Don't you feel like the Reaper is right on your neck? Like, get off of me, nigga. The Reaper's right on your neck, like, nigga, I'm daring you to trip up, nigga. I dare you.
You still gotta plan shit. You still gotta plan shit out. You know how hesitant I was just to get a new car?
Right.
You know, even though I know I can afford it, like there's no doubt in my mind that I can afford it, and I was still hesitant about that bitch.
Bro, I got some major work that need to be done to the Z2.
I rode my 2010 Charger into the ground like the horse in Never-Ending Story. I'm trying to tell you. I rode that car into the ground knowing damn well I can afford a new one. Yeah. But
man,
that don't make it convenient because nowadays it's definitely improvised. Just because you can afford something doesn't mean you should.
I'll give you promise. I need some major work to be done to the Z. It's going to cost thousands of dollars because it has a couple of problems. So I'm like, okay, instead of me piecing together, because I know like there's certain preventative measures, number one, but then there's other things that I know that need to be done. There's things I want to be done. So I'm just going to have to. I have certain money saved. I'm gonna have to take out a small loan, but like certain things I need to be done. And just like you, Lion, I'm like, I can't let the car deteriorate. I let that happen in a previous year I owned. I'm like, I can't
Yeah.
let it deteriorate.
You
So
gotta keep the
I
transmission up
gotta
at
do it
least.
exactly. So
You
I'm
gotta keep
gonna
the
swap it to
transmission.
manual because remember
If the
it's an
transmission
automatic.
blows, that's it.
So no, it's an auto. I'm gonna swap it to manual. So I already
Yeah.
have the transmission. So a bunch of stuff got to get done. And just like you, I'm like, I can afford it. It ain't gonna hurt at all. But it
But
ain't gonna hurt
still,
if
don't mean
everything
I want
maintains
to.
itself the way it is now. If I get too many hiccups, right? I can
Yeah.
afford of course I can afford hiccups like that. I don't even get. I make sure my money is where I could hit, hit the speed bumps. That ain't a problem.
Yeah.
But if I hit too many speed bumps, and just like you, I'm hesitant, although I know it needs to happen. It's like, well, if you don't do this, then you might as well sell the car, and you ain't
Like
gonna sell the car, so you got to do it. And
I
like
was gonna
just
go
like
get a
you, I'm
new
like, yeah,
charger. I was gonna go
exactly.
get a new. But I was gonna get a new. I was gonna go get a new charger, but I
Mhm.
was looking at all the listings. I was like, y'all out of y'all fucking minds.
Oh yeah, nah. You would
With
get a
these prices, I'm
392
like, y'all
or RT or
crazy,
something?
huh?
What you gonna get, a 392 or RT
I was gonna
or a
get.
Hellcat?
I was looking at the. Well, the first thing I was looking at was a Scat Pack. I was
Yeah,
looking
yeah, the
at the Scat
392.
Pack.
I'm sorry, I always call it the Scat Pack the 392. But yeah, yeah. So go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was looking at the
Hmm.
Scat Pack. Then I was like, all right. I was like, maybe not. So I was like, the RT doesn't look too bad.
Hmm.
But then it's not all that much of a difference in pricing. Not really.
Mm,
It's not
yeah.
all that much difference in pricing. I'm like, I'm good. So that's when I started looking at my current car, my Acura. It's pretty straight.
Yeah. No,
Now,
no.
granted,
Integra's a dope.
yeah, but I mean,
Hmm.
but now, granted, if Dodge, or should I say Stellantis, smartens up and brings that, that Dodge down to 45, 50, we can
No, so
talk.
from my understanding, so I think the next the Charger, they're gonna revamp the Charger. It is getting ICE, so electric internal combustion engine. I don't know why I want to say electric internal
Yeah,
combustion engine. So I think
okay.
they're gonna still do a V8, but I know they're gonna have a Hurricane motor one, which is not the V8, but it's the twin turbo V6 with 500 and some horsepower, and that should move. It don't got the rumble, so that's what it's missing, right? But
Okay.
it moves out. It moves out, right? So yeah, but
Still,
that bitch is heavy. The electric one, the new
yeah,
electric chargers. But I
I've
live in
seen
South
it.
Florida, so I've already seen a few of them,
Yeah, you
right?
already seen them in
So yeah,
person?
yeah, them shits is big, nigga. Them shits is
Yeah,
big.
I
Them shits
remember
is
when they
big.
first unveiled the concept. Like when
Yeah,
I went in and
that
unveiled the
shitty
concept.
ass growl, that shit was
Yeah, I was like, what the
hysterical.
fuck is that? Fucking kitten.
They really did something like that.
Goddamn kitten. My homie tried
Let
to
me
play. Homie tried to
go
play,
ahead.
yeah, because I was going back and forth with the dude because he's a Mustang guy. So he was getting on me about that unveiling. I was like, I know you ain't talking with your T-Rex, your transgender Mustang. Don't know what it want to be.
But, hey, the new Mustang is funny because they dropped the V6 years ago, and so now you either have the Turbo 4 or the 5.0 Mustang. So yeah, no, and the Turbo 4 you could do some things to make it move out, but yeah, it ain't gonna be the V8 though. It ain't gonna be the 5.0. But let me read this from Trell. And Trell says, "Auto Z, the fuck?" And yes, so the secret to getting a twin turbo Z that's not $1 zillion, especially if it's a clean title, is to
Yeah,
get the Auto Z and then swap it, which is exactly what I'm going to do because that Z that I told y'all I let deteriorate, it was a 5-speed. So guess what Z gonna do? I'm gonna take the engine, I'm gonna take the transmission, I'm gonna have the mechanic put the transmission. He does this. It's one of the JDM mechanics. As a matter of fact, here we go. I'll put it in the description. But Hurt, for those of you that remember, not Hoonigan Garage, but yeah, Hoonigan Garage. Hurt came down here, came to South Florida a couple weeks ago, and he filmed the garage that I'm bringing the Z to. So yeah, but I
mm-hmm.
mean, y'all already know cars like that. You got to bring them to people that really know what the hell they doing, and they
Yeah,
certified and all that other stuff, and they work on cars like this. So um, he's gonna swap in the manual transmission for me, and it's way cheaper overall. With everything I got to get done, it overall is cheaper that I got the Z the way I did it. So yeah, yeah. So that's yeah. It's gonna be manual soon, and that was always the plan, by the way. So yeah,
yeah,
that's why I wasn't so tripping on whether it was auto or manual when I first got it. I just had to be twin turbo. That was my thing. I didn't want to get a non-turbo Z. The only way I would get a turbo Z is if I was making way more and I wanted the 2x2, which is the Z with the back seat, and then swap that to twin turbo because those didn't come twin turbo, and I would have made that. I would have had two dailies. I would have had the M, and I would have had that. But this is an alternate universe where Z got that type of money and Z don't got that type of money. So there's that. Yeah, right.
I'm trying to land because I'm glad I didn't too, because I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of done renting and I do want a house. I'm kind of like done renting, even though I don't mind where I'm staying, but I don't feel like moving unless I get a house. Unless I get a house, I'm not moving.
Let me say that, and Night WS6, which is that that's the Camaro and the Pontiac chassis one, the WS6, I think that's what he's trying to say. And he says I had a 96 twin turbo Z in the 90s, ultra red, 5-speed, great memories. So my Z is the Aztec red, so it's a brighter red. It really shines in the light. It like really shines in the light. So your that red is a deeper, more blood red. The red I have is like a brighter, almost orangish. It's like clearly red, but it gives you somewhat orange sometimes. So yeah, type of red.
I saw somebody. I was at work a few weeks ago when I was going on lunch, and somebody pulled up in the damn Nissan Skyline, and I think it was, I want to say it was candy red. It was candy red, but damn that shit. I was like, I already want one, but it was absolute beauty in person.
The other day I was streaming with y'all. I wasn't joking. There was a silver R34 GTR behind me. I said that the other day, and I wasn't joking. Like I think when I did the stream. Oh, here it goes. When I did the stream after Inky jumped on Roger's channel and tried to lecture Toya and try to make fun of Black Urudim. Remember that same night when I streamed after Roger's stream, there was, if you could hear in the background when I'm going off, there was a MK4 Supra adjacent to me crossing the street, and you could hear him at the light revving. You can hear like, yeah. So yeah, it living in South Florida is the one thing that's beautiful is like the car scene, whether it's exotics. I ain't gonna say, but I'm not gonna incriminate myself, but let's just say today,
Florida, the hub of car culture.
Right? No, I think we're only second to LA when it comes to that shit. Maybe New York, the island man. Maybe.
I would make an argument. Y'all can make an argument for number one. I think y'all could.
More than LA? I don't know about that. LA County?
Nah. I think y'all can make. I'm not saying
you're not being definitive. Yeah, you ain't making it definitive, but you're saying that there's an argument to be made.
There's an argument to be made for y'all to be number one in car culture. Y'all, with Miami, I think there's definitely argument to be made.
Hey, other day,
because here's the thing, no one vacays in LA.
People vacation here. Yeah.
Yeah. No one when people talk about retiring, where do they go?
South Florida. Florida in general. Yeah,
No, like LA. I mean, yes, LA has the glitz and glamour, and yeah, they do have car culture, but nah, I you can make an argument for Florida. I would say New York would come in third.
When I say Latin, I'm not joking. The other day at work, I'm getting off the monsters, y'all. I really am. But I was dying tired. I was like, I need to pick her up. I need to pick her up. And like a damn crack fiend, I went into Publix looking for a monster because there's a Publix right across the street from the job.
Alone, bro.
Right, I really do. It's bad, but no, it was bad. But now we down to like 2 times a week, so we get a whole lot better. So it used to be a twice a day thing. So we trust me, we get a whole lot better.
Oh yeah,
it was bad.
Twice a week. Okay, that's a drop.
So I went and when I tell you, I looked like a crazy person, not because of the monster. I saw a 400R in that almost not Bayside blue, the same that kind of that kind of Smurf blue that some of the Mustangs come in, and I saw it crossing the street in front of me, and I didn't know what to do with myself. For those of you that don't know, it's an R34. R33 GTR, but the Nismo 400R. This is a $2 million car, and I'm looking at it about maybe 200 feet. No, not even 200. Yeah, no, not maybe 80 feet away from me. Maybe 80 feet away from me, and I couldn't believe it. I didn't know what to do. I called Miss Z. Like that, you know, you like wait
Yo,
a minute.
I don't really be showing an emotion like that, but my
Mm,
girl knows how much, how bad I want a Mustang, how bad I do want a Nissan. And every time I
mm.
see a Nissan, even when I'm on, because I follow a lot of car pages on Instagram, so
Me
every
too.
time someone shares
Mm.
a Nissan, especially a live photo, I'm like, I'd be low key whining. I'd be low key whining like, Lord.
The hate is real. No, but I know I'll be congratulated. And that's why I'm trying to do it. Like I have a goal in mind for coming up in the next few months. One of my boys is having a car show. That's another reason why I'm trying to get the Z up and going and getting some of this stuff done.
Oh
Um,
yeah,
because I really yeah. So like people gonna show out. So
yeah, for
and
sure.
it's a real car show. It's not like some back alley thing. It's like
Nah,
he
real.
already rented the place and all that other stuff. He gonna have the cops out. So nobody gonna be able to do nothing crazy and stuff. But you just come out,
Yeah,
come get some food, chill out, look at talk.
yeah.
Literally, for all of you that's not car people, y'all think we're crazy, and you're probably right. We literally go to these places,
And
spend the
just
money to go
chill
to the
and just
park,
walk
and
around
get your lawn chair out. Exactly.
and
Go
just stare at
walking for a
cars.
couple of miles and look at cars and talk about them. You're
Someone
right.
had
We
this
do
low
look
key.
crazy.
I remember the last car show I went to because they do car
Hmm.
shows every now and again where I live, and somebody
Hmm.
had this dope ass, smooth ass Pontiac Trans Am. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I was like, yeah, they put like I could tell they put a lot of money in that ride.
Yeah. No. The one thing about car culture is it's not cheap.
Nope.
It's not cheap. So
Oh
that's another reason why I'm careful with the money, because every step got to be calculated, because you got to make sure like, hey, even if all of this go wrong with the car, I still got all of this money that's separate, and that is it ain't gonna mess me up. It's like gambling. Like you gamble what you can afford, right? So like, okay,
yeah,
if this is not insured and if this happened this wrong way, I'm still okay. I'm gonna be mad about that, but it ain't the end of the
nah,
world for me financially,
nah.
right? So yeah,
I
no,
mean,
because
you ain't gambling
car stuff
if
is
you
not
know
cheap,
you can. If you know good and well you can afford it. You can afford it. You're not gambling. Gambling is when your ass you should make that purchase and you like
and you do it
fuck it,
anyway, right?
fuck it.
Just because you can buy it doesn't mean you can afford it.
Doesn't mean
That's
you, yeah.
gambling. Yeah.
That's gambling. Yeah, it's just not smart. That's exactly how I felt when I was like when I was seriously started car shopping. I was like, shit, I begrudgingly
Good song, Trell. Good Trell be coming with the songs, bro. And he said
every time.
every time I'm gonna go roll out, they think I'm about to show out. I'm
I
gonna
used to
show out.
play that song all
That's
the
a dope
time.
ass song. That's a good song reference.
That's a good, but that's the song to play.
Right.
Either that, or because that's Young Jeezy, or Go
Hmm.
Crazy
Yep.
with Young
Uh,
Jeezy.
so, so like it depends on my mood and when I'm driving. I don't really play smooth stuff in the Z, but in the M, especially if Miss Z riding with me and she kind of hate that, I'm either playing R&B or like smooth ass hip hop currency shit, like smooth that melodic shit or like get
Mm-hmm.
high shit, because it's pretty much in that same lane. So it's like Wiz, Currency,
Mm-hmm.
Primo, Ross, like all the smooth shit, Larry June, all the smooth shit, all the melodic
Mm-hmm.
shit, or R&B. That's what I'm playing when she in the car with me in the Infinity, right?
Ah,
AC piping cold and shit.
yeah.
But yeah, like but she don't. It's crazy. I'm the talker. I'm the out there one. She's really chill, but her music selection is all the loud, like her shit is really live, and my music selection is once again Currency, Primo, Larry June, like really chill shit, right? So it's funny how
I
that
think
works.
yeah.
We always mention that, talk about that.
No,
But
the
yeah.
loudest shit my girl plays. She's a Kendrick fan, so
Mm-hmm.
she's a huge Kendrick fan. But other than that, she loves jazz. She's a
Mm.
Sinatra. She likes Sinatra.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's what's up. A
Yeah,
Latina that likes Sinatra.
yeah,
Ah,
yeah.
boy, y'all done lost the 6'3" tall brother. Y'all done lost them, ladies. You black women, y'all done
I
lost
don't
them.
care. Keisha had her chance.
Yeah,
That's why
yeah.
I don't feel bad at all. Like, no, you had your chance. You were stupid.
Ah, there you go.
That's
Y'all don't lost one. Yeah, God
nah,
damn it.
yeah, no. Keisha
Why
had her
you?
chance. They got their quote unquote first rider refused.
Hey,
You refused though.
and going to what Tunnel Runner was saying earlier, if y'all keep on messing around, y'all gonna lose that 5'7" tall brother from Pop the
Yeah.
Balloon too.
We
You
was
better
having
hope
this
he don't go to the Philippines.
I was having this
Ron,
conversation with my girl too. We were talking about this, and
Mhm.
I was like, I was like, here's the thing. I was like, I've never had that. Like, oh, it's got to be a black woman. It was just something that you do naturally, but it was never a fucking like, oh, she had to be a black woman. I was like, me personally, I was like, I always had a thing for Latinas. Always. All the girls, like a lot of the girls I actually had crushes on were Latina. Were Spanish women. So I always had a thing for Spanish women.
I always rated them, but growing up in South Florida, you see the J-Los, you see the Cardi B's, you see, like, you grow up with,
Grew up in New
literally you
York.
grow up with them, right? You
I
grow up
grew
with
up
them,
in New
so it's
York, so you
yeah,
see it all the time.
yeah.
Can I be honest with y'all?
Go ahead, and then we got better you after this because I think he was trying to say something good.
So y'all know I grew up in the DMV, right? So it's
Mm-hmm.
like it's real kind of like midish a little bit in some parts and stuff. So like me Latinos, now I'm half Spanish. It was just like, I guess, looking at a lot of the older women who had kids and stuff, and I kind of like it kind of turned me off by like the trajectory of how all that looks. I ain't really have all those flat tummy ladies around all the time and stuff. So I was kind of like,
You ain't have the Sofia Vergara's running around. You ain't have the Eva Mendes running around. The J-Los and whatnot.
Just a few, but a lot of the lady who got locked up for Selena's. I had a lot of them running around.
Oh yeah, right. Not the one that murked Selena.
Yeah,
I was in
Not
high
Arnold
school. She was
Schwarzenegger's
my
maid,
shot too.
not her.
I remember this one fine ass Latina when I was in high school. God, I wanted her ass so fucking bad. Because there was this high school. There was this high school dance, and I was trying to get her to go. I was trying to get her to go with me. I was on her ass. But it never happened. And here's the thing: 2 years later, I found her. She's pregnant, she's working cashier at a damn grocery store.
Sound about right. Sound about right. Go ahead, Vinci. What you was gonna say? Go ahead.
I was saying I grew up way finer black women around. Not gonna lie, way finer.
No, black women keep themselves up. There is no real competition.
It really is
When.
not.
And it's just when they start talking.
It's when they're mean. What the fuck?
It's when they start talking.
Like homegirl that was hating in Japan. I'll pipe. That, I would make that, like, I'm okay with that look. She could be my girlfriend. Not with that mouth though. Yeah, she's straight for the stroke. She definitely exactly. No, yeah, she's straight for the stroke. But bro, like once again, once you start talking like that, and we could see that the anger. Like once again, that's it. Who said it in the comments was like, I don't even believe. Saint Sarah, I think, was saying like that story don't even sound real. And but even if whether it's real or not, the moral of the story with that is like, look at your demeanor about that. Like, I don't even know, the part that I really doubt is that motherfuckers is going in the corner talking shit about y'all after they say, oh, great conversation, and then go to their girlfriend and start talking shit. Like, bro, that's not even how black men move. That's not how men move. And we're not gonna do it in front of you. We definitely ain't doing that shit in front of you. Not in earshot.
No.
Motherfucker, we that'll be a conversation we have back at the house, back at the apartment. Like, that's not, so I know something ain't right.
The homies.
Yeah. Exactly. That's not something that story don't even sound plausible
at all.
Right. So
we're not talking to Scott about that.
Yeah. Well, Bruce on Wayne, you ain't saying nothing. What's going on with you?
Probably fell asleep.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, what's going on?
What up, B?
I was listening to y'all speaking cars. I don't speak cars. I speak English. I know what y'all were talking about.
No, you speak Ted Beth. That's what you speak.
Yes, I speak Toyota.
Right. For those of you, when I said Ted Beth, so Ted Beth is what they refer to the Land Cruiser in Haiti, pretty much the Toyota trucks, all the the trucks, not so all the trucks and the truck based SUVs, they call it Ted Beth because the way they see the Toyota sign is that of a bull's head, right? They don't see the Toyota sign as an eye, they see it as a bull's head, so they call it Ted Beth. So there you go.
Yo, speaking of devils, here today, speaking of
right,
devils.
It's Baphomet's head, exactly. It's Baphomet's head. That's how they see the Toyota sign. Go ahead.
Here's the thing, Z. I put my girl on to Crimson Cure. Now she's using the word hyenas.
Is she?
She using the word hyenas.
Back foot. Very back foot.
I'm like, it's not sustainable, but it's not, I mean, as far as what's going on, it's not sustainable. It's not supposed to be sustainable. Something's going to have to blow.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like we said, not a basic bulbs. Y'all done broke the basic bulb.
For
Shout
real.
out to Trump.
Like
the basic bulb is broken.
Before the man opened his mouth and sat down, I was like, damn.
Yeah, the sigh. It was the sigh for me.
Like it was, he sat down and sighed and was shaking his head, and his whole demeanor. He sat down and then slumped and was like, "Yo," I was like,
What do you
before
want
he
a
said
woman?
anything, I was dying. I was like, "Yeah, look at him, like Brad defeated." Just his
Y'all
whole
the broad
his
basic bad Brad.
word,
Okay.
his whole body language just said defeated.
It did.
His whole body language, before he started talking.
I laugh, but you can't have too many men operating like that in the U.S.
Nah,
The problem before we even get to the violence, because I know a lot of white folks and the technocrats and the pundits and all those folks. For them, it's the violence. Oh, they're gonna blow everything up, and I'm like, yeah, maybe not. For me, the
they
fear
don't have
is the
to.
apathy. Exactly, the
They don't
apathy,
have
the
to.
indifference, bro.
The
Like
indifference. Indifference is even more
yeah, yeah.
dangerous, actually.
Look, we have mothers, we have sisters, we have aunts. I
Yeah,
say this all the time. The problem that y'all have is when you construct this world this way, which y'all been on a project of for a few decades, when
yeah,
something goes left with one of you and a man doesn't step up, well, you get what you get. You
yeah.
do get a young man who might be on the spectrum chucking a garbage at you because you turned him down, and no man gonna do nothing. No man gonna see if
Oh,
you're okay. No man gonna try to chase him down and restrain him.
but
You just got the garbage chucked in your face,
but
and that's it.
you heard about the story? Was it last year, or the year before, about the dude going around snuffing women in New York?
Oh no, I didn't hear about that. Did I? No, I
Yep.
don't remember it. Yeah, I don't
Nah,
remember
it was a thing. That was the thing. There was, I don't know if they
it.
caught the dude or not, but yeah, there was a dude going around just knocking women out in New York.
Damn.
I don't mean to laugh, but just the thought of it, I'm like, yo, this ain't Grand Theft Auto. What are you doing?
Yeah, yeah.
The thing
That's
is, like, a lot of women will demand that that men protect them, but they refuse to acquiesce to men in any type of way, substantively. It's idiotic because it ignores that most men, in order to protect you, either we have to be in community with each other in some type of way, which they largely are pushing back against and seeking to kind of upend, or I got to be connected to you.
Yeah. And even then, that depends, because I'm not going on. I love my sister, but I'm not going on a crash out mission.
Man.
Yeah.
I'm not going on a crash out mission. Fuck out of here.
Well, I've seen this before. How often do black women say protect, and women in general, but black women specifically say protect, when you actually look up what they're defining, what they're describing, it's actually vengeance.
Yeah. No,
It's
you want
actually
pit
vengeance.
bulls. You want
Yeah,
pit
exactly,
bulls.
exactly.
No,
After the
absolutely
fact, by the
not.
way, you want pit bulls after the fact. You want to be able to do
After the
whatever you
fact.
want to do, and then in case
Yeah,
of emergency, break glass older brother, break glass dad, break glass husband, break glass
exactly.
boyfriend. Because
No.
my husband told me don't go out with that dress, and I went out with this dress, and then somebody touched me like this or did something like me like that, bruh. Let me tell you something. If y'all come to South Florida, or if you let your lady go to South Beach on Memorial Weekend by herself or with her homegirls, and them niggas will reach all the way back with all the momentum in the world, and bap, listen, when that hand clap that cheek and it cuff it, right, and she damn near go off her feet for half a second. Guess what?
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do because you weren't there, and if you were there, wouldn't have happened most likely.
You're
So
gonna stream yard.
it's just she's
Give
just
me
gonna come home
moments.
with a story. That's all. She's just gonna come home with a story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That crashing out shit is over with. Ain't nobody doing that shit. Nobody's doing that.
That's all it is.
Not worth
And
it.
so let me do this. Let me read this. We're gonna get Bruce. I'm
Oh,
gonna
pass
let
the
you go.
thunder.
Yeah, that exactly. And then we gonna let
Pass the
Reverend
thunder.
Deacon Thunder.
All praises. All praises.
Reverend of Ebenezer Church of I'm gonna mix a bunch of religions. Reverend of Ebenezer Church of Latter-day Saints. What Z? What are you talking about? Right? I can't believe this lady said that, bro. I can't believe she said that.
Bishop Deacon Thunder of the Most High of Mount Zion.
Right. So let me read this. And Emerald Edge says, be on code. As Black Uru said, Be on code, right? And thank you. As Charles kept on having Black Guru said, be on code. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Let's read one more, and then we're gonna have Doc. Well, we're gonna have Bruce on Wayne, and then we'll have Doc. And Bruce on Wayne. Talk about that perfect timing. And Bruce on Wayne says, "Uru is a public danger. Close it. Pause." And look, and like for real, and I'm forever humble by all of you that come up on the panel and for the chat and the moments we have to talk to Black Uru and pick his brain, and same thing with BGS and Dr. Thunder and when Dr. T is in the chat. Look, y'all take advantage of this as much as y'all can now, right? Because I don't know any other space where the PhDs are just in and out. The PhDs are like part of this. Like we in the brothers that are highly accomplished and doing well and have raised families and are like professionals in their field, and we got Dr. Thunder here. This is this is a top-notch musician, right? So I think we just take advantage of this as much as you can, because I don't know many other spaces where they're just this we just have this wealth of knowledge and information that's like on tap. It's not even this is not something that we have to go searching like far and wide. Though, like it's on tap. You just literally click a link and boom, there go BGF. Boom, there go Dr. Thunder, right? Dr. T. Like this is yeah, I really enjoy this space. Like that's why y'all see I'm always interacting, right? And yeah, and I'm snooping in and out of like so many different streams. Just because y'all see Mr. Z put in a comment, I could have my headphone on and I'm at work and I'm not saying anything, I'm not commenting, but I'm listening in, right? And if it's that pressing, then I'll jump on a panel. That's kind of what I did with Dr. Thunder the other day. So like yeah, and so thank you for that. Bruce Owen Wayne and Els, we'll read this and then we get Bruce Owen Wayne. And Els says, please do not bring your foreign women back to the West. Yeah, so I mean, like a couple of brothers have done it, right, and they're doing okay. So you got Tunnel Runner, you got Art New Style. So you have brothers who have married and who are in loving relationships with women from other places, and their relationships are doing well. Yeah, I think Art's been married to his lady for a while now, so it's working out. So like it yes, but I mean, especially if you have a life here, you really don't have a choice unless you're retired and you can go back, or unless you're a digital nomad type thing and you have some type of online career or job. But yeah, no, it could work. It could work. Now, once again, you're playing with averages here, so I agree with you on that, Els. I definitely agree with you on that. And go ahead, Bruce Owen Wayne, and then go ahead, Doc. After that, go ahead, Bruce Owen Wayne. Oh, I guess did he drop? He dropped. Okay. What's going on, Doc? Okay, I guess Dr. Thunder is busy right now. So yeah, Doc is getting the congregation together.
What's happening? What's happening?
What's going on, Reverend Deacon of Ebenezer of Latter-day Saints,
wait a minute,
Dr. Thunder? No, we can. I can hear you. Can you hear us, Doc?
You coming through, Doc?
I don't think he can hear us.
Okay, so so who's talking? Is it me or is it somebody else?
It's you, Doc. It's you.
Am I coming through?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, maybe Doc might have.
Somebody told me that Dr. Thunder was the new pope.
Right.
Okay, so there's a really bad echo. Oh, one second. Let me make sure I haven't done something.
Okay. John Runner came up just to say that.
Well, I heard he was black. He said he got some black in him.
Okay, so it should be working now.
Doc, can you hear us? Okay, he still can't hear us. Doc, you might have to drop and come back because we can hear you. Look, I don't like that Doc is not able to defend himself. We just joking. He can't really say nothing back.
I heard Reverend Thunder was in them streets.
Doing the Lord's work. Striking the non-believers with the Holy Ghost, with the lightning, striking them. Oh man. Bruce Owen Wayne, you up. Go ahead. Well, before Dr. Thunder come back.
I don't know what's going on, man.
No, we were earlier. I was just covering the riddle with the white women telling black women to step off. Go ahead.
Oh, don't worry about them. Wait till I get my money ready. I'm gonna buy me a snow bunny. What are you
Oh
talking about?
no!
Oh hell yeah!
You know what I need? I need that the sound of the gong with Dr. Umar Johnson saying, I beg your pardon. I beg your
I
pardon.
beg your pardon. I beg your
I
pardon.
need that. I need that sound, and I need the look on his face. That look with the raised eyebrows, looking like the Rockford people's eyebrow. Like, I
Yeah,
beg your pardon. Gong.
yeah. It's a fact.
Oh man.
I don't. Here's the nice part about me.
Mhm.
I have not approached any black women since 2019.
Oh no.
Yep. Just
Okay. Can you guys hear me now?
yeah,
Yes,
we can hear you.
clear. You sound way clearer than before.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not
We
sure what was
we
going
Oh,
on
I
before.
no,
wanted
we could hear you earlier, but
to
you couldn't hear
introduce
us,
us.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. So it was
Real
like
quick,
there was
Doc.
some kind of like
Real quick, Doc. I want Lion to introduce you. Go ahead, Lion. Introduce. Go
Ladies
ahead.
and gentlemen, boys and girls, of the great Mount Zion Most High Church of the Manosphere.co, I would like to introduce a very, very special guest. It's Bishop, Lead Deacon, the Honorable Most High Dr. Thunder. Here you
Dr.
go,
Thunder.
Pastor.
Pope Thunder of the Thunders.
The
No, I'm
Reverend
playing.
Dr. Thunder.
Reverend Doctor. What's going on, Doc? Thanks for coming up. Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
all right, y'all.
I told you we ain't never gonna stop with that.
No, but
First,
no, I mean,
first,
yeah, no, I saw some of the stuff he sent. Go ahead, Doc.
first, giving honor to no. Anyhow, so
Go ahead.
so
He didn't
anyhow,
want to play into the car. He didn't want to do it.
so and I sent you that video earlier
Mm-hmm.
today. See, and I listened to about 5 minutes of the beginning of it, and then I knew what it was, and then so then I blocked everybody, and then keep it moving. But I don't know. You just said at some point you wish that there would be a conversation worth having with those that are over there, but it just doesn't seem
Mm-hmm.
like there is ever going to be a worthwhile conversation because it's all disingenuous, it's dishonest, it's just and then you wonder if it's an issue of them lying to themselves or them being very much aware of what it is that they're doing and just being belligerent and obtuse, intentionally obtuse, and all of that. And in either scenario, it's not worth the conversation. Which kind of part of me, it makes me kind of sad because I enjoy having conversations with those that disagree. And if you really disagree with my perspective, I may actually be more interested in having a conversation with you. But there's certain rules that apply. And if you cannot abide by just basic decorum and even stuff like just allowing people to get their complete thought out, then it just makes it not really possible. And then it's just people just yelling, and then I'm not interested in that.
Doc, let me say this, Doc. What I think we have to come to terms with is for some of us in the conversation about black men and black women in particular, I'm saying, not the political conversation, not any of that, the black men, black women conversation. Some of us, namely the women, are just here for distance and irritation. Shout out to Chris Rock. We are just here to antagonize and to make fun of and mock and to get that energy off that we're angry about our current romantic or lack thereof situation. And for some of the ladies, they're just here because they're mad that their brother got to come in at 11 when they had to come in at 9 o'clock when they were teenagers. They're mad that they weren't chosen high school or in college. And they see us as one big Negro. And so going off on a Dr. Thunder on his own platform is par for the course. And so for some, it's not about a productive conversation to kind of find some type of middle ground. For some, it's about distance and irritation. And See, Doc, I was gonna go somewhere else with it, but for respect for you, maybe I do want to irritate Dr. Thunder so I could go in the restroom and handle my business with myself afterward because I wanted that.
But here's the
That's what
thing.
gets me off.
But here's the
Go ahead.
thing. But here's the thing that put holes in her argument. How are you sitting here talking about trying to make an argument for the quote unquote good women, and you're sitting here acting like a hyena? Like you're not conducting yourself
You
like a
you
quote
you
unquote.
you don't appreciate that all women are good women. Line.
You're not. But here's the thing. You're supposed to be leading by example because you felt compelled to want to come up here and talk about and argue for the good women, but you're not representing them. And what you do is prove us right. That's all you do at
Yeah,
the end of the day.
let me say this. I hear what you're saying. It's much better to be a good representation of your argument. You know, like if you're arguing that there are a lot of good women out here, it would be a good idea for you to be acting like a good one. I
Exactly.
understand that. I get that.
Yeah.
However, I would actually even be willing to concede that point. I'd be willing to say, you know what? You don't even have to be a good woman. You don't have to even behave as a good woman. But at least your arguments have to be able to stand on their own. And that was not something that was present either. So there was no meat on the bone. There's no point in having any discussion. I saw a couple posts that this person had made on their channel referencing Cynthia G. And that, of course, further confirmed that the point of her sort of nuisance and distraction was not because any desire to actually gain any new information, but rather she had already made the decision that all ninjas are dusty.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is just another example of one of these older ninjas, like, what's the name is talking about, that are all misogynist, so she has to get younger. Tracy Ellis Ross, so she's got to get, younger men because the older ones are all misogyny and all this kind of stuff. One other thing occurred to me in this whole thing is, so her basic assessment or her basic structure seems to be men should be just talking about men. Women should just be talking about women. So men should just be criticizing men, right? Women should just be criticizing women. Okay, well then, if that's the case, then why are you talking to me at all? Why are you over here?
That's a really good argument.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why are you even over here having a conversation with me?
Say that.
And why was it that when you saw a video, even if you thought I was being out of pocket, that still wouldn't be your role to have anything to say? It should be another guy that calls me on it, right? So, yeah, there was a lot of issues with just the presentation, the approach, the trying to get me on a one-liner, like, you answered this one question. You talk about this other stuff. No, just answer this one question. There's not really much that's meaningful that can be answered in one question. That is a yes or no, or a point me to the video that shows this, or, that kind of thing. And besides the fact that it was your job to have done your own research on me, to know what it is that you're talking about before you could make any sort of judgments or, assessments about who it is that I am, if I'm dusty or not, if I'm one of these misogyny dudes, or whatever. And then the last thing I'll say is it's interesting too, because one criticism was, well, why aren't I talking, where's my videos celebrating marriage and all like this? I say, well, you obviously haven't watched any of my videos, if that actually could be your assessment. Because, you know, I've taken plenty of heat in the space for being an advocate of marriage. So I'm not sure what what your deal is, but my presentation in marriage is not the sort of
But
you know,
Doc,
it's not.
it's not about your argument at all. It's why are you talking to me at all? Her argument is you. I said it the other day. I really meant that. You were supposed to be shaming us, and because you're not doing that, she has the right as a black woman. And just for the mere fact that she's a black woman, she outranks you. That's the point. She outranks you, so she has the right and the obligation and duty to enter into, well, it's not your space when she's there, enter into her space, right? Lecture you and tell you, hey, get all of them together. Like, I'm joking, but I'm not joking, right? So you're looking for a good, you're trying to have a good faith conversation.
Is he cut out, or is it just
Okay, we're back. I'm back. This is about anger and resentment. That's what this is about. It's not about a good faith argument or just, you know, pointing out what flaws that you might see in Dr. Thunder's worldview, or maybe he didn't consider this, or maybe you feel like he's being overly generous to the masses of other black men. No, this is about why aren't you lecturing them from your position? And my position as a black woman is to tell you what to tell them, right? And so, like that, like, you know, coming from watching a bunch of debates, Christopher Hitchens and all these other people, you watch debates going from really 60s on up debates with you watch Malcolm, you watch all of these folks debate, John Henrik Clark, and you see the debate style, you see something there, right? Yeah, they're funny and they're witty, and they might slide in a little one-liner joke here and there, but they're about the business of making their case, stating their case. The other person speaks, then you state your case. The other person speaks, then you. That's not what these people are here for, right? They're just here to get off what they want to get off, and you sit there, you listen as a black man, and you do what they say because they've been informed by this society and definitely by the black community that they are superior to you and they outrank you in every single way as a black man simply because they're black women. It's your job to do and to accommodate them. And there is no compromise. There is no other way. And that's the line, that's the school of thought that she's coming from. So she gets to get onto her channel and talk crazy about a PhD, about like a well-known musician. Go ahead. Talk.
Yeah, and this is because even after she, you know, I had cleared that up. You know, I'm not a pastor. I'm not this, and I had said what I was. In the back chat, she was still trying to call me some fake preacher. So even when given direct information to the contrary, it didn't matter. You know, she was just going to say what she was going to say, and you know, that's. I guess that's fine, but you know, for the sake of actually learning something, both parties being able to learn something, which is, you know, frankly, that's one of the reasons that I'm in the space at all, is to have, you know, conversation and compare notes and to, you know, learn something, you know, to take things in. I think I have things to offer, you know, and I think that other folks in the space have things to offer. And so that's the whole point. But you know, I realize that is not everyone's perspective, everyone's agenda. I recognize that, but it still is frustrating because it's a missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity. I mean, what if one of them from over there actually was somewhat reasonable and at least had
Doc, you over here using profanity, Doc. You're using profanity right now. You're using profanity right now. You said reasonable. You said reasonable, sir.
Well,
Doc, they ain't doing.
Well, you know,
They're
check
not.
it out. So check it out, because it's possible to be privy to a different pool of information. Now, it could be highly propagandized, But when you are confronted with other information, new information, to at least be willing to interface with that information. And I talk about the difference between, because I think open and closed-minded, I don't think that those are the best terms to describe what it is that people mean when they call someone open-minded or closed-minded. Because when you say someone is closed-minded, closed to what? You say they're open-minded, open to what? So I prefer active and passive. So a person is active-minded. In other words, whatever the information is, they will process the information. Now, it doesn't guarantee that their perspective will change, that their conclusion rather will change, but they'll at least interface with the information. They'll give it a good faith effort. And then there are those that are passive-minded, which information comes across and it goes in one ear and out the other ear, as if they didn't hear the information in the first place. Now, my thought on this is that, unfortunately, these days most people are passive. You get to a certain age, once you've gathered the information that you think is necessary for you to be able to do the kinds of things that you want to be able to do, that's when they stop growing. That's when they stop being willing to interface with new information. But the human mind, the human person is capable of so much more than that. We could continue to develop and grow for our entire life. And that it provides an opportunity as you're really old to be so full of wisdom and knowledge and different perspectives, and so that you can actually be a real asset and resource to people that are younger than you. It's sad that that's not what people do. I mean, people get older, but they're still repeating the same stuff.
I think that was very generous. That was a generous assessment there. I think that there's another thing that's going on here, which is just kind of basically going back down to selfishness. Like a lot of, I hate to just kind of, I don't want to do the whole gender thing so much, but like it's a lot of women that are just really into themselves. So the whole discussion is just kind of like a backdrop for whatever they think is going to benefit them for their purposes for any particular period of time. Like that's why you'll see so much hypocrisy. One minute they'll talk about one thing, and then the next minute it'll be the opposite thing, because it doesn't really come down to actually having a logical basis for what they're saying in reality, more about what can I extract out of this situation and scenario.
Without giving the absolute, with giving the absolute least for it.
Oh yeah, that's a flex. That's a flex, being like doing the absolute least that you can and getting an excellent outcome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think what you're saying, I would just put that in the passive category. Yeah. I would just say that the people that are doing that, they haven't transcended beyond their own, solipsism, beyond their own self. There's a reason
beyond solipsism.
There's a reason that all organized religions, they encourage community, right? And the reason you can encourage community is because you can get closer to a more accurate, idea of the nature of reality when you have other people that are sharing with you and you're sharing with them, right? They see your blind spots, you see their blind spots. They see you from a different perspective than you can see yourself. And I think part of what's dangerous about this space, to those that would prefer a status quo, I think what's dangerous about this space is the sort of the way that we sort of have this inclination, this idea that something's wrong, but alone, it's hard for you to convince anybody else that it's anything other than your delusion, your personal delusion. But when you start to see this as many folks are having the same thoughts, people coming from different walks of life, You have everywhere from blue collar brothers to white collar brothers. You have got academics. You have the everyman. You have people that are younger, people that are older, people that have had various degrees of interfacing, interacting with the legal system. You've got all kinds of different folks that are in the space, but they're seeing a similar sort of thing. And so that can't be just a figment of our imagination. There has to be something that's actually legitimate about that. And so rather than trying to break up the community, which, as I said, all organized religions, they encourage community. Rather than trying to break up the community, it would be a more effective strategy for them to actually themselves attempt to interface with the community, right? So, and even if the community is saying things that they don't like, at least they would have some sort of interaction with it, even if it was for the sake of overthrowing the community. There's no way that the approach that many of them have to this is actually going to work out well for them. Because even if you want to dismantle and overthrow and throw a monkey wrench in, you'd still have to be involved in that community. And this just makes them easily rejected from the community if you can't even have a conversation.
Well, here's the problem, though. Like, reality and truth are perceived as very dangerous to people that intend to exploit. So as long as you have kind of people left out there in the darkness, then you can still find a way to exploit them. So that fear it makes it difficult for them to try to join into the community, even if they wanted to try to disrupt it. It's kind of a fear-based and selfish thing working in concert with each other. And the thing that we're doing, that the brothers doing here by kind of spreading the word and spreading our shared experience and spreading the truth is basically enlightening more and more and more people to make it more difficult to acquire that exploitation. And that's what makes it dangerous.
Well, yeah, no, that's true. That's right. Because those that want to exploit, they need you to be ignorant. That's true. They need to be able to take advantage. That's true. But if you think about it, this is a zero-sum game. They're not going to get anything from this approach to continuing to just come in and just throw stuff and break stuff and yell and stuff like that. That's not going to gain anything. It would be much more valuable and strategic for them to do, to do the quiet, just fly on the wall, just listening, taking things in. And you know what? I'm gonna suggest that we're not right about everything. Right?
I think you're right.
You know what I'm saying? Because all of us are human beings. So none of us, and even collectively, we're not right about everything. So we also have blind spots in the way that we see things, right? So if someone that actually had another piece of the puzzle, but that you could actually have a real conversation with them, they had something to offer, then that's when you can get to more of a complete picture. But we're not going to get to that. And then this is the last thing I'll say. In this chicken, the chicken or the egg deal, I'm a creationist, so it's the chicken. Okay. And
somebody said the proto chicken last time we had this conversation, Doc. Go ahead. I just want to put that in. Talking about monkey wrenches. Go ahead.
That's right. So it was the chicken. I might have been somebody that said proto chicken. So it was the chicken. And so if it is the chicken, let me regather my thought here. So what caused what's happening right now was not just crazy, wild, misogynist men that just decided that they just wanted to, for no reason, just be belligerent and just buck against whatever authority and rebel or whatever. That's not what started this. What started this is the actual rebelling against the natural order. So that's what began this. So now we're way down the road in this experiment of rebelling against the natural order, and then several folks from different communities, this happens to be one, the sort of men's space, are recognizing that this feminism thing has been a net zero. I mean, it's been a net negative. It's been a big failure. But they're experiencing a different aspect of the failure. Like it's causing them to have a different manifestation, right? So now you might say that women's experience with this is it seems to be that there's not as many of the certain kind of guy that they want. That could be, you could actually associate that with being part of what this rebelling against the natural order is. Because if you're pushing men out of certain opportunities, pushing them aside and pushing women into certain positions that historically a man would have, and he would be providing for a family and children and taking care of a woman in that, right? So my point is you're having different manifestations. Different people are experiencing this thing in a variety of ways. And so I'm not even mad at people complaining, a lot of women complaining about certain things that they say and about their own dating experiences and stuff like that. Look, okay, that's your experience. But you do realize that is a manifestation, is a byproduct. It's of this rebelling against the natural order. So it's still all the same stuff. But if you can't get people in the same room to even have the conversation because of those that are so belligerent, because things have basically been the way that they've wanted them to be for a long time, then there's going to be no change.
Let me say this real quick, y'all. So the issue that we have, Doc, is that these people contempt is so great because they don't see the system as legitimate. Which, as a black man, I could definitely see that argument, right? They don't see the system as legitimate, and because it doesn't edify them, their contempt is so great they can't control themselves to be the spook who sat by the door, or to mind their manners just long enough to flip the table over, right? Their contempt is so great they can't even discipline themselves to do it for that long. I'm talking about the masses. I think there are some that can hold their contempt for 5 seconds long enough, but for the masses they can't. For the masses, the systems, no, they can't do it. They can't. They're too angry. They're too resentful, right? Because you're talking about centuries of resentment built up, and and they can barely contain themselves now. Think about throwing the type of temper tantrum that says, and you're outwardly saying to everyone, I would rather be single and die alone. To look at Kevin Samuels in the face and say, oh, buy a dog and die alone. Okay, I'll do that. That don't sound that bad. Think about human beings who are social beings saying, yeah, I'm okay with that because I resent this society for not making me that upper class white woman that I wish I was.
Well, it's a
And go
symptom
ahead,
of
Joe.
disease, though, actually. So, like, you have the fraying of the social contract, and that leads to a lot of the antagonism and impatience that you're talking about. Like Dr. Thunder was just talking about being out of order, out of the natural order. Well, like coming from physics, I put it in a different perspective, but I agree with that. I consider it out of reality. So you have this fraying, this stretching. How much can we push delusion and stretch delusion and massage delusion to the point that it doesn't quite break? And when you stretch it and it gets thinner and thinner and thinner, so goes the patience, so goes the ability to form community and the other side effects that you're talking about.
Let me say this real quick, Doc, and then you got it. Real quick, Doc.
Okay.
So going to what Inspired Truth is saying, No, you are hearing the lady say, "What's wrong with delusion?" I regret. I'm beating myself up. It was a younger sister that said that. Like, what's wrong? What's wrong with being in delusion? Well, who is it harming? And this is like maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, maybe. There's a video on TikTok, a darker skinned sister that younger, maybe younger, under the age of 30, it looks like, that said that. And I think going to what Inspired Truth said, yeah, they're gonna stretch it because what they're saying is the reality my lived in. And by the way, this is largely a millennial Z issue for the most part. I don't see Xers really engaging with this too much. Even black women Xers, I know, insane. No, the this reality is so crushing. I would rather be in delusion. And I honestly, I'm not saying the men aren't saying.
Oh, damn, they got him.
I think we lost him.
He could be just getting a phone call or something.
Probably.
But let me just say this, and because I got to get going, I've got a gig actually playing with this orchestra for this thing. So here's this it's demonic, okay? Because this lack of control that you're
Couldn't hear nothing I said, huh? God damn, y'all, I went out.
You
I
lost
went out.
Juliet.
Yeah, my bad, y'all. Go ahead.
So it's demonic. This thing is demonic because I think that's what's animating this lack of control of this resentment, the building of resentment, and then the inability to recognize it as something external from them. Because you can be upset by something, but to get to the point where all reason, any kind of conversation or interaction just goes left every time. That's beyond just somebody being upset. That's like we're talking some sort of demonic level activity here. But I think the reason also why it's not good for a person to be deluded, and who's it hurting, is because there is a right and a wrong, there is a true and a false. And as much as you want to say it's my truth, as much as people want to say that, to the extent that your truth does not correspond with the nature of reality, you're going to have a harder time. To the extent that your truth actually does tend to correspond with reality, you'll understand how this thing works, and you'll have an easier time. And so that's one of the reasons why it's important to acknowledge, that this sense of right and wrong that you're not the person that decides what that is. It doesn't come from you, and it actually.
Dr. Thunder, you're sounding too structuralist. These are post-structural, postmodern arguments that they're making. By the way, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying you're right. But what I'm saying is, when you start massaging words a bit too much, as Inspired Truth was saying, stretching out the terms and stuff, start playing with delusional talk, then what is objective reality? You see what I'm saying? You see where I'm going with there?
No, I know.
I think you make a very valid argument. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah. I am a structuralist. And I'm an objectivist. So anything that seems to attempt to assert some sort of superficial standard, that's something that I'm going to reject. I think the solution is
the inner lefty in me. It wants to ask you, just to troll you a bit, what is superficial and by whose definition? By the way, I agree with you. I'm doing this to get my 5 chuckles in, because I think that would be the sentiment going on in their minds if they wouldn't overtly ask you that question. Well, you would have to have a certain caliber of intelligence to ask you that question, but I have to ask it anyway. Go ahead.
That's important.
Well, I just mean superficial as opposed to objective.
I agree.
Yeah, so that's what I mean by when I say that. I would argue that you'd have to further define the difference between the things. But the thing is, as soon as you use these kind of words, the conversation's over anyway, because
Yeah, because
they're already
and
throwing
that's why I did that, dog. Because the whole point is to derail the conversation. Now, continue with what you were saying, Doc. That was why I painted that example just now. Go ahead. I'm happy you said that. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. But I think that this is demonic. I think that is what we're seeing. And so that's why this stuff is, there's no rhyme or reason. That's why it seems right to them to conduct themselves in that manner, and that there's almost a sense of righteous indignation that they're approaching.
That's exactly what it is.
Right. So, but since I believe that there actually is a right and a wrong, I cannot look at that behavior and look at the arguments that they're making as being righteous. Rather, I think that they're demonic in nature and they're rebellious in nature. So that's I think that's what's actually animating all of this. And so until you can root out that rebellion, root out that, that aspect of it, there's not really going to be any sort of meaningful conversation that you can have. I'm going to have to get going because I got something that starts at 8:00 that I got to get in here for. But appreciate y'all letting me get up here and
always. Thank you so much for coming up. It's always a pleasure to speak to Deacon Deacon Thunder. I'm messing with you, Doc. But no, thank you always, Doc. Thank you always, and it was a great pleasure talking to you too.
All right, peace.
All right, peace. Yeah, and Compassionate says, I really want to talk to. I should have asked him to read this before he left. And Compassionate says, standpoint and epistemology. I always mess up on that. Standpoint epistemology is one hell of a drug. LOL, bro. Isn't it like that? Man, look, man. Like I emphasize being black because I wanna emphasize the I get it, black women. Black men ain't always the happiest about what's going on neither. Like niggas is here too. Like they act like the shit is just all on their shoulders, right? And that's what happens when you weaponize intersectionality. You start to smell your own farts and think it's daisies, right? Like you start to believe your own hype that you have the correct view and you're the only one that has the correct view of what's going on, and then you demand that others adhere to your view. If you're watching the planet categorically reject that coming from white men right now, right? You're seeing China push back on that right now. You're seeing different people push back on white men with that right now. What do you think it is for you as a black woman with far less power and influence? Huh? Like you're not going to impose your will on others that you're singularly, there we go, see, the most marginalized group on planet Earth. Like nobody's, and then watching you see, even if people were to agree with that, which they wouldn't, but even if they did, they're not going to allow you to then weaponize that to tell them to shut the hell up and you're the only ones that can talk, which is exactly what black women do with that. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, that's kind of like funny because I'm thinking like to myself, like this cartoon in my head of like maybe like 10 people standing in front of a million and telling them to bow.
You know what?
Exactly.
All this talk
Exactly.
is only because you dusty Negroes did not build Wakanda for them.
Oh,
I'm
God.
saying exactly.
Lord have mercy.
What's going on?
Negroes.
Earlier, when I was mentioning language, that's the type of stuff I was talking about and getting at.
Better you ended that sentence so abrupt. I thought you were gonna keep on going. Okay, so what I just said, yeah. I think we're all in agreement here. I think there's even some black women who are in agreement with that. What do you do with some of the black men and the mass of black women who struggle with this? You can't let this, and that's the thing. They're holding us down. They're holding us up, right? I think black men have the correct reading of history and of race relations in the U.S. With that, I am not in the position, nor do I actually have the thought that everybody else should shut up there. I categorically reject the idea that, we might have the best reading of American history in particular. With that doesn't mean that everybody else needs to adhere to our worldview wholeheartedly. And if not, then shut the hell up and move up space. And like, when you adopt that, you just I agree with Black Uru, I agree with Dr. Thunder earlier. Like you just poison the well, and like nobody, and out of spite, people just do and say things to you crazily out of spite, right? So yeah, go let's do this. Go ahead, AB, and then inspired. Well, go ahead, AB, inspired truth, then Bruce on Wayne, then better you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you talked about doing on Sprite. So I wasn't the only one that sent you that video of that white girl, huh?
Nah, AB, like man, I think it was like 3 or 4 of y'all. I think Black would beat all of y'all to the punch though.
I saw
Black would
that,
beat all of
man.
y'all.
I saw that video and I was like, that's. I know Mr. Z gonna touch this, so I had to send it to you.
Yeah, man,
But,
and like I
but
said, like the funniest thing in the world is this is Trump's economy now, and
mhm.
some of the white women that voted for him again, a foot in the ass. Don't think that a white woman that voted for Trump wouldn't turn around and try to get wiped up by a black man,
Yeah, I got caught
and
up
then try to
earlier.
convert him too. By the way, go ahead.
I got caught up earlier, but I wanted to make a point. I totally
Go
agree
ahead,
with
Quinn.
Charles about how white women is probably one of the most dangerous women you can get with in America. With that being said, what does it say about black women that white women are
I
often the
knew you was gonna
safer
finish
choice?
that. Yep, yep. I knew you was gonna. Yep, I agree. Say it again. Say it again, AB.
What does it say about black women that they're so toxic that they've actually made white women the safer choice in America? They
That's a
actually
scary
made
thought,
white
bro. That's a scary
they
thought.
But
actually
that
made white women safer for black men in America. What does that say about y'all?
because when you look back, whenever you look back, I mean, we can talk all this shit about the Jonathan Majors cases, but at the same time, for every Jonathan Majors case, we can give you 5 to 10 cases of a regular dude who's in some bullshit because of a
I
black
could
woman.
give you one in my family.
So it's like that's why it's not hard. It's not all
Hmm.
that hard. It's not surprising. Not
Oh, it's
surprising.
math.
In other words, what Lion is saying and what AB is saying is that black women, maybe not phenotypically, but maybe you did equalize to yourself to white women. Maybe not socially completely, or definitely not phenotypically, definitely not financially, but the
Hmm.
ability to levy your femininity against a black man and then weaponize that. Oh, you got that. The white folks let you do that,
Black
but then
women
it
and
hurt you. Uh-oh.
black women
It
and
hurt you more than anyone
femininity.
else.
Don't make me laugh.
Right. Well, I mean, there are some, and a couple of brothers
Yeah,
got them, and a whole lot of white dudes got them, and there you go. Oops.
Yeah,
yeah,
did you see that mammy
yeah.
statue in New York City?
I saw that goddamn statue with the black woman with no ass and little
You're
and
not. You're
small
not
breasts
gonna.
and
You're not.
the what you gonna do about it face,
Yep.
or
We're
who gonna
not gonna
check me
speak
boo
on
face?
that. We're not gonna
Go
speak
ahead.
on that. I know it's a black eye from my former city. I'm already discussed. I saw that shit. And I was
No,
like,
y'all New York niggas gotta hold that L.
Yeah,
yeah,
hold
gotta.
the L, bro.
Yeah,
It's in my thumbnail
Hey,
today,
but
but
Mr. Z,
Mhm, mhm.
they enjoy being disrespectful. I mean,
Yes.
the man from the the pants lemon look, and
Oh,
Atlanta, they
Lululemon,
dancing in.
Lululemon.
Yeah, they're
Hmm.
twerking in the store. He says, I don't want certain people in my pants, but
Yeah, I
they go
saw. Yeah, yeah,
disrespect him to tell her. I mean, it's nothing to do, but disrespect yourself.
yeah.
And like, yeah, make me not wear your stuff.
yeah.
I'm going to come in your store and act a fool
Were,
because I
were those
want.
really strippers? Because the excuse that I saw
That's what I
being
heard. They were strippers.
thrown around is that they were strippers. Which okay, that's bad. But and the only reason they say that is to say is like not your quote unquote standard black women. So
Hmm.
to say like their moral compass is already questionable anyway. So don't really hold us to that. So I get what black women are doing with that. I get it. I get it. Okay, cool. But once again, this reminds me of a few years ago. Y'all already know where I'm going. When them sisters was twerking on them goddamn tables at that restaurant. Was that in Texas? Right?
Yeah,
Hmm.
Was
it
that
was
in Texas or
Texas.
was that in Atlanta? Yeah, that was Texas, right? So that
Oh,
remind,
that
and
was
once
in there.
again, I said owner came out and same thing. Hey, y'all chill out. Okay, we'll stop. They did it again. Y'all chill
Yep,
out. Okay, they stopped. Then they had to turn off the music and what kick them out, I think. And then it's a
something
big
like that.
hoopla, and then you have black women doing exposés and all type of stories about this. Once again, this I'ma show my ass wherever, both literally and figuratively. But y'all are doing this to y'all. I just want to be very clear. This
Hmm.
nobody could tell me what to do. To be frank, I'm gonna say it. It's gonna hurt some feelings. Black women, you just don't have the power to do it. You're not white men. You're not white women. You just don't have the power to do it. Even if you we're not even gonna do the whole moral compass thing, whether you should or not. I'm not even gonna go there with it. I'ma just say you don't have the power to do it, and all you end up doing is causing more people to have contempt for you and your very existence. And what black women are going to drive themselves into is a place where you really are like, what's the hateful indifference? It's not just indifference. There will be a hateful indifference towards you, and I don't know how you reel yourself back from that as a community. What did Nixon say? A
I
colony
don't
within
either.
a nation.
You
How do you?
don't.
I
You
don't
know
know how
why?
you reel yourself back from that. Go ahead.
You don't. You know why? Because Keisha is the face of the fem cell.
Oh damn.
She's the face of
Oh
the fem
damn.
cell.
And it's crazy because we
No
already know
one
there's
sees
more.
Karen
There's
or
more
Becky
white
as the
women
face of the
who's
fem
on that.
cell.
Thank you. There's more. That's why I was going exactly right. There's more white women that's on that to the point where they have to shut down the femcel thread on Reddit. Right? There's more
Yeah,
white women on that, and they sound crazy too. But
they
black
sound
women
crazy
are
as
once
hell.
again allowed themselves to be the face of this, just like
Yeah,
they allowed themselves to be the face of very antagonistic feminism. We know about the purple hair white feminists. Yes, we know. Yes, I saw the clip of the Canadian white women going on those white guys when they were at who was going to lecture, and they made sure he couldn't lecture, and then they were talking crazy to the white boys outside the goddamn lecture hall. I saw it. I saw it. But once again, black women are allowed. I don't know. Maybe your want for attention and some type of acknowledgement is so great that it's, if I can't be famous, I'll be infamous. Maybe that's what we're dealing with. And I don't think that's all black women, but I do think they're loud enough that it don't matter. Ooh, goddamn. Yeah.
And
That's
see,
kind of
they
like a
were
little
strippers.
theory
They were
too.
the bottom
hmm
shelf strippers because they did not look good.
Nah,
They
they
did
didn't.
not
You're
look
the
good to
worst.
be strippers.
You're the
I
worst.
don't. Atlanta can't have that kind of
Look, look,
strippers.
look, look. A man with a Latina wife can't be talking on black women. That's what they said. That's what they said. Inspired truth. That's what they said. I said inspired truth. Sorry. That's what they said. Turn around. That's what they said. Turn around. They said a man with a black.
I'll be
You can't talk
quiet. I'll
about
be
her.
quiet.
Right.
Please stay pointy.
Hey, you know
yes,
it's
the
crazy because
fuck we
I be
can.
saying that to real
I
line about to be there soon in a minute too.
yes,
It's
the
crazy because
fuck
like
we can.
my lady is
Yeah,
light skinned
yeah, that's
and
right. See,
I mess with her like that all the time. When she says something, I'm like, babe, you can't say that. You too light skinned. like
Mm.
and
No,
like
yes, the fuck
she
we.
laughed when I said what I was gonna say. Oh god damn, I lost my train. Go ahead, line. I don't lost my train of thought.
I'm
Go ahead.
sorry.
Was that line or was
Yeah.
that me? I don't know which one of us was gonna go. Might have been me. I don't know. I was
No, go
gonna
ahead,
like
inspire truth and
piggyback.
then line. Go ahead,
No,
inspire truth because
go ahead,
you know.
Truth.
I was gonna piggyback off of that whole idea of that who's gonna check me boo uh culture and all that stuff. Like you don't
Mm-hmm.
really get to that without and have the same idea of oh ninjas don't protect us. We're so
Mm-hmm.
unprotected. We're the most unprotected group all no. If you were the most unprotected group, you wouldn't have that energy.
Let me
You wouldn't
let,
have
Nah,
let me play it
let's
for
just
you,
call
inspire
it what
truth.
it
Wait,
is.
line.
Time out.
Wait a minute. Here we go.
Who gonna check me, boo?
And when you do that, when you sound like that, guess how we look and sound.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Go ahead and line. Go ahead.
Well, let's just put it to it like this, because I'm tired of hearing that. You motherfuckers don't deserve protection. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. Tell me, what have you done to earn protection? Because protection ain't free. Even if you want even if you just want a mercenary, mercenaries is not free. So why should you be protected?
Yep, soldiers do not fight on empty stomachs.
Exactly. So what are you?
But they might fight it with empty balls. Uh-oh.
Oh well.
Ooh.
Well, that's true. That is true. They
Uh,
might fight with empty balls. That is very true.
But here's my thing. I don't want to hear it. But even when I can't stand that whole rhetoric about how quote unquote unsafe they feel, because if y'all was so freaking unsafe, tell me why only 24% of women in the U.S. own a gun.
Mm-hmm.
How come more of y'all don't know how to fight? Y'all love watching Black Widow, but y'all want to go through the damn training.
Oh.
If y'all so unprotected, then why aren't all of y'all walking around here with black eyes?
Exactly.
With y'all time. Wait. Let me. Here we go, joke, y'all. Black women have the mouth they have, and yet they claim they're unprotected, and they're not all walking around here with black eyes.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because I'm just gonna come out.
Just saying.
Some of y'all really do need your ass whipped. And I said what I said.
Hey, bro. Hey. I remember somebody seen this clip too. Two sisters going off in Walmart. The loudest one, it's crazy because the other girl slapped her ass and then stomped her in the face afterward. It was I hate seeing the oh you knocked out, but I'm gonna hit you anyway. Right and it's crazy because it's really women who engage in that more than men. If you ever watch any of those street fights, but y'all know is somebody seen the clip two black women going off in Walmart. The loudest one was the one who got slept, which is usually how this happens. And yeah, like you said, just some of y'all need y'all ass whooped, and it's sad that oftentimes it'd be another black woman to have to put the paws on you. And yep.
Okay,
Excuse me.
about this protection thing. Let me ask you something. Let's say another man disrespect a quote unquote black queen, and you go and check this man. You break his jaw. Now you're gonna be in jail. Is the quote unquote black woman that you want to protect, or how could I say that? Anyway, protect. Will she put the $2,000 bail money for you? Is she gonna pay the bail money for you?
Get
No,
the
but
fuck
her
out of here,
boyfriend,
Bruce
her
Wayne.
new
Get
boyfriend
out of
might do
here.
it
Nope.
after, that's piping her. He might
Right.
do it. You might get the money from other dude's pocket.
Let me
Yes.
do this for me, Bruce Wayne. When you're done, read this comment because it's going to explain to you how that's not going to happen. Go ahead.
Yeah, so they ask you to go out of your way to protect random black women when they are very out out of pocket most of the time. So, but when you end up in trouble in jail, they're not gonna pay the bail money for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's on top of the long laundry list of things that they are not gonna do for you as a black man. Remember, they have a list of things that they're not gonna do for you,
Mm-hmm.
and these are the women that you are supposed to go out of your way to protect. For what? Let me read the super chat real quick.
Right at the club's empty. Oops.
Mhm. No, it's the regular comment. It's on the screen. It's on the screen.
Okay. Death row zero height 6'1". Mandatory Hajj to the statue incoming.
We gonna have to walk to the statue in New York. We gonna have to take Hajj to the statue and worship at the statue in New York.
Does the statue have a nose ring?
Oh man, and a septum ring and the Africa
Oh boy.
earrings and in the onk around the neck.
And a tattoo that said only God can judge me.
Oh man.
Hey,
I'll tell you what.
Z. The wife just
Go ahead.
came home and she brought me some candy from the
Oh
Turkish.
my gosh, shit! Here we go again.
I appreciate her. You know, she just got me some candy.
Look, Inspired Truth. We over here talking about the beauty that is this statue on the screen, okay? We talk
Oh
look, sir, you and your wife are gonna have to take Hajj too. Y'all gonna have to take this
Oh my
trip
God.
to New York on foot, by the way, on foot. Ain't no driving. On foot. Get the stepping. You gonna have to
Okay,
walk
and
every
she
foot
will be
to New
protected
York.
because
Hey,
she will
Z,
listen to whatever I tell her to do. She will
There you
follow
go.
my directions.
Z,
She just
all I
said
have to
Go ahead,
yes.
say,
AB.
Hey,
all I
come
have
on.
to say about this picture is they should have never gave us Ashley Germain's artificial intelligence. They should
Look, man, whoever came up with this is hysterical. You
What
need
do
to
you
be
mean?
jailed, sir.
Z, this is my
Go ahead.
picture.
You need to be jailed, sir. This is an abomination, sir. Why is New York on fire with the lady stat? Man, I'm so mad they made her rotund. She don't even got breasts like that, bro. Who's built like I know there's a couple of black women that's built like this, but they didn't even make her like somewhat attractive, statuesque, dark skin with the fro out, or like none of that. They come on, bro. The braids ain't even long like that. Come on, man. Y'all wildin'. Y'all wildin'. This is how they see you, black women.
Yeah.
This is how they see you. And look at the pose, man. Look at the pose. Oh, this
And
is
they
so
say the
vulgar.
artist is the artist of this creation is a white
Was a
guy,
man.
a white
It's a
man,
man.
and that the woman who put it in there is a white woman. So I mean, this should
Wow, that's
come
a
down.
mockery.
Black people should be saying, "Forget that, bring that, put that down. That should not be up.
They
That
tried
that
the
should
hell out
go
of black
down."
women with this. And I want y'all to understand this is in Times Square.
Yeah.
Or no, it's Wall Street. It's on Wall Street, right? No, it's on Wall Street. It's on Wall Street. I want to say because I think it's around the bull, the little white girl looking at the bull, and I think this statue is like around that same vicinity. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's what they said. It's like around that same area with the bull on Wall Street, the little white girl facing the bull, and I think this is a little bit behind that. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what I saw. I think, but yeah, so it's in Wall Street.
Does
This
the
is what
So,
white
statue?
men.
Does the
so
statue?
it's
Does the
behind the
statue
bull.
twist its neck
So
when
it's
speaking?
bullish.
Wait, say that again.
I would
Does
say
the
so. It's
statue
behind the bull. It's bulls-ish.
Oh yeah. 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 That's funny. That's funny. Go ahead, Bruce Owen. Go ahead.
does the statue twist its neck when you walk past it?
Oh, that's a good
Oh
question.
man.
Oh, that's you ain't
Oh,
shit.
Indigo says it's in Times Square. Okay, so correction, it's in Times Square. It's not on Wall Street. It's in
Yeah, it's
Times
in
Square.
Times Square.
Bro, so you imagine you have all these tourists, you have all of these like just the millionaires walking around, everyday people walking around Times Square. This is like one of the most notable areas of New York, which is one of the most notable areas on the planet, and people are walking by, and this is the image of black women sitting. They said it was 12 feet tall, 12 feet tall image of black women, bro. This
And
it's
I need to correct you,
not
Z.
fun trying to make that empowering. Go ahead.
I need to correct you, Z. That's actually
Mhm.
not. That's just an AI generated image of a city in general. That's not meant to represent.
No,
New York.
I know, I get it. But no, I'm saying no. The statue is actually in New York. It's in Times Square.
It's right in
Yeah,
the heart of
Yeah, I know.
Times
Yeah.
Square.
Mhm.
but that's actually but to your point though, that is a horrible. That's a horrible image of black women. I wouldn't do them
It's a
dirty like that.
horrible.
Even if I wanted to make a statue of a ratchet, I wouldn't. Yeah.
This is bad. This is not. This
Mm.
is like I don't see in any way, shape, or form this is something to be proud of. You're being
There's
made a
nothing
mockery
elegant
No,
of.
about this statue at all. You
This
can,
is a
I don't think
mockery.
I
and
don't think
notice,
they
and I hate to,
appreciate that. Go ahead, AB. I'll go after.
and I hate to say it, notice you can see her panty line. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Actually, you want something
Hold on,
worse?
what?
One titty smaller than the other.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can see it. Yeah. You
Dang,
can
they
see it.
gave her the Biggie Smalls. God.
I know
Oh
those
man,
ain't, and I tell me those are not yoga pants.
bruh, it's bad because like, okay, I had this conversation with a brother actually, where I'm like, yo, they stay mocking black women. They'll show these
Yes.
statuesque, model-looking white women, like 2025 most attractive women, right? And then they'll show all these model-esque women, and then they'll show like a heavy set sister as like, ooh, and this is the one of the most attractive women of 2025. And it's like I don't know if you see it that often anymore, but like back in like 2013, 2014, 2012, oh yeah, that was a thing. That was a thing. I think it was a thing in the 90s too, if I'm not mistaken.
Nothing against the
Mhm.
late actress. In my opinion, this is the 2025 version of the Mammy. This is their 2025 version of the Hattie McDaniel look. Well, rest in power to that lady.
Yeah. Don't worry, black women. We celebrate you. This is white women, right? We know that black men don't celebrate. We'll celebrate you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Low
well,
key,
I'm
and
like,
while they low key mocking you.
this is what I say. Well, Keisha, you always wanted to be seen.
Yeah.
Here you go.
I mean, they actually did the report, and they had some white women. They were like, "Oh, she's so big." That's all they said. They were laughing, and you had the two, a gay black guy, and a woman that were going, "Oh, it's empowering." And the two overweight people saying it's empowering, but everybody else kind of like laughing at it.
Indigo said somebody on Fox News called it a DEI statue. Damn, a DEI statue.
No, pretty
First
much
of all, but
anything.
a lot of that conservative crowd, anything that doesn't validate whiteness and white men in particular is DEI.
Well,
Anything
that
that's why like the
that joke don't play though.
white. Yeah, yeah,
That
yeah.
that joke don't play because statistically white
Yeah.
women benefit from it the most. So that joke don't play.
Yeah, yeah,
That joke
yeah,
don't play.
but you're right
To
about
be
that. But once
fair,
again,
that
it's
joke
the
don't play.
image, right? The image of
Yeah.
DEI is a overweight, loud, probably someone that looks like this statue, overweight,
Yeah,
loud
it
black
is
woman,
pretty
right?
much
Like that's the
anything. Yeah.
face of DEI. But we know that. Excuse me, y'all. I drink some ginger ale. That's why I'm burping so much, but belching so much. And yeah, the face of DEI is some loud, ratchet, black woman that just so happens to have a college degree. But we already know that white women were the ones who benefited the most, and then white men.
Don't
So
talk
yeah.
about Brittany the Hut like that.
Mhm. Yeah. Wait. Oh, Brittany Cooper.
Yeah.
Bro, it's bad. It's Brittany Cooper. Man, for those of you that don't know, that's Professor Crunk. Yeah, Brittany Cooper. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that was blaming the system for her weight.
Yeah, I was about to say. I wonder if she in the hospital now. Has she gained so much?
Ooh, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that on that lady, because it's very likely. It's very likely. So yeah, yeah.
No, because you said Trump agreed that she gained weight, and I'm like, really?
No, the lady looked over. The lady looked 300 pound plus. She more than that. Like look she easy. There's no way she weighed two
Okay,
nothing. There's no way she weighed two
I'll be
anything.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you yeah. PhD, yeah.
Professor
Brittany
Clark.
Cooper. Yep.
The thing
Yeah, it's
is,
bad.
like,
Actually, that's what it is. That's the stance. That whole statue, that's the stance. I got a PhD.
nah, that
With that outfit,
this
I don't know.
Yeah,
the
right.
statue
Not with that
is
outfit.
Go ahead.
No,
Go
there's
ahead. Go
no
ahead.
class.
Better you.
There's no class in that
Yeah,
stance.
that's one thing I was saying. It's a low class outfit.
Yeah.
Cause
Go ahead.
like,
Better you. Go ahead.
got like some slippers on. I don't
it,
sure, but she got like some slippers on or
it
something.
it gives
No, it's
like
actually perfect. You don't
But
think it's like it's
wait,
always
y'all. Let better you get in real quick. Go ahead. Go ahead. Better you.
like the whole statue thing. Like the idea of a statue, idea of making it with a black woman, like I don't have a problem with. The problem for
No.
me is
No.
this as the representation and
Yes.
this as the visage. And the thing that kind of to your point, like what you were getting at, a lot of times they'll do those sneaky things. Well, honestly, to me, it ain't even sneaky. They'll have all these white models, and then they'll make like a black transgender. Oh, this is the one of the women of the year. It's like
Didn't what's her name win an award for sports before Serena did? Best woman. Didn't they give it to like Caitlyn
Caitlyn
Jenner
Jenner.
whatever? Jenner
Caitlyn
before
Jenner,
they
yeah.
get before they get, and we were all like, oh, so that's what y'all saying, and because everybody was expecting Serena to eventually win this shit. Because I don't follow sports like that. My apologies, y'all. But yeah, I don't remember like hearing this story and being like, yo, y'all trying Serena, bro. Like fuck the bullshit. Fuck what her man or whatever. Y'all trying Serena, bro. Stop it. Like right. So yeah.
And I'm not even opposed to because from the little bit I read about it, it was like they were trying to depict like a everyday person. I'm not opposed to that either, but it's just like I don't. It's not
But
a
have we ever
flattering
seen a
physique.
white, overweight statue of a woman anywhere?
I'm pretty sure there's somewhere. I mean, in America, there might be one somewhere,
There's some
somewhere in a forest, somewhere. But no, it advertised. No,
In the most
definitely
unflattering
not
way.
in New York.
Yeah, I don't because I can't think of any
I'm
people
not.
because most
Y'all
times
trying to
statues are black.
rationalize that shit? Nah, ain't no rationalizing that shit. There's plenty of black women, famous black women who've done great things in this world.
Yeah, that y'all could have did. Yep, I agree.
Get the fuck out
I
of
agree.
here. No, take that statue. That statue is a mockery and it's disgraceful.
It's a mockery.
But
Yeah.
There are plenty of
I
black
think
women, like black women who actually contribute to society in major good ways that you could have made a statue
y'all
of.
could have put
Nah.
Shirley Chisholm. Y'all could have put
Yeah.
any I'm
Fuck
just
outta
thinking.
here.
Y'all could have put Oprah. Y'all could have. We would have had less to say. No joke. There's a reason why I'm doing that. I know I did that. I'm saying that for a reason. Y'all could have put Oprah. Y'all could have put not Gail. No, she not high ranking enough. Y'all could have put Michelle. Y'all could have did a fake ass Michelle. Y'all could have put and like any exactly Harriet Tubman. Y'all could have put. Go ahead.
Beyonce.
Yeah, y'all could, definitely Beyonce. Beyonce's too light skinned though. They would have been mad.
Yeah.
Like
I'm still waiting
there's
for the
so many.
Nutty Professor.
No,
I'm still waiting for the Nutty
there's
Professor statue.
bro. There's
Dr.
so
Curtis
many
First Wilson,
statues.
pass on.
Yeah.
They could have
Honestly,
put up.
Harriet Tubman would have been the best one. I agree with better you on that. Harriet Tubman would have been the best statue to put there in honor of if y'all wanted to do black women and do the whole strong black women thing, But yeah,
Or a black woman that served in the military that did something major.
Yes.
Of all
Yes.
the things, no, not some fat black woman in yoga pants with one kitty out wearing the other. Ain't no way.
Matter of fact, see,
Go.
No,
go ahead.
They would have if they did Harriet, it would have been Harriet shooting bigger long.
Right? The fictional freaking slave hunter. God, you imagine they made a fictional character in the middle of freaking slavery called Bigger Long and made him a black man chasing down slaves. Oh, the gall, the audacity.
Yeah.
Man, man, and there was some romantic tension between Harriet Tubman and the goddamn slaver, the slave owner. Jesus Christ.
Oh
To the
boy.
point where the slave owner ends up killing the same slave catcher. The slave owner hires the slave catcher and then kills the slave catcher. Do you imagine?
Oh boy.
Black, it's just so, and we're supposed to pretend like we don't see this black woman who's trying to escape for her. The black man is hired by the white man to do his bidding, and then the white man ends up killing the black man for the black woman to let the black woman escape. The same black woman that he hired the black man to kill. God, boy, hey
That's
boy,
some
hey
serious
boy,
delusion.
bruh, bruh.
That's a
Hell,
white savior
you
for
know
you.
what? You know that statue could have been. You could have done the statue of Sharaza Ali.
Oh hell no, they would never. They would never. They
Nah.
would never. Nah, no, no. Betty Shabazz, nope. Not even Coretta Scott King, nope, nope,
Nope,
nope,
not Coretta
nope,
Scott. All these
nope,
prominent black women who done great things. What
nope.
you put?
Mm.
Hey, you want to know why? Because those black women had black husbands.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Can't do that. That's why this black woman
ooh.
is by her
Wait, so you said
goddamn
wait a
self.
minute,
They don't
wait a
even got
minute,
the kid next to her in the statue.
wait a minute, Z. Are you saying the next statue we're gonna get is a statue of Ketanji Brown Jackson? Oops.
So, you know what? I would even understand that. I
I would at
would
least
even
understand that.
understand that. The fact that they put a fictional black woman up there, no, nothing next to her, no man, no kids, no, they didn't even give her a kid or two next to her and say, you know, the black family, but there's no, and
Z,
then we could make the argument there's no black man. Nothing.
wait a minute,
We
Z.
get nothing. Mhm.
Why would they give her a kid? Half these helpers are not even teaching these girls how to handle their cycle.
Yeah, well, that part.
And you know, but here's the thing, and here's the thing. You know what? Here's the thing that's going to the hilarious part about it. There's some black women that hearing black men like speak on this, and they're saying you're just jealous because I don't get a statue.
No, not really.
No,
But
like,
let me,
and here's the thing. I'm like, I'm like, y'all want to be recognized so bad, and y'all know, and it's for the right reason. When at the end of the day, everyone is laughing at you. You are the clown, and you don't even know you're a clown.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of them do know though. I think some of them do know.
I think some of them
Yeah.
do,
Yeah,
like the
I've
Crimson
seen some
Heroes and
black women hate
Shardays
on
of the
the message.
world.
What they do about it is a different question. What they do about being mocked and made fun of and is a different question. But I think so.
They're gonna embrace it.
I don't think a lot of black women are flattered by this. I think the ones that know about it, I don't think they go and try to defend it in front of us. But this shit ain't nothing to be proud of.
At all. But I mean, I
Right?
don't
So
know. I don't know. Z. I mean, they don't. They seem to be proud of a lot of weird shit. I
yeah,
don't know.
you know what? Yeah,
I'm sure there's quite a few women who aren't proud of this shit. But I get. Sexy Red got a lot of followers.
good point. Let me
There's a
let me read
statue
these
said
two.
period.
Period. That's
Yeah.
Bruce Lil Wayne. That's hysterical. Oh, that's hysterical. Oh, why did I laugh so hard? That shit was funny.
This is.
Oh, period.
Are you not? Where's the other one? Where's the
Oh,
short about embarrassed?
oh man. And oh, I got you. I got you. I got you. Oh man, to all the black women that actually think this statue is a plus.
Are you not ashamed of yourself? Are you not embarrassed? This is really embarrassing.
Bro.
Oh man,
You know what
look,
she
man,
reminds
Bruce
me
Wayne
of?
killed me with that one. Period. Go ahead, AB.
You know what she reminds me though? Play that video with the chick that you got from BGS's clip. The one.
Oh,
The
in,
one.
in Japan,
Huh?
the one in Japan.
No, the one that the black heifer, the one that
Oh yeah,
talking
Munchkin.
shit.
Oh, I got you, Munchkin. Wait a minute. Oh, let me read this one first, and then we got Munchkin. And
Cool.
Detroit says Black Pope Slim Jesus. I think he was talking about Dr. Thunder. Hysterical. Look, I wanted to read it when he was here. I just kind of lost track of time. Let's play this because I got to end out because when the recklessness today is just it's off the goddamn Richter scale. Where the hell is the damn? Oh yeah, Munchkin is up this way. Here you go. And courtesy of AB, AB is the one torturing y'all with this right now, y'all. I'm just letting y'all know. Hey, this is y'all blame AB for this one. Here y'all go.
As a man, if you don't have house court job, don't look for a woman with house court job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us.
Nah, we don't want you.
And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
It's the
First
smile
of
at the
all,
end.
if
It's the,
you don't
it's the
take
fixing her
off
hair.
that
Real quick, y'all. It's the fixing her hair and then the smile at the end. Like she ain't just tell you
like,
ain't shit.
first of
Go
all,
ahead.
if you don't take off that, and first of all, you are embarrassment. You should not be wearing a Nike sweater. We all know you don't work out. Take that
Ooh.
sweater off. Take that fucking sweater off before you talk to me. Take off that Nike sweater.
And
Talking
let me
about
read
the
this from
false
Indigo.
flagging.
Indigo. Inspired Truth said, false flagging like a mother. You bitch, you false flagging. Indigo says, we jumping you, AB. AB, they say they jumping you for the torture. They said,
Word, AB. You made him play that damn video.
they said you better not step foot out of Indiana.
Oh
They gonna
my
jump your
God.
ass, AB. You gotta
If
keep
you don't have
torturing them with
house
the
court job, you
But now you
sound
see why.
retarded.
Now you see why that statue reminds me of her, though.
Oh man, yeah. And the only thing she got the fake baby hairs and everything, but yeah, if she had braids, that would be her. That would be her. Man,
got the nerve to
All
wear a
somebody
Nike
gotta
sweater.
say, all somebody gotta say is that, hey, you fix your edges before you talk to me.
For real.
Boy.
Fix your edges before you talk. Fix your edges before you talk to me. And take that Nike sweater off.
Man,
You
yo,
don't
worse.
work out. Take that Nike sweater off.
Let me read this super chat from Leon. Leon says, the irony, the white man built you and your outcomes. Ugh.
Ooh. Checkmate.
Ugh. Leon, bro, you can't be saying it. Look, I'm trying to protect the channel. You can't be saying it. You hitting under the belt. You going to the real thing. You going to what it really is.
Like, ain't like,
bitch.
you man, listen. When I get done sparking her ass, you gonna call me a misogynist, and I'm gonna wear it proudly. You can't talk to me wearing a Nike sweater looking like that. You can't talk to me.
Continuing the AB hate train, and Detro says to AB, F you, AB, I hate this clip. Continue to AB. They're like, God damn it, AB. Damn you, AB.
Of all the videos you could have asked for, you couldn't ask for the Snow Bunny video.
AB said, look, why is he the only one that gets to waterboard y'all? I want to do it too. Let me press the red button.
No, we don't want to see that fat. No, we don't want to see that fat.
Press it again, that's on him. I didn't ask
No,
oh, man.
ain't no one trying to see Lizzo Jr. right now. No,
right.
Oh, no, don't try Lizzo like that. Lizzo's losing weight. Lizzo said, "I'm gonna get me that goddamn white man. I promise y'all."
Hey, listen, all you gotta do is just tell her. Hey, listen, all I gotta say for you, sweetheart, is you made a hell of a play in the 2010 NFC Championship game when you picked off Jay Cutler. I'm like, yeah, listen, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, listen, you made a hell of a championship. I'm sorry to say, you made a hell of a play during the NFC Championship game in 2010 when you picked off Jay Cutler and ran it back. You know, BJ Raji.
Like that.
You're the worst. But like I said, hey, Lizzo gonna lose that weight. Lizzo gonna pop up on y'all with a fucking 6'5" tall brother or white dude, chisel chin like a mug. Y'all be like, how the fuck did that? Is that the same Lizzo? Yes, it is. Lizzo gonna fuck y'all up. Watch. She gonna fuck y'all up. Give her another year. She gonna come on. Y'all be like, that ain't that's Choji. Lizzo, you know what Lizzo gonna do? Lizzo gonna beat Choji off of Naruto when he lose the weight when he take the damn pills. You'll be like, God, that ain't the same Lizzo.
Nah, you gonna prove us right because it's gonna be a black dude. Because at the end of the day, you gonna prove us right. You couldn't get no Brad to do it.
Yeah, nah. Because all that weight that she had on her and she's losing, there has to be some nip tuck of the skin, and I think there's a stretch of your skin that he really can't do nothing with.
Her skin look like that drumstick skin before you put the chicken.
You
in
the worst.
oven.
God damn!
I seen that skin on her. Nah, that shit's disgusting.
Oh man,
You look like
she
that.
she just
I
gonna
mean,
have
you
to
look
work
like
out a
that
whole
pizza.
lot, but I don't know if she's gonna be able to get rid of that still.
Nah, she look like
Ugh.
that. She look like that pizza when the cheese starts sliding off.
Look, the worst. No, I will give black women this. They do way better job at that than white women because I've seen white women that lost a lot of weight, and it's just, ah,
Nah, I
yeah,
mean
it's the
some.
worst. Yeah,
Yeah, it's just bad all around. Get
yeah.
man, get the hell, get the hell out of here. I'll spot that girl so bad she gonna want to fight me.
But and then Chief Rocker says to Z, and thank you for the super chat, the big old 50, and he says, Z, check out Mammy Two Shoes. Look at cartoonish image on Google. Compare and contrast the NYC statue with Tom and Jerry image of black women. Donation in advance. Okay, I'll do a shoot. I'll do a stream on that. I'll
Yeah,
do a
she
stream
has
on
the
that.
same figure as the Mammy and Tom and Jerry. That's true.
Damn, sure do.
Oh, okay. I'll look it up and I'll use it as a thumbnail. I'll find a way to incorporate that in a upcoming stream, and I'll let you know when that's coming up so that you could be there. And he also says the rest of the donation. God damn, listen, I got you a hundo, and thank you very much, Chief Rucker, and thank you very much, right? But once again, AB. Leon said, well, no, that wasn't directed toward you. This one was directed toward you. He says, F you, AB. I hate this damn clip. And yeah, Chief Rocker. So I'll do that, and I'll try to make it a thumbnail. I don't know if I get strike for that, so we'll see. We might have to play it by ear, but I'll see what I can do to incorporate what you're saying with the image and the statue. But yeah, the statue. When I saw it, I'm like, bro, I actually felt bad for black. I'm like, bro, they keep trying, y'all. They
Are
keep trying,
mocking the shit
y'all.
out of y'all. I'm like, yo, I'm like,
God.
is this real? I had
Yeah.
to dig. I'm like, Tom, is this real?
No, it's real.
I'm like,
Yeah, it's
bro,
real.
and right in the heart, and you right in the heart of Times Square, and it's about to be summer.
All the
funny
tourists, 12-foot statue. Go ahead, Ibby. Go ahead, better you. Go ahead.
in terms of like discourse, because I've seen a few people in my Facebook feed going back and forth about it. The folks who there's a lot of black men who trying to be supportive, and then there are like LGBTQ people and lesbians who seem to be all for it.
Mm-hmm.
Straight sisters is like, oh fuck no.
Yeah, I've seen
funny.
in fairness to black women, I've seen a lot of black
Mhm.
women crap on this statue.
Well, I wonder if they finally getting it now. I wonder
Yeah.
if they're finally appreciating that black men weren't just making fun of you and trying to mock you and tell you, hey, they don't really care about you like that. They making fun of you on the low. No, I mean, like, no, that's exactly what is happening. And you try to protect your ego, but not admitting it, black women. But now you see, and by the way, they're going to keep on doing this. Because what would it have cost? If it's a fictitious person anyway, what would it have cost to pay a pretty decent, because okay, fine, it don't have to be the slimmest black woman, a slim thickish black woman, so that you can model her and make her the thing. That would have been nothing, right? Y'all could have did a
There's
fake ass or a quote unquote stallion. Y'all could have did a facsimile of Meg the Stallion or something like that. Y'all could have did anyone, a Beyonce, but with maybe slightly darker skin phenotype. Y'all could have did anything. But y'all decided to go with
Anything.
this? Ugh. Just saying. It's not.
there's
Yeah.
there's the
Go ahead.
statue clap its hands when speaking.
All right.
Ooh.
Period. Not clapping his hands with after clap every clap word clap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Excuse me, I'm sorry. On Campbell without the mean ass arm.
Right. with the mean ass pitch arm, remotes and everything flying, keys, car keys, remotes. Right, no, but no, the problem, it couldn't be Naomi Campbell. She's too fine. They couldn't have done Naomi Campbell. No. Yeah, you
Kelly
couldn't. Yeah,
Rowland?
they're not gonna put no goddamn black. She's still too fine. That's why that's why I said a slight, a little bit, not a slim, but a little bit thicker black woman, because with y'all named Kelly Rowland, it wouldn't be Tika Sumpter, it wouldn't be Kelly Rowland type of look. No, that's too slim. They definitely ain't putting no Tika Sumpter. Dark and fine, minus the white man, but dark and
3
fine. Nope,
Miles.
they ain't doing it.
I'm messing with
Nope,
you now.
bro. No, bro. These are two attractive women. These women are too attractive. They ain't gonna do it. You think they're gonna let the European tourists know there's fine dark-skinned black women in America? Fuck no.
Tarana
They
Burke.
trying to do.
Oh shit! I don't want to give them that idea because they might actually do it. Tarana Burke.
Oh yeah,
Oh no.
yeah, yeah. They did
Oh,
that.
come on.
I could see
Come
that.
on, man.
No, I can see them doing that. So
Mm.
I hope they're not listening. I can honestly see them doing that. Sorry.
Ugh. Chief
Either
Rucker said,
or.
by the way, Z, black men marry a lot of black women who have a similar physique and posture as the New York statues. Z, for real though. Chief Rucker was like, nah, Z, we out here marrying them. God damn. No. Right? Oh, man. Indigo Flow says, who clap, go, clap, check, clap, me, boo. Me, clap, boo, clap.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I
he
think
finishes up with, mm-hmm.
now I'm digging more. That statue is supposed to be of Attorney General Letitia James.
What?
She don't really look like that, does she?
Supposedly.
She's a little bit smaller than that. She's not as fat as that.
Supposedly.
Let me
Yeah,
see
kind
some.
of
Let
in
me
the face.
see some.
Hold on, wait a
Ain't
minute.
no way. Ain't no way. Let me ask you something.
I
Let
don't
me,
see it.
let me ask you a real
Mhm.
question. Did they deliver the statue in a Nissan Altima?
Oh, you the worst.
Oh
Oh
shit.
no. With the bumper hanging in the back and the front bumper flapping with a dented
Oh
front
god.
fender.
You ain't shit.
You ain't,
Damn.
You ain't shit.
you ain't
Truth
shit
no
for that
way.
one.
Yeah, really.
That's just sad. This is just
You the worst.
Lord have mercy. Just
Dusty
Lord. This
Hotep,
is
I'm
just
not gonna read
terrible.
that comment. That's hysterical and it's mean and it's accurate. But anyway, god damn. But oh man, Bruce Wayne said, oh, not the Ultima, not the Keisha special, not the Keisha special.
Yeah. I mean, we're
Indigo said it got bald tires too, not the Ultima, the bald
transmission probably shot.
tires. See, that CVT transmission been shot.
That transmission's probably
Oh man,
shot this
that
shit.
CVT transmission single-handed that in the Ultima stereotypes single-handedly brought down Nissan stock like a zillion. In
Yep.
America, that the CVT transmission mainly in in Sentras and Ultimas, but mainly in Ultimas and the Ultima stereotype that shit killed. Yeah.
Oh,
Indigo said brakes grinding. Oh God, they need new
Mm-hmm.
pads.
Oh Lord.
Honestly, it's rare I see an Ultima that don't got a damn dent in it.
You know what? I see it. I see it when it's old people driving it, when it's old white folks, but if it's a Latina or a sister driving it, oh yeah, that shit's fucked up.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Did I
Got a couple
send you
dents.
Hmm.
that Ultima 600 race video?
I saw it. I saw it with what's his name? With a Cletus. I saw it. The white dude on there he used to work. I think he still might work for him. No, he doesn't. He used to work for the dude off a 1320 video that covers all the drag racing and street racing and all that other stuff. So Cletus got big, like he blew the hell up clearly because he used to work for 1320. And so, hey, better you, he has. Is it the Supra 1,000 horsepower? He has a Corvette chassis that's running Corvette chassis car, or it looks like a go kart that's running like 8.25 miles. He has a Supra. He has a bunch of cars, fast shit too, like fast shit. So yeah, Cletus, yeah, and he won. Cletus won the guy. So the most ultimate out person is a white man.
That was the
Yeah,
scariest looking race I ever fucking saw.
yeah, and they were really crashing into each other crazy.
Hell yeah.
I've known about Cletus for a while. He used to be on 1320 video, and now he got his own thing going.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing with this is how white men work. Last time I checked, I don't know if it's still true. Cletus is making buku YouTube money, still living with roommates. That's how white men do it. Buku YouTube money, multiple
A white
cars,
dude
all
named
different things.
Cletus?
Yeah. No, his real name is Cletus.
I mean, think about it though. Why
I
would you
think his real
need?
name is Cletus, but yeah, he's known as Cletus. Go ahead. Mhm.
Why would you need to kind of break that arrangement if y'all don't have family, y'all don't have a wife or a girlfriend or anything
You
like
don't.
that?
You don't?
So,
They
like, hey,
probably make enough money to probably make minor upgrades to the place they at. So
Mm-hmm.
it's not he
shit,
got roommates, but it don't seem like it.
it got roommates, probably got fucking peace.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And if anything, okay, if Z won crazy money, like if I won crazy money, and I'm already living with Lion, bro. We chilling.
I
You
know
know,
we
and
chilling.
and that's I'll just take over the mortgage here. You pay the light bill and the water bill, and you good.
Consider it a done deal, dog. It's a
You see what
matter.
I'm saying? If I
Consider it a
if Z
done
came
deal,
up on,
dog.
or if I got that crazy ass promotion, some stupid ass promotion, and Z went from making like, I don't know, 55 to 130. Oh, bro, don't worry about it. I got these bills now. I'm definitely gonna make more space for myself financially, but I'll take
Yeah.
care of these bills. You just got this one or two thing. Don't worry about nothing else,
Yeah, if you
bro.
doing
That's
that
all.
shit, I
Yeah,
handle it. I got the groceries, bro.
yeah, right. That's all. That's all
Send
it
me the
is.
list.
That's all. Yeah. Yeah, and let me read this from Chief Rocker because we got to end out. Z got things to do. And Chief Rocker says, and thank you for the super chat.
That's right.
So that the channel doesn't catch a strike regarding my show idea, do a silhouette of Mammy Two shoes by side with NYC Keisha. This should keep a warm brother out of the mix. A warning, a warm brother out of the mix. Okay. Yeah. So like, if we'll see. I'll try. I'll see how it goes because when I did the movie, when I clipped the movie, I was only able to stream for like 17 minutes, and they took me down. And shout out to Louis. Louis ended up calling me and being like, "Hey, Z, you're down." And I ignored the call because I thought I was still streaming. And I said, like, Louis, I'm streaming right now, and here I'm talking to myself.
Damn, I just
Right.
realized something.
Yeah.
I see Toya in the chat. Toya, you still there? Can you come up? I just wanted to hear you talk about this statue if you know
Yeah.
about it.
She is a northeastern native.
You a
Right.
northeastern native, so I want to see, have you seen the statue?
Yeah.
I want to just hear your take on it.
And not Louis, Leon says, Z, Nissan went left when they put the transmission in the Pathfinder 2018 or 2022. So yeah, no, that the CVT transmission, so they put that in there because they went unibody. Because at one point it didn't really look like people really cared for body on frame SUVs because they just wanted, and women just wanted something higher up, so they just wanted SUVs. So Nissan went softer with the Pathfinder, right? And if you really wanted a body on frame, a more truck based SUV, you went for the Armada, which costs a whole lot more and was way bigger. But now we're kind of in this revolution where men and women are both getting SUVs, and men want clearly the more body on frame, kind of off road capable SUVs. Now, how often is that SUV actually seeing dirt? Probably not. But
At
so
all.
they're going to keep the Pathfinder the way they are. And from my understanding, you know what they're going to bring back? The Xterra. I think they're gonna bring back the Xterra, and the Xterra is gonna fill in for that off-road capable kind of SUV, because Nissan axed the Xterra right when you kind of had the blow up and revolution of kind of the Baja capable rock climbing going outdoors and stuff like that with your SUV
You
type
still
of
got
thing.
the
So
you still got the Jeep Cherokees though. They're still building up the new Jeep
yeah,
Cherokees,
well, the
so they're
Jeep
not
Cherokee.
going
Remember,
anywhere.
there's the Jeep Cherokee, the Grand Cherokee,
Yeah, they're
and what
not
am I
going
missing?
anywhere.
Yeah. No, you still have that. You still have
I
the
still see
off
those
roady
plenty
stuff.
where I'm at. I see plenty of
Hmm.
those where I'm at. If they don't got the big pickup truck, they got the Cherokee, and that still got dirty as hell.
Yeah. But
They
let me
still
do
got
this, y'all. I have to end out. I
All
have
right,
to
man.
end. Look, we out here reckless like a motherfucker. So we'll pause right here. Love piece of chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content for the love of God. And Z got to do a bunch of stuff in like a couple hours. All right, y'all. Z out.
Peace out.
Peace out.
Check your email later.
Period. Okay.
Nah.